All right. All right. So we're live now. For anybody who's watching this live, just know, welcome to the podcast for one. Linux Land podcast. Hope everyone's doing good. This podcast is going to be, well, for one, it's live, but we're doing it in the public general talk in my Discord server. So if you want to pop in and talk with us, more than welcome to. We're definitely going to talk about it, but me and Jeff have both had busy and, well, just crazy weeks. So we're probably just going to be talking about that. We might talk about some Linux related stuff, but in the honor of the crazy week that we've had, shots up, boys.
Hell, I ought to open this beer. I just made coffee, but oh well.
There's nothing like some coffee and beer. Don't know that they go along amazingly.
Why be a sleepy drunk when you could be a wide awake drunk?
There you go, man. There you go.
Oh boy.
So, I guess we'll go ahead and start off with you, man. Like, how's your week been? What's been going on?
This week has been good. I've actually been getting more and more mobile every day. The week before that, holy shit, I was in bed most of the time.
Mm-hmm. So for those who don't know, what happened?
I was mounting solar panels on my roof, and I took a dive off my roof somehow. I attached one side of the solar panel, and I was just walking over to the other side, and the next thing I know, I'm flying over the solar panel onto the ground.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, got the wind knocked out of me, and then when I finally could breathe, it's like, holy shit, it's hard to move. I hope I didn't permanently damage myself.
Well, I'm glad that you didn't.
Right?
Because that is, to be honest, like last week when we were supposed to do the podcast, and
build your houses and fall off your roofs when you're still young, kiddos.
Yes. Because there's a lot of almost all the people that I know that have seriously worked on their houses, or like either done fixer uppers and built their own house. Almost every single one of those people that I know have fallen off a roof at one point in their life, and trust me, the younger you are, the better it's gonna be, because as long as you're gonna heal and be fine, it'll be much faster if you're younger. If you're up in your 60s, oh man, oh
boy. Yeah, I hadn't fallen off the roof yet. I'd come close a few times, but I'd have beaten myself up doing construction and cement work and stuff. It does wear you down.
Mm-hmm. But then again, a back injury, really, in all honesty, I think the two worst injuries that you can get as a human being are knee and back injuries.
Oh, it's like everything you do goes through your back. You move your pinky and your back feels it if your back hurts. It's like, what the...
My grandfather has he constantly works. Like, we've got a farm. We have a farm. It's not like we're raising dairy cows or anything. We used to, but we don't do that anymore. But he still has the barn to upkeep. He's got fields to bush hog, stuff like that.
Right.
And he's got this nerve like in his neck, and he's like, it'll go from like the back of my neck all the way down. I can feel it in my toes. I'm like,
oh, right.
Pinch nerves or something else.
Mm-hmm. Jesus.
Awesome. Yeah. So El Churros, awesome. I hope everything in the garden is going good. Hope you're going to have a good crop. Which, by the way, I also hope it's in a greenhouse, or that you're raising spinach or something. Because I don't know about everywhere else, but here winter kills shit.
It's crazy here today. It was raining, and then it was hailing, and then when I just went outside a little bit ago, it was snowing, and it's not cold enough to snow. Of course it is up there.
Yeah, that's a heck of a lot of weather for one day.
It's like, man.
Well, so all right, so Uh, other than you know, back pain and all that stuff, have you been up to anything other than I mean, for anybody who doesn't keep up with you, you've been streaming more, which is
I
nice.
started streaming again last night. You
Mhm.
know, it's like before that it would have been like, okay, if I sit here just right and I can grunt at you while I'm streaming because I'm in pain, but it's like, okay, I feel good now. But I had, and this might be kind of sideways related to the Steam Deck. I had, s- I had Steam Proton come to my rescue about a week ago. I've got two games that I usually use Lutris for,
Mhm.
and they're both abandonware. One of them has a Lutris installer, the other doesn't. And it's I was going to play Starfleet Commando Orion Pirates, and I use Lutris for that instead of just plain System Wine because it crashes
Hmm.
under lots of versions of wine, so it's picky about what version of wine. So I use it to use an older version of wine. It actually works, and it stuttering sounds started happening,
Mhm.
and I couldn't. And it's like, what the heck? So I don't know if it was a Pulse Audio update or what. You know, who I don't, or if something,
Well, I
because it
know.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which version of wine I choose, and no One Lives Forever did the same thing, same stuttering sound problem.
I know Proton recently got pushed a fix for, or not a fix, but a whole bunch of new stuff for Pipewire so that you can like capture audio and stuff using Pipewire. And I mean, like, all right, now this is definitely a side tangent, but I mean that's what we're all about for this podcast. To me, like the way that I look at Pipewire and stuff is like, yes, Pipewire is great and everything, but you're essentially fixing a problem by creating a new problem. Like Pipewire is now in the same position that Pulse Audio is. It works, but it has problems.
Right.
And like here's the thing, can we just I know we're FOSS, we're all about, you know, different options and a
I
whole
haven't
bunch of
had
different
it's probably been it's probably been a year since I had the Pulse Audio go wonky on me. It usually does just work, but when it does go wonky, it
it really
it
goes
goes
wonky.
wonky.
And like that's sort of the thing. Like just pick one. Like if Pipewire is really the future, let's all get on board with Pipewire. Like I guess really like my thing is, can we just get an audio system that works? Like that's really all I want. Like come on, I know we can do it. And we've got also, just because they popped in here and we haven't acknowledged it yet, Arch Center, Joris, and TFL. Hope you're all doing good.
Yep.
Good. So now my week, I'm going to go ahead and say sorry for every new subscriber who has just gotten on here and thought maybe my channel was dead. I've been super inactive for the past little bit. The past couple of days I've been back on it, but yeah, I've been sort of AWOL for a while, for at least a good week. I was helping my sister watch dogs. I was working more, and then I had a ton of stuff. I mean, I've had to get oil change for my car, which it was a super fast oil change, but a nightmare too, because the guy wants, they're like, all right, so we can replace your tires. That's like all four of them need to be replaced.
Oh boy, that's
Yeah.
not cheap.
No, they quoted me $640 something for that.
Sounds like
Then
they're trying to milk you for all you were worth.
oh yeah, four tires for my car, dude. I drive a cheap ass Honda Fit from 2016. I mean, it's not old and it's not new either. But the thing about it is the tires are tiny, like, and I can buy them for $150, like for a set of two. So like
Imagine if a doctor did that, like a surgeon is like, okay, we're ready to do an operation on your pancreas, but hey, I've noticed you're having some heart issues. So for a few extra quid, I'm just going to go and replace that. But I also see that your brain isn't quite working optimally. So I'm going to replace that. Also, your arm is not, it's a little bit weird. So I'm just going to replace that for a little more
yeah,
money.
Yeah. I mean, the
Which will
thing
make
is,
it-
the thing though is I know for a fact that there are definitely some doctors out there who do upsell you on stuff. They're like, I mean, I know you're in perfect health and everything, but there's like 6 different vaccines that we give to people who are going overseas. Are you thinking about going overseas in the next 6 months, possibly? Like, come on, get real. Everyone, like, let's be honest, TFL, do you know for a fact that if you're going to go, like, if whether or not you're going to go out of the country or, you know, across country in the next 6 months?
Yes, I'm not going to do that.
Okay,
I
but
almost
see,
went to Scotland. Does that kind of count?
and see, I was just about to say that. Exactly. You can have anything at any point come up where you have to leave. And so, you know, there are definitely those people out there who are like, I'm not sure. I'll just go ahead and get them. How much is it going to cost? $150? Why not? Like,
I think it would make more sense to actually get that if you know you're going to go. Just,
I mean,
it's just a no-brainer to me.
the thing though is it is very good that most of the doctors, or pretty much the entire medical profession, is against upselling. But the mechanic industry, I really, that's one of the things that I don't like. They're constantly trying to upsell you because in all reality, they know that most people don't know anything about cars, like, at all. So you can't, and that's the reason I go to the people that I do, because like the one thing that gets me about any place I go to have my oil changed is if they tell me my air filter is dirty, I keep an eye on my air filter. I know whether or not it's clean or dirty, and I've had places tell me that it's dirty, they need to replace it. It'll be like $25 or something, and I know whether or not it's dirty, and that's just one of the things that they can easily do. And a lot of places do it because, again, most people don't know about the cars they drive.
Well, they don't know about the computers they run either.
No, yeah,
The people that just pick it up off of Walmart, turn it on, they don't know nothing about.
I mean, like, come on, like, boys, let's be completely real. There are people out there that genuinely still to this day think that they can download an app and get more RAM in their computer.
I don't know.
I mean, you're not one of those people, but those people definitely do exist. Like,
Well,
Very presumptuous of you. Maybe I am.
even on a
I would hope not.
even on a more serious, more basic level, and you ask them how much RAM it has, and they don't tell you how much RAM it has. They tell you how much storage it has.
Oh yeah.
God, that
Hitting
hurt.
all the wrong words.
I laughed during that.
They don't. I was like, no, not how much storage. How much RAM does the thing have?
Yeah.
Because it's because of the word memory, isn't it? People, it's like if you go to like look on Amazon
Yeah,
or
they think
something,
memories
how
are-
much memory.
They think
will
memory
tell you how-
storage now. When did this happen?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, good lord. Oh my god, I'm dying. Oh,
You're live streaming, aren't you?
oh yeah.
Just dying in your stream. Yeah, good job.
Well, if you need any like indication of how popular it is for people to have that misunderstanding, the first time Dylan told me that he had 128 gigs in his computer, like of RAM, I thought he meant hard drive space, and I was like, no, like come on, like how much RAM do you have in your computer?
Yeah,
No, that
I
would-
don't blame
Holy
you for that.
cow!
That was obviously
That's a lot of
before. That was obviously before I got really familiar with Dylan and how many like ridiculously overpriced graphics cards are in his house.
Yeah.
Oh.
I would just like a lowly old RX 580, but not
Yeah, that'd be
today's
nice.
climate.
Oh, dude. Yeah. No. So wait. Hold on. So you're telling me you're not willing to spend $700 on a $250 graphics card? What is this?
Nope.
I can't believe that, man. Like,
I think I've seen them for as low as 600, but they were as less than 200 back in November, December. I think even December they were still below 200.
well, Best Buy is like the Best Buy.
Because
I
I was actually looking at RX 570s, and then it's like, okay, an RX 570 costs this much, and for $20 more, I can get the same thing in an RX 580. Why am I looking at RX 570s? But that was like
a long time ago.
Yeah, then 3 months later, it's okay. Okay, never mind, and never mind. Next 6-core 12-thread processor. Let's go up getting the APU.
I mean, now APUs are about the only thing that makes sense. Like, I mean, they make more like I am absolutely ecstatic for AMD. Like, if you're an AMD employee, an AMD executive, like, if you're not enjoying the hell out of life right now, I don't know what's going on with you. The current market, like, their APUs have never, they've always been impressive, graphically speaking.
Right.
But it's finally gotten to a point now where they're impressive enough where if you buy the 5700G, I mean, you're getting an 8-core, 16-thread CPU that is clocked fast. It is not an underpowered processor, and you can game at 1080p low to medium settings on just about every AAA game for $268, and that's overpriced. Like, you should be able to just get it for $250 MSRP and be
Right,
well,
I think
it's actually cheaper than that, but whatever. That does, no, it's $358. That's what it is currently on Amazon. But either way,
I way overpaid for my 3400G. I think it was supposed to be a $150 to $200 chip. I think it was a $150 chip. And I actually saw it I saw it for under 200 before I bought it, but by the time I bought it, it was fluctuating between 250 and 300. I got it, I think, for 270. But considering the options,
yeah. I mean, what else are you going to get?
Yeah.
I mean, are you going to spend a whole $300 extra on a graphics card that you shouldn't have to?
Am I going to spend $100 extra on a CPU or freaking $400 extra on that I don't have on a graphics card? Nope.
Exactly. Like, that's what's cracking me up about my, like, local Best Buy right now. If I go down there and I want to buy a graphics card, I'm not shitting you, the only graphics card they have in stock is a GT 1030, and guess how much they sell that bitch for?
How much?
Hundreds.
200 and something dollars. Like, I know it's just under 250 for a GT 1030, man.
How much VRAM?
2 gigs and DDR3 too.
Isn't that like a 8-year-old card or something?
Insulting.
I don't think it's.
I can't remember. GT 1030. I believe that's Pascal. No, that's not Pascal. No, that's the newer architecture. Or is it Pascal?
I remember when a 1050 Ti, I think I picked it up for cheaper than that, or it was a long time
I bought
ago,
a 1050 Ti for $78. Like, it's ridiculous, man. A 1030 for 200? Like, I mean, you'd have to be snorting cocaine, doing some type of very hard drug to be diluted enough to be like, oh, that's worth the price, 100%.
Well, no, it shows you that no one's being diluted. If it's still on the shelf.
Well, I mean, no one's being diluted, but also at the same time, like, they're. To be honest, like, the current market that we're in is almost unbelievable, because all right, so we're all consumers here talking. Like, we all buy stuff from time to time. So, and as consumers, everyone here in this room can agree that graphics card prices are completely unreasonable. Like,
it's
completely. And the only justification for it is the fact that, well, you know, silicon's going short and just everybody wants to buy it. Really, it's not that everyone's buying it. It's that there's a select, not a select few, it's still a large number of people, but there's still, in the grand scheme of things compared to everyone else, there's a select few that are buying up the graphics cards and then trying to sell them at a massive profit. And the sad part is we all need parts. And scalpers know that. So, like, yeah, you might try and hold out for another 4 or 5 months before buying a new part. But if you're looking to upgrade now and that graphics card bites the dust, which, look, if you're looking to upgrade, it's probably because you're running your graphics card a little too hard, playing games that, you know, it probably can't handle to run all that well. And you're pushing it as hard as you can. That bitch gonna die here soon. And guess what? You're gonna have to buy from him. Like, it's a messed up marketplace that doesn't make any sense and shouldn't exist.
Even the ones that have been mined to death on eBay are grossly overpriced.
Yeah. Dude, okay,
Hell yeah.
so my buddy's been mining through, like, what is it, like mine hash or some shit like that. Just like when he's not gaming, like when he goes to work, he turns on the miner on both of his GPUs. And someone on some Discord that he hangs out on offered him $350 plus $75 shipping to send him a 570 or what is it?
Sounds like Dylan.
Might have been.
Dylan comes to mind because he's mining.
I mean, if we're being completely honest, like with how many Titan Vs Dylan has access to, I don't think he needs a 5700 XT. If we're being completely honest. But like that graphics card, I bought it brand new for $400, like 2 years ago. So it's not worth that. Not at all, but somebody will still pay it. And he didn't take it because he knows he could put it on eBay and get more for it. He could easily get $600 for that graphics card. Which it's not okay, but in the current marketplace, like you'd have to be stupid not to. Like
who's paying these prices?
I saw the PS5s too. I don't know, the PS5s for like what, $1,400 plus. I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, it truly is ridiculous.
Because if it's not a completely, absolutely worthless card, someone like the one you were referring to, someone's actually buying this stuff at these prices. How?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think if we're going to be completely honest, graphics cards are so overpriced that when you want a graphics card, the way that most people's minds work is like it's the same type of mindset that keeps people losing money at slot machines and playing the lottery. Like you spend $40 and you win you win $60. And so in all reality, you've won $20, but most people look at it as you've won $60. So for most people, like let's say you want to get a new graphics card, you're looking at 5700 XT, you go on eBay, you see people asking ridiculous prices, like $700 for a like easily $400 brand new card. And you're like, damn it, I just can't do that. But you keep going, and on Craigslist or somewhere else, maybe even still on eBay, you find someone selling it for, $580, $620, somewhere in there. You're like, oh shit, I'm saving money. You're not saving money at all. But that's the mindset that keeps people buying graphics cards.
Over, but not bent over is bad, and it looks so good.
Exactly. Like, and that's what makes it looks appealing. You're like, oh, I could get screwed this bad. So if I'm only getting screwed this bad, it's fine.
Shops actually take advantage of that.
Mm-hmm.
Shops will often put something on sale next to something that's similar but not on sale, just to make the thing that they really want to sell look interesting.
Yeah, and that's another thing too. Like when it comes to stuff being on sale all the time, almost all of it is at retail price. Like when you walk into somewhere and you see like a pair of pants for $19.99, like when it comes to stuff on sale, the only thing that's getting the best deal you're getting is the company, the retailer that is selling it to you hasn't been able to sell it at their price. So they've cut it down, they've taken out all of their profit margin, and they're selling it to you at the actual product's value. And that's the most savings that you're getting. And the only reason they'll do that is because they want to get that shit out of the store, get it in your hands so they can restock with stuff they can sell for higher. Like, I mean, and I don't know, it's one of those things where like once you know it, it's like, oh, obviously that's how business works. But if no one's explained it to you, you go into a store and you see something on clearance and you're like, oh, I'm definitely going to buy this because it's such a good deal. It's not a tuba.
Yeah. See that all the time.
Yeah. I mean, my grandmother is that person. She will walk in and see a clearance rack and buy a whole bunch of shit that she doesn't need, she was never gonna buy, but because the deal is so good, she has to.
Look how much money I saved.
Exactly. And like, it hurts too, because it's like, dude, like, I can't remember what my grandmother bought an extra bath mat, and she was so ecstatic about it because she got a great deal on it. Okay. Did she need a new bath mat? No. Was she thinking about buying a new bath mat? No. you don't need it, so you didn't save any money whatsoever. Like this shouldn't be a conversation that needs to ever be had with a human being, but it does need to be had. Like a lot of the stuff that you buy, you only buy because you're thinking you're getting a good deal on it.
No, you didn't save any money. You lost money.
Exactly. Like, and that's also like something that I tell people at Subway who come in all the time. Like people will come in and they'll be like, I'm really dying for like a meatball sub. And I make them up a meatball sub, and then they start to have me loaded up with veggies, and they're like, I'll take some green pepper. I'm not too big on it, but I want to be healthy. And I'm like, I will always stop for that person and be like, just so you know, if you don't want it, and you're already going to get the meatball, don't add it on there because it's healthy. It's just that green pepper still has calories. It's not gonna give you any minerals or stuff that you actually need. Right. Like it's only healthy. Like I explained it to one woman. I was like, this would like me adding on green peppers and onions and lettuce and everything to your sandwich is only healthy if it's a veggie sandwich or like a ham sandwich. Like that's the only time where it really helps because you're not taking in a lot of calories in the first place, so you're just adding more with healthy stuff. Like I will never understand the person who comes in and loads up their sandwich with extra stuff to try and look like they're healthy when you're eating a meatball sandwich, man, covered in marinara.
Especially the meatball.
Yeah. Like, do you know how much sodium is in this? Like, you're not replacing sodium with lettuce. Like, that's not gonna happen. That's not how life works, man.
What is the tuna, by the way?
Tuna is it's shredded tuna. I think we can't remember where we get it. I think we get ours like different Subways. It comes from different places, but normally it's somewhere like Florida or somewhere like that, like pretty close to wherever you are. But the tuna's pretty good. The only thing about it is like you get 2 packets of tuna which are like this big, and they're like that thin. So like a decent amount of tuna, and then you get like a bag of mayonnaise that's like this big and like that thick. Yeah. And you just mix in a huge bag of mayonnaise with all the tuna. Like the one disturbing thing to me about working at Subway.
Well, the thing is, someone said there's been a couple stories where they DNA tested the Subway tuna, and there wasn't no tuna showed up in the test.
Yeah, because I think they, to be honest, I can't remember what fish it is, but there's another fish that's in the same family as tuna. And I think that's what like they use a lot of the times in like almost all brands of tuna. They mix it in with actual tuna. Just because tuna, like, if you don't know this or not, but like we're sort of hunting tuna to extinction right now. So they're trying to come up with different ways of supplementing tuna so we don't like actually kill off every single tuna in the world. But the funny thing though is people will come in and they'll get a tuna sandwich, which already, dude, in that tuna, there's already a shitload of mayonnaise. An absolute shitload. And then they will get more mayo on top of it. And the amount of people that come in and they're like extra mayo, like on the top.
Are you serious? Like,
yeah. Oh yeah, dude, all the time.
Kind of gross.
All the time.
It's a bit much. I try to avoid mayonnaise if I can because it is just lumps of fat as far as I see it.
Just a little bit. I like putting like 1 teaspoon.
Yeah. And see, here's the thing. Depending on what you're eating, mayonnaise is actually pretty good for you because it is high in fats. So if you're eating very lean protein or something like mozzarella cheese, where
it's good fat.
Yeah, and
just a load of saturated.
Well, and see that's the thing. In mayonnaise, again, depending on the mayonnaise that you're getting, if it's good mayonnaise, which we actually at Subway we do get pretty good mayonnaise, it has healthy fats in it, and so like you're adding healthy fat into your diet. But the thing though is like when your sandwich is 90% mayonnaise, like that's essentially just a fat sandwich with starch. And like maybe some greens if you're healthy, like minded.
Kind of sounds like a mayonnaise soup with a bit of bread in it.
It literally is.
It
is. It's a mayonnaise soup inside of a sandwich, and it's disgusting the amount of people that get it. Like, if you worked at Subway, you'd know like almost everybody gets a tuna sandwich, and the sad part is for most of those people, they're trying to be healthy. Like that's what makes it really sad for me. Cause I mean, a lot
And then
of,
there's all the plastic in it. And how healthy is that really going to be?
actually, like that's something I could talk. I might get in trouble for talking about this, but I really don't care. Okay, so we have some specialty cookies because I know
Oh boy.
either customers that I work with or people that I work with possibly watch this. I don't know. We'll find out. But so we have some caramel apple cookies like that.
You're not going to have a job for long, are you?
I mean, I won't be heartbroken if I lose my job at Subway. Like, I mean, I like working there. I like the people there, but also at the same time, like, I mean, it's not my everything. It definitely doesn't pay me enough to make me like care about it in some special sense. It's, I just waylaid my knee on my desk and moved my monitor. The caramel apple cookies that we have right now, they're not always in season. You're not always going to find them at Subway. Hopefully to God, they never bring it back. But you have to like bake the cookie just like anything else. And then you have caramel drizzle that you have to put on top of it. And so we have these special like plastic bottles that have a very, very high melting temperature. So you like what we do is we take the bottle and we unscrew it and we fill it with caramel. And I mean, again, it's caramel, like cold, like at room temperature. It might not be as hard as a rock, but with a little tiny, soft. Yeah, it's not soft and it's thick. I mean, it might as well just be like some really thick syrup. So like the bottle that we have, like again, it's a drizzle that's supposed to go on top of it. So you can't just heave-ho it through the drizzle and get it on there. Like that's not happening. So what you have to do is you have to pour it into the bottle or take the bottle that's already filled and slap it in the microwave. Or I mean, we run it under, like at least I do. I don't know if everyone there does this, but I run it under hot water so that I can get it, at least a little bit heated up, a little bit less room temperature, and then I wipe it down, slap it in the microwave, and it's like microwave it for like 30 seconds. So that bitch is like, and then I take oven mitts. I put on oven mitts and hold the bottle and drizzle it over the cookies. I am very confident in saying that there is probably some health concerns about microwaving caramel inside of a plastic bottle. I don't care what type of special plastic it is. And then pouring it over cookies. I'm 100% sure. And
actually, maybe Todd, it might depend how long it's in there and how hot it gets.
I mean, it definitely does.
Yeah.
It definitely does. And again, we're not microwaving it for like a super long time. But
I'm craving tuna now. I never craved tuna, but now I am.
Yeah,
Burn out 40K.
I'm eating a nice caramel ice cream right now, a luxury Magnum caramel ice cream because of you guys going on about caramel.
I used to work at Arby's, and I think I don't know if we had caramel or fudge or what we had, or if it was there, but I think I just run the hot water. The hot water would get like stupid hot, and I just clog the sink and then just keep that in there for like 10 minutes, and then cut the bottom of the bag, and then I would just wrap my fingers around the bag, tie a knot, and start squeezing it.
Well, see, the thing though is like for us at our hand sink, the water, like it's weird. Like, so if we go back to the dish sink, like that dishwater will get, I mean, like that shit will get so hot, like you'll wish you didn't have a hand holding it.
Yeah, the turnovers. We used to do the turnovers, and I used to get the hot water.
Yeah.
I used to try to not touch it, and it probably was the same, maybe health.
Dude, it's
the plastic just as hot.
Exactly. Like, and I mean, the thing about working at Subway that sort of blows my mind is, or not really blows my mind, it really does make me feel sad for people, is the amount of people that come in there and they get a, even if it's not the healthiest sandwich ever, they get like a steak and cheese, and they get a few veggies, they get, like wheat bread, and they try and be healthy all the way through down the line. And then we get down there, and at the end of the line, they've got a 6-inch healthy sandwich, but they get 2 cookies, a bag of chips, and a fucking large Coke. And I'm like, dude, man, like that's what pisses me off about Subway is we brand ourselves as a healthy restaurant, but like, and it's healthy, like, until you get done with your sandwich. Like,
But your microtransactions suck.
yeah. Like, and see, the crazy thing too is if we don't act like, I am technically at the register, I am supposed to ask you whether or not you would like cookies. Like, I'm not supposed to let you go without asking you if you want cookies. I find that horrible. If you've come in there and gotten a flatbread, healthy as fuck sandwich and are about to leave, I would think it would, like, if as somebody who's tried to lose weight, I consider it a egregious offense to be like, hey man, would you like 3 cookies? It's only $1.50. Like,
agreed. That is pretty messed up.
And you're working so hard to like sit there mentally too to prepare a meal for yourself too.
I can see your rotundness. You must have a cookie before you go.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, you've already come into some place that's healthy. Like, you're supposed to be getting a healthy option, and you walk up there, and like, if we're being completely honest, the first counter that you walk up to before the rest of the meats is the meatball. So the first thing that you're presented with is an unhealthy option. Like, and the most common bread that I give out is unhealthy, herbs and cheese. Yeah. Like, I mean, your bread is already covered with extra flour and herbs, and then topped with cheese. That, hey, guess what? If most likely you're already going to get cheese on it anyway. You're probably not going to taste the extra cheddar on top.
I was hoping they were all natural herbs. I just like the crispiness of that little cheese part.
Well, I mean,
cheddar cheese.
The herbs are all natural, but they're like to have it. So like the way you're supposed to make the bread is you take the like the frozen bread, like good Lord, the frozen bread strips that they have, like for the foot long and everything. Like, you take that and you put it in the retarder. I know people are going to have a hard time with that word, but you put it in there so it'll start rising. Or you put it in there, then you put it in the riser, and you let it start rising for about 10 minutes, so it gets just a tiny bit
make sure
doughy.
your bread is good and done before you start eating it.
Exactly.
All the same bread, and except for the wheat.
Well, I mean, the wheat is just the bread. The flat bread is just the bread. The white bread is, again, just the bread. But the herbs and cheese is like after you've let the dough rise just for like 10 minutes, because I mean, it's going to rise for like an hour or so. Anyway, but once you've let it rise for about 10 minutes, it's a little doughy, and so then you grab that and you stick it in the herbs and cheese, and that way it's not frozen, so like the herbs will actually stick to it and everything. But you still mix it with flour, because you can take your gloves and rummage around in the flour, and that way every time you pick up a stick of dough, it doesn't just become fused with your gloves and never come off. So I mean, like, it's one of those things where it's not the most unhealthiest bread, but it's still, if you're trying to be mindful and you're trying to go somewhere that has healthy options so that you can lose weight, it's not good to have the entire place loaded up with pounds and pounds of sugar and sodium, and like, those are the options that are like on display for
I'm trying to
everyone.
lose weight as well. I'm trying to lose body fat, and that.
Hey, DistroTube, welcome to the Linux Land Podcast, Subway Edition.
Yeah, DT. Sorry about making you hungry. Well, and that, see, DT, that so DT said Subway tuna is so boring. If your tuna is just tuna and mayo, then what's the point? I mean, you're exactly right. And that's sort of the thing that trips me up about people, is a lot of people come in there and want our tuna because they know it's just tuna and, well, mayo. But a lot of people don't even know, like, a lot of people think we use our light mayo to make the tuna because, like, the light mayo, I mean, that would make sense. We're a health restaurant. Why? I mean, honest to God, why do we even carry the regular mayo? And we should just have light mayo. As somebody who works at Subway, I don't care. Any person can argue with me about this to the death. I don't give two fucks what you say. The light mayo and mayo taste exactly the same. I don't care what you say. They taste exactly I have taken a finger of each one and licked it. They both taste exactly the same. It's just one is slightly healthier. You should probably only... So what do you mean? What about the mayo?
I use the real stuff.
It was a really bad joke.
Oh. Well, I mean, like the thing though is like it really doesn't matter which one you get, but again, like I don't know, I get pissed off at Subway because I'm like, I work at a health food restaurant and we are not serving healthy meals. Like there's a guy who comes in every day and gets a meatball footlong on white bread with mozzarella cheese, and like I mean every day he comes in, which he's a great guy, he's super interesting, he's really cool. That is not a healthy meal. Like, and the fact that I work at a healthy restaurant, it upsets me because I see a lot of people that are trying to lose weight and they have to deal with constant, sugar and sodium advertisements all over. I mean, dog, the thing that we advertise the thing we advertise the most there is all of the unhealthy shit. What?
Coca-Cola.
Coke?
I watched a documentary on that the other day, being like the number one diabetes in Mexico.
The Coke documentary?
People are dying down there left and right from diabetes. I said that's
I'm not
crazy.
surprised.
And they're still selling more Coke down there, and the only access they have to real nice water is the Coca-Cola factory. That's the only one in the whole country that puts the well down underground. And everybody else gets like cruddy river water. That's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in that documentary.
Yeah, well, I mean, like that's why if you're ever talking to like some like true capitalists, like some people who are all down for capitalism through and through, they'll tell you that Coke is the pinnacle of capitalism, because like how do you compete with a beverage manufacturer that can make their drink for cheaper than water?
Apparently, you used to actually have cocaine in it back in the day. I don't know if it's true or not. There's just one I heard
They did.
Yeah. I've kind of says it all, really, doesn't it?
Yeah. I've had
And
a
foundation for the company.
They're still this only company that's allowed to import it for the medical industry, from what I understand.
Yep.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and see, here's the thing: you can get bottles of Coke still with cocaine in them. You can still do that.
All right.
But
the
the thing though is there's like that Coke would be like, if you were caught with it, it would be considered the same as you carrying around just regular cocaine. So it comes with the same like legal problems as the cocaine does, which is kind of a problem. Like I don't know about you, but like I might like Coke, like Coca-Cola, but I'm not willing to go to jail for a Coca-Cola any time in my life, ever. I mean, but
I've got to get that fixed.
Let's be completely honest. If you're a cocaine addict, I don't think Coca-Cola has enough cocaine in it to really soothe you.
I don't know. Maybe it was supposed to be addicting or something. Who knows? Back in the day, or to do something, or to have that edge on that drink.
That's what it was for. I mean, to be honest, when cocaine was in Coca-Cola, they knew it was addictive, but in the same manner that caffeine's addictive. They truly didn't know how bad cocaine was. And I mean,
we would like to hope.
Well, I mean, the thing though is doctors at the time, really, it was very controversial as to how addictive cocaine was. Because, I mean, if we're being completely honest, to this day, it's still a controversial subject of as to how, addictive caffeine is.
10 to 20.
Yeah, just ask Dylan that. He knows, he's all about caffeine addiction.
Yeah. I mean,
monsters, caffeine, I'm sure.
See, the thing though is like when it comes to addictive substances, like it's weird. Like you'll never get rid of them. We'll never get rid of caffeine and nicotine, like ever.
Sugar.
Sugar
too. I mean, sugar too. I see so many people that are like so. And I didn't start noticing it too till I started riding the train, and I see all these people that might have like boredom eating or something like that, and I'm just like, oh my gosh,
dude, it truly is a real problem. It really, like those poor people, like I have a buddy who drinks primarily Coke. Like that's pretty much. I actually have two buddies that drink primarily Coke. Like
the sugary stuff or diet.
Sugary. Which I mean, so here's the thing too that like not a lot of people acknowledge. So like when it comes to a diet drink, all of the negatives of Coke, you're still getting. Like,
Oh, the diet stuff is even scarier.
yeah,
I
well, yeah,
agree.
How come?
yeah.
Because of things like aspartame?
Well,
Yeah,
see,
aspartame.
here's the thing. So, aspartame and sucralose are things that people have a very weird view of. Like, yes, there are peer-reviewed studies that show that it could cause cancer, but the problem with that is anything like. In every peer-reviewed study, almost everything causes cancer, because we truly, like, to be honest, as people, the odds that you will get cancer in your life is so great that it's really hard. Like, if you live long enough, the odds that you're going to get cancer is, I mean, it's almost too great. It's pretty much the most natural killer.
Unfortunate.
It really is.
Especially between your plastic apples and my plastic turnovers. People are fine.
Exactly. And I mean, like, so like aspartame causing cancer, sucralose causing cancer, like that's not really the problem with it. The problem with it, okay, like when you drink a Coke, like the real problem with it is, so you're drinking a carbonated beverage, for one, it's going to bloat you no matter what. And when you
God, I get that big time.
yeah,
Horrible.
and so when you get bloated,
I physically cannot drink so much.
yeah, like you're, for one, every time you drink a Coke, you notice it. You instantly know that you get bloated. When you're bloated, that causes good, what was it called? Like when your veins get restricted. Oh shit.
Your vein, huh?
Death.
Inflammation. Shit, I can't remember. Fuck. Anyway, just it causes inflammation throughout the body, and so like that's like causing yourself inflammation is really not a good idea. It's just really not. So you have inflammation, which is a problem. But then you also have the problem of you're drinking citric acid, so you're drinking something that is, no matter what, going to eat away at your stomach lining. Which, here's the thing:
Isn't it like almost as acidic as like battery acid or something?
yeah,
if not more.
dude, cops use it to clean up blood off the street.
Yeah, I've used it to clean out my drains.
Yeah, cops, like, especially around here, they're required to keep two liters of Coke in the back of their car, because if something is to happen on the road, they can just pour the Coke on there and get the blood off really quick, so they don't
And we drink
disturb.
that shit.
I mean, I don't know about you, man, but like some 90-degree Coke in the back of a trunk doesn't sound delicious to me.
Oh, well, I didn't mean literally that particular. And I hope nobody drinks that one. That sounds really horrendous.
And this is very important too for the Linux community, because most of the people are sitting behind their computer or something like that. I want them to stay healthy, not drinking all this Coca-Cola.
Yeah, and
moderation.
I think that's the really big problem with Diet Cokes is their name, Diet. Because you
misleading.
So you drink it and you're like, okay, so I'm being healthier. All right, here in all reality is the only thing that you're doing by drinking a Diet Coke. You are drinking something that's not going to give you diabetes. Awesome. Cool. Every other negative health side effect, losing your teeth eroding, your stomach lining eroding. Now, again, if you drink plenty of water, you should be fine. Like when it comes to drinking a Coke or so, every couple of days, you'd be fine. But the thing though is most people don't drink enough water. Most people fucking only drink Cokes. Like, let's be fucking real. Most people only drink
That
Cokes.
was me a few years ago.
Like, and so here's the thing. Also, when you're drinking diet drinks, the really big egregious problem with it is it throws your insulin, like your body's ability to create and deploy insulin gets fucked. Because if you're drinking every day Diet Coke, what happens is the aspartame and sucralose or whatever, they are chemicals that when you drink them, it tricks your brain into thinking it's sweet. And the reason that's a problem is because your brain thinks that you have just drank something very sweet filled with sugar, and so instantly your body deploys insulin. And so if your body is all day long, because you're drinking Cokes all day long, deploying insulin, guess what? When you actually eat something sugary, your body could not be able to deploy the actual needed insulin because it's constantly overdosing itself with insulin when it doesn't need to. And also that comes with its own health side effects. Like when you're when you're constantly having insulin in your body and you're not having any sugar, that causes problems too. It like the idea that you're being
This won't give you diabetes. This is a different kind of poison.
I mean, that's literally what it is.
It's still poison.
Yeah. Like, I mean,
when I was younger, I used to drink a lot of Coke. I mean, a lot. So I would be that kind of person who would pretty much never drink water and would have like at least a couple of cans every single day. And that went on for years and years and years. Yeah, it was pretty bad. And anyway, fast forward about 10 years, I have gut problems. What a shock.
Yeah.
And I've always been quite sure that the reason I have gut problems is because of that.
Oh, and well, I'll go ahead and tell you, it is because of that, like 100%.
Exactly.
Like it
yeah, I'd be so scared of kidney stones too.
Mm-hmm. Well, and see, like the thing though too is a lot of kids don't understand. Like a lot of, like, let's be honest, a lot of like prepubescent kids, or like right around that age, they're going through puberty and they're having problems with acne and stuff, and they think it's because of puberty. Dude, the leading cause of acne, man, is sugar. Is over intaking sugar. When your diet is shit and you're taking in, so here's the thing that like a lot of people don't understand. Do you know how much sugar an average 200-pound male is supposed to take in a day?
None.
Any of you know? No, you need sugar, man. That the dumbest thing is cutting out sugar completely. If you cut out sugar, grams. 30 grams, that's actually pretty close. That's really close. It's 30, I think it's 36 grams. It might be 32, but I believe it's 36 grams of sugar. If you go down to the store and you pick up one, and I mean just fucking one, A&W root beer, guess how much sugar is in that thing?
Way more than that.
So here in America, the way that we do it is we have the total sugar in the drink and then included sugar. And here's the thing. You have to add those two together. Yeah, you have to add those two together because included sugar would make you think that, oh, that's part of total sugar. But no, because if you actually read it, sometimes there's like 70, like there's more included sugars or the same amount as the total sugar, which doesn't make any sense. And that's because you have to add the two together. So inside of one A&W root beer, there's about 140 grams of sugar in it. There's yeah. And even
a lot more restricted over here, by the way. A lot more.
Well, see, and here's the thing too. Even if it was only the total sugar was accurate, that's 74 grams of sugar, man. That is almost 3 times what you should take in a day. Like
scary.
That's.
And then there's people who will like sit and drink probably loads of those root beer things.
Well, I mean, in one can of Coke, in one 8-ounce can of Coke, there's over 50 grams of sugar in it. 1 gram of sugar is the equivalent of 1 sugar cube. So take 50 fucking sugar cubes, stack them up next to an 8-ounce can of Coke, and tell me that you could shove those many sugar cubes into that can. You can't.
That's so gross.
Yeah. And there are people that drink 4 or 5 of those a day and wonder why they have medical issues.
Yeah, and if you're drinking or like drinks too mixed with aspartame, like you said, your body's thinking and kind of trying to counteract this thing, and it's doing its thing during the day, and then all of a sudden, you
crash.
All of a sudden, yeah, especially you drink the aspartame, or you're drinking the aspartame, and then you drink the Coca-Cola with sugar, and all of a sudden your body's used to this aspartame you're drinking, and it's just like, hey, now I just got an influx of 140 grams of sugar. Boom.
Well, see, your body's not going to react the same because guess what? It's learned that it doesn't need it because it's gotten used to you drinking something that tastes sweet, your body reacting, and then not needing it. So, like, because you're like, I mean, your body, like, here's the thing. I think a lot of people don't understand it. Like, your body is not stupid. Like, yes, like this big organ up here that you think is you, like, guess what? Like, you're not the only one in, like, using it. Your body also uses it. Your body can tell, like, okay, so I've just drank something sweet. I need to deploy insulin. It deploys insulin. And then guess what? you didn't drink sugar. So the insulin just gets wasted. So your body's like, oh, well, I should hold on to my insulin and not use it up when I hear like, or I get the signal that I've drank something sweet because it's not needed. So then when you do drink fucking 50 grams of sugar in like 4 minutes, your body's like, it's all good. And then guess what? You're pre-diabetic 2 weeks later because you've been drinking Diet Cokes for like the past 10 years. Like, I mean, it should be basic health.
That. Thanks for reminding me. I regret it so badly. It was. I wish I'd drank more water. And the weird thing is I was working out a lot back then. The two just don't add up. It's like smoking crap tons every day and then working out and then thinking you're all healthy. What?
And see, that's the funny thing that like a lot of people don't understand is like a lot of people see like athletic people and they're like, oh, that they're healthy. Like, just because someone is athletic does not mean they're at all healthy. I shit you not. I've known a guy who was a cocaine addict, like didn't want to be on cocaine, had some really bad life shit happen, and he got addicted to cocaine and wanted nothing more than to quit. If you looked at him from the outside, it looked like he was a really healthy guy. Like, I mean, he wasn't like a bodybuilder, but like he was striving to get there. People don't understand, like, just because you're athletic does not mean you're healthy. Just because you stay in good shape does not mean you're treating your body right. Like,
it helps.
Like this right here, not healthy. Not healthy. Like, I might look.
What is it?
Like, I mean, no, this is some Disaronno.
I don't even know what that is. I've never heard of it.
It's the world's favorite Italian liquor.
That sounds good.
Yes.
Whatever that is, that sounds good.
That's more.
It's like 28. So it's like 28%. It's not super high alcohol, and it's sweet. And so like that's, if I'm ever gonna do shots or like I'm drinking like on vacation, I'm gonna drink all day, this is what I choose because it's sweet. I can have it sort of on and off throughout the day, and I can also do shots without needing a chaser because it doesn't taste like ass and burn all the way down. I mean, it still burns.
You said it was the honey. I like the honey.
It's very similar to Tennessee honey, like in its sweetness.
You would love that crack and spice rum I go on about. You would love that because it's got that really sweet taste.
Dude, the weirdest thing ever. So like, I hate fucking wine. Hate it. I don't know if like are any of you wine guys?
It's the best.
Really? Really? Jeff, do you like wine?
Not really. It's not bad.
See,
I like it.
Okay, I'm a little bit of a polar opposite. Most wine I fucking hate. There are some that are good, but most I hate. Dude, my mom got this Cajun wine, and like it's got Cajun spices mixed in with the wine. It sounds disgusting, right? Sounds horrible.
Sounds awesome, actually.
Dude, I drank it. It's amazing. It's so good.
Oh, okay, cool.
Were you about to say Bloody Mary?
Tabasco sauce. They're like a Bloody Mary or something like that. Yeah.
Dude, okay. I was hanging out with my buddy, and now he's not an alcoholic, but he drinks a lot. Like for me, like, you know, I don't consider myself a stoner. Like, I mean, in high school I did because I smoked quite a bit, but like I don't smoke all the time, but I smoke from time to time. He drank just like I did. From time to time he drinks. And there was one day where we were hanging out, and like I ended up spending the night on his houseboat, and we woke up the next morning, both of us, like, I mean, it was a weekend, we didn't have shit to do. I was like, dude, you just want to get fucked up and go out on the lake? And he was like, hell yeah. So the first thing we did, like after having that conversation, like 8 o'clock in the morning, is make us both up some Bloody Marys. I've never had one before that. I was expecting it to be to be honest, I've heard of Bloody Marys. I was expecting it to be amazing. Like, I took a big old swig. I mean, like a big swig. That motherfucker put so much vodka in that. Like, dude, I drank that one huge swig. For one, I was like, okay, I can't do this at 8 o'clock in the morning. I just can't. But I was already like, I might as well have taken a full mouthful of just straight vodka. I mean, there was maybe a little bit of Bloody Mary extras in there, but it was mostly vodka.
Oh, I could never do those.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't mind having, I haven't drank in a very long time, but if I were to drink again, I would have maybe a drink or two just to enjoy it while doing some computer stuff. You know, maybe some one. Have you ever had the trash can, Irish trash can with the Red Bull in it?
Yeah, yeah.
Those were good. I liked having like one of those. And then maybe something with lemon. I like having something with like a
Yeah.
fruit, like an actual like lemon vodka or the like lemon drop or something like that. Because a nice little shot after that to finish it off and go play a video game, you know, was a really
Dude.
great experience. You know, not overkilling it, but just hey, have a good Red Bull and Irish trash can, a lemon drop after that, and go play a video game.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll be back in 1 second. I have to go blow my nose. But also, before I go, Chris said in chat, thyroid has a lot to do with human bodies releasing chemicals. My mom has like a really bad thyroid. Yes, when your thyroid goes bad, dude, that causes so much shit, like weird shit to be wrong. Like, but I'll be back in 1 second. Y'all keep talking.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw that. Did you see it? That was too funny. He had to go blow his nose.
Right.
But
Either that or he's off to sniff some coke.
what's it called? Video games, a Super Tux card. Been playing that. Like that a whole bunch.
It's actually pretty good for what it is.
I agree.
It's fun.
What is it?
Super Tux Cart.
Oh yeah, dude. Me and Scraff need to play that again. Like go back into it because, like I'm gonna be honest. All right, so for anyone who's watching this and who doesn't hang out on the Discord, Scraft is a moderator over there. He is fantastic guy, super funny. I'm just going to go ahead and say this. If you ever want someone to play Super Tux Kart with, most likely he's online and can play with you. I will go ahead and give you a warning. If you're like me and you suck ass at Super Tux Kart, you're going to get pissed off. Like, you just will. He's too damn good at the game. Like, I've never played with somebody before and within like 3 minutes just been like, what the how are you doing this? Stop. Because I mean, it's Super Tux Kart is a really good game. I think it's come along a really long way. And to be honest, a lot of FOSS games now are, I mean, dude, they're too damn good. Like Valorant, amazing
Never heard
game.
of that.
Check it out. It's
Zero.
Go ahead.
Zero AD.
Nope. Yeah. You haven't heard of Zero AD?
No, I got a whole bunch of things to look up, huh?
Oh yeah. Zero AD is like, it's hard to explain because it's not Civilization, but
okay.
it's in that same like vein of game, but it is a really good game. Zero AD is
Age of
great.
Empires. It's like Age of Empires.
Yeah.
If you are familiar with that at all.
No.
Okay.
No.
It just gets really
You've got
good.
another game to look up.
I've just been playing, like, I ended up getting this controller just to play my phone games with. So I put this like little thing in my controller, and all I do is just put my phone right into it, and it's Bluetooth. So I could also play on like the computer and stuff like that, or the laptop if I wanted to. But that's as far as I got with like playing maybe like Call of Duty on the mobile. So if I have like the backpack or if I'm on like a train or something like that, I can pull out the controller real fast and put my phone on it and play Call of Duty.
Yeah. I mean, like, so actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. Hold on. Let me go over here and grab it. So I've got, oh shit, it's going everywhere. All right. So I've got my Xbox One controller. It's the nice blue one, dude. I'm so glad I bought this one. This thing is just, it's so nice. But like this, like hands down for playing games on a computer or on a phone, fantastic. It works with Bluetooth. You can hook it up to like any phone, tablet, anything like that. So like I will set up my phone and play like Call of Duty Mobile and everything using this. You can also play like Stardew Valley on your phone using a controller. beautiful.
I had
What is
no
it
idea that
called?
was a thing. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Like mobile gaming.
Yeah,
What is
yeah,
it called?
dude. I mean, like nowadays, like when it comes to mobile gaming, like you'd be surprised with like the level of experience you can get. Again, like playing Stardew Valley on my phone with a controller, just laid back, so nice.
That's a good game.
I never heard
Yes,
of it.
Relaxing.
That's great. Let's
You
just
ne-
say with the controller, I've only died once out of like 50 games of Call of Duty.
oh yeah, and that's
People get
another
so
thing.
mad.
Dude, that's another thing. So like that controller charges with USB-C, so it's beautiful, like beautiful, because my phone charges with USB-C, so like it matches up perfectly. My laptop, like here, this hallway, which I'm going to be replacing next year with a Steam Deck, this charges with USB-C too. So I have like all of my devices that I'll have next year USB-C, so they can all be charged off of battery banks and through my like little solar setup, which is also something that like I guess we could talk about for a little bit, because I mean Jeff's doing the off-grid thing, and I'm really excited to be going off-grid too. And I know Tyler, or wait, you said you also go by Scott, right?
Yeah, I go by Scott.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say Scott, and then you'd be like, huh? Like who the fuck is Scott? But yeah, like so you're also considering going off grid and everything. So I know I posted a video talking about it. I don't know if you guys have seen it or all not. But there's two sheep that I'm looking at getting. They're not really looking. I've already went out there and seen them. But I'm hoping to be able to go pick them up this week, as long as no one else goes and gets them. I'm picking up a ewe and a ram, so a female and a male. They're a breeding pair. They're catted-in sheep, so they're hair sheep. They don't produce any wool, but they'll make good dairy and meat sheep. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm going to pick them up, and also this week I'm starting work on my little like nomadic wagon that I'm building. So for anyone who's watching this and has no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, next year I'll be completely off grid up at my grandparents' house. Not really at their house, at their property. I'll be spending some time in, we've got like my grandfather has like me and my grandfather have like a man cave up there. And so I can go up there and get internet access, have a nice couch, TV, stuff like that, to hang out with friends at. But I'm building a wagon and going to be grazing some sheep around my grandfather's property and the surrounding properties around it, which I've got to go talk to one more person and make sure I've got their approval to go through their property. But hopefully, I mean, in all reality, they've been family friends for generations, so I highly doubt it's going to be a problem. But yeah, I'll be completely off grid, have a wagon. It's going to be a very different type of lifestyle. There's going to be definitely a lot of interesting videos come out of it. But that's what I'm
I'm really looking forward to that.
Same here, man. I am so excited.
I'm excited to mock you. It's going to be so much
dude,
fun.
and see, here's the thing. I know 100% I'm going to get a ton of shit from people about like how it's either not going to work out or anything. But I mean, like I grew up on a farm. Like, even though I'm super into tech and everything, I've always liked being around animals. I've always liked raising animals, and I like one of the things that I'm really excited about is like, for me, like I don't have a very bad like sense of willpower, but when it comes to like my diet and everything, my diet is normally not nearly as good as it can be because I'm around a whole bunch. Again, I work at Subway. We've just had a really long conversation about how unhealthy Subway can be. And when you're shoved in a building all day long and you can technically eat anything that you want, you end up eating more cookies and drinking more Coke than you would normally drink. And so I'm excited to get out there.
You were talking about that solar oven too. I was really interested about, like, because I really want to get one of those things. I cannot wait till I can get one of those things. I'm not kidding. Like, you showed me that, and I was like, I need this thing in my life right now.
Yep, I'm getting the Go Sun Go. It's like it's like $140. They have a much bigger version that if you want to see about it, you can go to. There's a guy who's got a channel. It's called 123 Home Free. His name is Aaron Fletcher. He uses the bigger version of the Go Sun, and that one's like the regular version. That one is, I think it's like 250 or 260 bucks. But it's like almost double the length of the Go Sun Go. But the Go Sun Go is something that like you could tie to the back of a backpack. It's so small. And to be honest with what I'm going to be like, I'm pretty much, well, no, not pretty much. I'm only going to be cooking for me and possibly Buddy at the same time. And a lot of my diet is going to be eggs, milk, like sheep milk, and like cheese. Because the one thing that you can bet your fucking ass I can make and make a lot of is mozzarella cheese. I fucking love mozzarella cheese, and making mozzarella cheese out of milk is not hard. All you need is some like vinegar. That's pretty much it. You can take it out and make your own mozzarella. Vinegar is the lazy route of making mozzarella, but that's how your boy's gonna roll, the lazy way. 100%. But yeah, like, I mean, most, like, also, like, one of the things that got me really excited about becoming a shepherd and like raising sheep was watching Aaron Fletcher's channel, because if you watch him, he went voluntarily homeless or whatever like 12 years ago, and he's lived as a nomadic shepherd for about 8 years of that time. Before that, he was just going around with goats, with no wagon, just like the shit on his back, and traveled cross country doing that. And if you watch his channel and see what he eats, like, this man forages for his food and eats better than you can fucking imagine. Like, he goes into fields, like he'll pick and like go through and gather up like wild amaranth grain, grind it down, make amaranth bread covered with like his sheep's cheese and like wild parsley and shit. Like, I don't know how you can't think that's a great meal, but like some like fresh bread with some cheese over it, like, come on now. And to most people, he's homeless, so you would look at him and be like, oh, this guy probably doesn't eat that well. Nah, he eats better than you, man. He eats way better than you.
And they're probably spending thousands and thousands of dollars to do so, where he spent $200 and
and got a sheep, and then kept and like so like for me, like, the reason I'm doing is really just to really just as a way of escaping the anxiety that comes with having to have a job to support your lifestyle. Like, I'm not doing this to like promote a sustainable lifestyle or some shit like that. It's more of just so that my lifestyle is itself sustainable, where if I'm not making money, I'm pretty much fine. Like, the really only thing that I have to take care of is getting like I don't know, like the most that I'll have to buy in a month is a couple bottles of vape juice and like, a couple Delta 8 carts, just to, splurge, to have some like fun while I'm out there.
You can always make that too.
Well, I mean, the thing though is in my state, growing weed is illegal, so the Delta 8 carts I couldn't grow. But okay. And also when it comes to like tobacco and stuff, the growing it and processing it into like what you can make into vape juice, there's still ingredients I'd have to buy, so it's just cheaper for me to actually buy it in bottle form from the store. But
I used to own I used to get like a 5-gallon bucket of nicotine.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was telling my grandmother. I'm like, because I was telling her, I'm like, as long as I can ship stuff here, like, we'll be fine. Because I can order, like, what I'm planning on doing is, so here in, I'm actually planning on taking, like, doing it today, getting everything posted, but I'm selling the main desktop, the ultralight. I'm keeping the microphone, obviously, keeping the webcam, just because whatever I'm using. Like the Steam Deck, I can't remember if the Steam Deck has a webcam in it, but even if it does, it's probably garbage anyway. And I've got USB-C adapters already, all of that shit taken care of. But like there's some stuff that I'm keeping, but the ultra wide's got to go, desktop's got to go. The standing desk is staying here, same with my bed. Like, cause I mean, my mom's going to keep my room here for me. Like when I come and visit, she's not gonna like rent it out or some shit like that. So like I at least want to have some stuff here, but like the desktop, ultra wide, my other sleeper machine, all of my RAM and extra parts and all of that stuff needs to get sold. So I'm selling off like all of that stuff and going to get some other stuff that makes more sense for the type of lifestyle that I'm going to be living. And that's sort of the thing that like, I understand why doing this type of thing is scary and also seems impossible for a lot of people. Like the most difficult thing about doing what I'm about to do is getting rid of all the stuff that you've purchased, because like I'm attached to it. Like even though for what I want to do and like what's going to make me happy, I don't need an ultra wide for and will never use an ultra wide. It's still hard to get rid of it. I've bought it, like it's nice. Like that's the hard part of getting rid of or moving into this lifestyle. So you have to give up some stuff. I mean, I could build a tiny home on wheels, but that's not really what I want to do. I'm really excited to go and do this because of the upfront cost is almost, it's not nothing, but it's pretty much nothing. It's not going to cost me almost anything at all, other than small stuff like the Go Sun, stuff like that. But for me to do like a tiny home and everything, like the cost is so much, and then there's like legal loopholes that like technically speaking I wouldn't be able to have my tiny home on the property unless I moved it every like I think it's like 2 weeks, and even then inspectors can give me hell, and like it's just it's a nightmare trying to go off grid. It really is. But yeah, I'm just excited to cut costs and also just to live a lifestyle where I don't like, I don't have to worry, like, because now, I mean, I'm doing fine without a job. Like I could quit my job now and do fine. But the problem with that is like, I don't know, I still, the way that I live my life and want to, or yeah, just the way I live my life and the lifestyle that I'm living now, it requires more money. Like one of the more critical things is getting rid of a car. Like that cuts down costs.
Speaking about what you're speaking on, falling off my roof and being stuck in bed for a week didn't financially hurt me because it's like, well, I need to feed myself. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it'll slow down construction and it'll slow down progress on when the house gets finished, but it's no big deal financially.
Yeah. And it's the same thing. Like, I mean, if I hurt myself and I'm out for a while, worst comes to worst.
It sucks.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, it'll still. I mean, that's the thing. Like when you get hurt now and you can't work, like it still sucks just as much as it would if you could still go to work. Still sucks, but at least you don't have the added anxiety all the time of, well, what if today's the day that I lose my job?
How am I going to pay this, that, and the other bill? Oh no.
Yep. And I mean,
then nothing gets done anyways.
Exactly. Yeah.
I've been there too, though, with work. And to be honest with you, work did everything they could to get out of it. And it was such an agonizing part of my time in my life that it was just it was just like, it ain't even worth it. You know what? I'll just quit, go to school, try to go to school.
Yeah. And that's really, I mean, if we're being honest, that's why I'd really like to go off grid, go to a completely different type of lifestyle. I mean, like, and I've had talks with my friends, and well, I mean, you guys are my friends too. But I've had talks with, like, in real life with my friends here locally about, like, them asking me, like, I had one friend who was like, he stopped me and he was like, you're talking about like this, like it's in a very idyllic thing. Like you're going to go out here, you're just going to be happy all the time. And I'm like, no. You're completely misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm going to go out and be a nomadic shepherd and life is just going to be perfect. Dude, me washing my clothes, I'm going to have to manually wash all of them. So washing my clothes goes from being a 5-minute chore of just chucking them in the washer and then moving them over to the dryer for 5 minutes, like later. I have to manually wash them. I have to manually hang them and dry them. Me getting food, like every day, for like most of my diet is going to be milk. Sheep's milk has about 2,100 calories in it for a half gallon. So if you... and most dairy sheep are going to produce about a half gallon a day on average. They'll probably produce a little bit more, but the sheep that I'm going to get, I probably won't get that much. I probably out of one sheep, because they're not catted-in sheep. The sheep that I'm buying are not bred for dairy. They're actually bred as meat sheep. They lamb very frequently throughout the year. That being said, because they lamb frequently, just because they haven't been bred for being dairy sheep, if they're having babies frequently and feeding the babies themselves, they have enough milk for you. Like that's how it works. Like it's fine. Like most of my diet is, or most of my calorie intake is going to be from sheep. So like I will have to every day focus on milking my sheep, and like that has to be done every day. Can't, like if I go more than 8 hours without doing it, their milk production will not, they won't dry up, but they'll definitely slow down. And so like I have to stay on top. Like I was telling my buddy, I'm like, I'm not saying this is some idyllic scenario where I never have to work or everything's just awesome or anything. Like that's not what I'm saying. But the anxiety of not being in control of what keeps you alive is gone. Like I'm like, if I don't get food for a day, it's my fault. If I don't have enough money for whatever, it's probably fine, because again, I'm the one who's in charge of my food. Like I'm getting more chickens for my grandfather, just because he's already got, I'm giving him money because we've already got chickens that we're raising up there. So I don't need to get my own chickens. My grandfather actually told me he'd kill me if I do that, because I already have too many. He's like, no. So I just gave him money. So when the chickens, we start actually killing them because they stop laying, he'll just buy more because he doesn't want to incubate them and all that stuff. He also wants to kill the roosters that we have, because he's like, if you've ever raised chickens before, roosters are the most mean and violent things you'll ever see. Like we have one rooster that if you just walk by the pen, he will fly up and try to flog you in the face.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I mean, he targets your face. Like it's insane. Like I've walked by the pen before, and him being like at eye level with his talons trying to come through the gate and get at me.
The roosters I always was around were so good. They just were, well, they had a really awesome place to perch too, all around.
Well, you have to be careful too, because like it depends on what breed of chicken you've got too. Like I can't remember what breed it is, but there's one breed that they're like the males in it are very tame. But most roosters, most breeds of chickens, the roosters are very territorial. And like, I mean, you have to think about it like this, like you're walking by their territory, and on top of that they have a whole bunch of their bitches behind them that they, like, in their mind they have to protect. So like the reason like why most roosters are very violent is because it doesn't matter how many times a day you come in and feed them or play around with them, you're in their territory and you're a potential threat. Even though you haven't shown yourself to be a threat yet, in the back of that rooster's mind, at any point you could kill some chick that he might get to screw later. So you're a problem.
I was so lucky not to get pecked or something like that, or not to get like.
Yeah, and that's another thing with raising chickens that's really annoying. People who haven't ever done it, like, you have to keep an eye on your chickens, because if one chicken gets sick, and like most likely it'll get better. But if it gets sick, the other chickens will peck it to death. Like, I mean, they'll pull out eyes. Like, chickens are just like, they're horrible to each other. Like, if one
Right.
gets sick, dude, like we've had to save a chicken before. Like, they got its eye pecked out. That was like, I mean, it was being brutally abused by other chickens. And the thing too is, like, when it comes to raising chickens, like, you have to keep an eye on them, because the chickens that are getting abused like that and are sick, like, they'll hide from you, because they're trying to hide from the other chickens too. So like, if in the coop, you'll have to look for them, because if you don't keep an eye on how many chickens you have, like, you'll have some disappear, not because of predators, but because they're hiding from you and from the other chickens, because they get eyes pecked out. Like, I mean, we had one rooster that I can't remember what happened. I think he got dirt covered, like, all over his whatever that's called, like the red flap underneath their neck. He got dirt all over it, and the other chickens, like, pecked off the dirt, but then also pecked it down and, like, cut it down like a half inch, just pecked at it and everything. I mean, he was fine and everything, but still, like, they're not nice animals. And like, that to me is like what cracks me up at a lot of people, because they're like, chickens are so sweet, they're so awesome. Like, dude, no, if you raise chickens, they're mean as hell. They will beat the shit out of each other.
The turkeys I couldn't take.
Yeah.
Because my buddy had like chickens. The chickens would always be like nice though, because I'd always go underneath to feed them, and they wouldn't peck at me or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Just be like, oh, I'm lucky with these chickens or something. I don't know, but the turkeys, they suck.
Yeah. Well, turkeys are
in the goat, bro.
Dude, turkeys are mean as hell. But the one thing that I will say is, we have a chicken now that's raising 3 turkeys, or excuse me, 4 turkeys. My grandfather ran over a turkey like nest, and it had 4 eggs or 5 eggs in it. 4 of them hatched, and so we have one hen that is raising. Like, she was the one who hatched the turkeys, and so she's like raising the turkeys, and they're remarkably timid, like, for turkeys, because turkeys are territorial, but they're typically a lot more aggressive than the ones that we've got, which is really nice. But it's still, like, I don't care how. I mean, I've grown up on a farm for a long time. I've seen some crazy shit. Like, when you raise animals, you'll see some crazy shit. But I've never seen a hen walk around with 4 turkeys following her. Like, I mean, they truly are her kids. Like, it is the weirdest sight to behold. Like, it is so weird, because it's clearly 2 different species. And like, the one is like, yeah, this is our mom. It's totally different. But yeah, like, when it comes to raising animals, like, I know it's going to be hard work. I grew up on a farm. But the work is worth it, because I don't have to worry about someone else deciding that it's time for me to go, or that I need to, like, worry and stress and find another job or something like that to take care of myself. Because one thing that I was talking to my grandfather about, the advantage of going up there instead of going down to New Mexico, buying another piece of property, going down there, is, I mean, for one, I'm around them, but also I don't have to, like, the financial cost is much less. For me to go down to New Mexico and build an earth ship, the, like, best case scenario was I only spend $12,000 building the place. There's still going to be more cost on top of that getting stuff. But that again is best case scenario, with, like, doing it with cinder blocks, and again, not how you're supposed to do an earth ship, but that method, that's best case scenario. With me right now, I mean, if my wagon gets destroyed, cool. It's going to cost me about another $250 at most to get the whole thing rebuilt, and about another $350 to replace everything. And then if, like, let's say a rampant disease goes through and kills all my sheep, to start a new flock, it's going to cost less than $800.
I'll be right back.
Go for it.
So what are you going to use, though, as a laptop or something like that for power consumption to have be able to be on the move?
Good question. So my buddy is actually coming over here. So I've got a 100 amp hour battery like a 12 volt, 12 volt gel battery. It's like a Renogy gel battery. It's supposed to be for like marine applications and stuff like that. But it's a fantastic off-grid battery. The gel ones get heavily criticized, but it's pretty good. It's low maintenance and everything like that. I also have a 100-watt solar panel. Both of those are getting sold. I have a buddy that's coming to pick those up because the battery, the 100 amp hour battery, if we're being completely honest, like if I'm just using this laptop and like my phone, and one of the things that's, if you go to my Amazon wish list, like right now, almost all the stuff on there is all the stuff that I actually need to go off grid. Like pretty much everything I need is on there. And like one of the most expensive things on the list is a JBL Charge 4, like Bluetooth speaker. Because I can charge shit off of it. It is a battery bank, but it's also a really solid Bluetooth speaker, which I'll want. I want to be able to listen to music, obviously. But like when it comes to charging everything, since everything is USB-C or micro USB, like my vape is micro USB, I'm pretty sure the JBL Charge is a micro USB, might be USB-C. But since everything is USB and the lights in the wagon are going to be an LED strip, I don't need the level of power. Like that 100 amp hour battery could charge or could power everything that I'm using or plan to use in the wagon for more than a week on end. It would be fine, but it's too damn heavy because I'm trying to make the wagon as light as possible without me in it. Just because when I first get it and everything and first get my sheep and everything, the sheep that I'm looking to get are a little bit over a year old. So I don't want to be having my RAM overwork itself to pull my wagon. So those are getting sold, and the power that I'm actually going to be running off of is I'm going to get two 20,000 amp hour or plus batteries. Best Buy's got a deal right now on 2,600 milliamp hour batteries that are cheaper than the ones I'm looking on Amazon. So I'm thinking of I will be going and getting those as long as they stay on sale till tomorrow when my check hits. But like I'll have two of those, and then I'm getting I'm getting one 10-watt Renogy like USB like solar charger, which should be fine for most things. And then I'm getting the I think it's called Big Blue is the company, but they've got a 25-watt solar panel that's foldable and everything, with two USB ports on it, and I'm getting that. So I'll have both of those for charging up my battery banks, and then those things should be able to charge all that I want for days. And this thing has a micro SD card slot in it. So I'm looking at getting multiple 256 gigabyte and one 512 gigabyte micro SD card, and loading those up with different TV shows and stuff like that. And then I've already got a decent amount of storage on here that I've got filled up with like different ROMs and everything. So I'll be able to do some emulation and stuff. So I'll definitely be playing Silent Hill. I'm really looking forward to playing Silent Hill out in the middle of a field one night. Like that's gonna be fucking fun. But the way in which I'm getting power is pretty straightforward, just solar panels to battery banks. And they should be fine, because to be honest, the laptop and stuff, I probably won't be using it as much out there. I definitely will be using it, but not as much. So, do you have any more interesting questions for me?
Marine style. You'd charge them up and deplete them, I think, a whole bunch, right?
Yep. Well, I mean, because I plan on 2 days a week being up at my grandparents' house. So I'll be able to charge them there. And to be honest, like a 26, my battery in my phone is 4,800 milliamp hours. And since uh, s- since I don't really have to worry about not having internet connection, I can still watch Netflix and stuff like that. So I'll probably be using my phone for a lot of stuff. Like definitely taking showers and stuff. That's gonna be like I'll still be doing my Netflix or YouTube while showering. Like that's 100% gonna happen. I can't stop that. I can't, like, that's a habit that I've built that like can't go away. I fucking love taking showers and washing shit now. It's the best. It's the best.
I gotta get a speaker or something to do that too, then, or something. Put like a little thing and hang it out with a suction cup.
Well, so
My speaker's not good enough to do that.
dude, like I'm pretty excited because like the way that I've designed, like me and my grandfather are working on this design of my wagon. There's like a lot of nifty things about it. So there's a dedicated place for the speaker. Like it's gonna go somewhere and it's gonna stay there. And there, like, another cool thing about the design of the wagon is, so like where I sleep, like where my mattress is, like, which is not going to be a straight up mattress. It's a 3-inch gel foam, or gel memory foam mattress, a mattress pad, that's going to be cut to shape and put in there, which should be about a twin XL size. But that's going in there, and underneath that, on the like top of the plywood that's going down for the bottom of where I sleep, there's going to be a very thin piece of copper. Like when you open up like the bottom, oh shit, sorry about that. When you open up a laptop, like if you'll see like normally on the backs here, there's like a whole bunch of like thin copper on the back of it, like just a sheet of thin copper to spread out the heat. I'm buying a big sheet of that I'm going to put over the bed and cut to form, because it needs to be able to like be folded up, because the bed will be cut in two, so I'll be able to lift it up and there will be shit underneath it. And like down the bed there'll be a cut so I can open it up. But either way, underneath the bed there's going to be this big sheet of copper, and the copper that goes through there is, there's going to be a cup on the very side of the wagon, and I've got a hand heater, like a hand warmer, that lasts for like 12 hours on full heat, and I'll just be running it on medium, where it gets between about 104 and 118 degrees Fahrenheit. I'll take that hand warmer and it goes into a little cup, like a metal cup that sits on some, like it's screwed into the base of, or where I lay in the wagon, with thermal pads underneath it that connected to that big copper sheet that goes underneath me. So during the night, that hand warmer will keep, like it'll essentially be like I've got a heated blanket underneath me for the entire night. So the wagon should stay warm.
You could just take my laptop.
Yeah.
Give that to you,
Yeah.
blast the heat like crazy.
Yep. Well, the thing though too is, like, my grandfather was telling me, he's like, well, I mean, you're always watching shit and playing games or whatever on your laptop, and I'm like, well, I can't rely on that for heat when I go to sleep. I'm like, I'm not going to keep GTA Vice City or some shit running on my computer when I fall asleep.
It's cold. I need to play GTA 5.
Yeah. Also, my laptop won't last
Spin
that
those
long.
fans up.
Yeah. Like my whole get up won't last that long.
I kid you not, that's what I'm doing right now. I haven't had it's getting about like 50 or 43 degrees right now where I am. So 40 degrees. And it's starting to get pretty cold. But I've got the laptop and my other thing running, that just the heat. It blasts heat like crazy out of that thing. But I kid you not, I'm so happy right now because I have not had my heat on in like 3 or 4 days. I've been saving money because all I have to do is run these things and it provides me with enough heat.
And see, that's what I was telling my grandfather too. I'm like, when it comes to like heat and stuff like that, like I'll be fine. Like that's not something that I have to really worry about. And he was also saying, he was like, well, what happens if you're out there and that thing dies or it's dead? I'm like, well, hold on. So worst comes to worst, you're like a 35-minute to like an hour walk away. Why wouldn't I just dress up in some warm clothes and then walk an hour to get back up here, like to your house, and then just go into the man cave and spend the night in the man cave, let the sheep sleep outside. Like, they're sheep. They can handle the cold. Like, there's the plant, like the way in which I'm going to be living is not really that, like, I know it sounds crazy, but also at the same time, it's really not. Like, it's really not all that crazy. Like, I'm not really giving up that much. Because I mean, like, one of the things I'm definitely going to be keeping that I've been considering like a lot about, didn't know whether or not I was going to keep, was my keyboard. But I fucking love this keyboard. Like, I'm keeping it because I've got room for it, and if I want to use it on my Steam Deck and everything, I can. Like, why throw it away?
Snap.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
You're
Like,
telling me about that Steam Deck, and every time I hear about it, it's just like, all right, I'm gonna have to get one because it's just like this thing's getting real bad. Where I even replaced the thermal paste, I replaced everything on it, and it's still hitting like 80 degrees, 90 degrees Celsius. I've done everything I can, like cleaned the fins too. It's just getting so old, and I'm surprised it even compiled that Gentoo for that long without catching fire to my house. So.
And see, here's the thing, like, for the lifestyle that I'm going to be living, and if you're interested in off-grid at all, you should heavily consider, is for like $60, I'm getting a $25 or a 25 watt solar panel like charger. And if you get the Steam Deck, you can play GTA 5 on that thing and still charge it, because the Steam Deck only draws 15 watts. So if I'm getting 25 watts from my solar panel, I can plug it up, still play GTA 5 throughout the day, and have the thing still charge. Like,
It's for free.
Exactly. For free.
$150.
I don't have to pay any money, like any money whatsoever. And like that's sort of the thing about like the Steam Deck for me, that like why I know I'm definitely getting it next year. It's not a question of like, well, you know, I don't necessarily need it, or hey, this laptop can, you know, I mean, it's got a 2500U in it, so I mean, it can still play some decent games and everything. Not going to be able to max anything out at 1080p like AAA wise, but it really doesn't, like, that's not the point. This thing already draws more wattage than a Steam Deck already. Like, it just, for an off-grid type of lifestyle, the Steam Deck makes too much sense. It just does, because at the end of the day, even if you're going to move into an Earth ship and you're going to hook your Steam Deck up to a big 4K TV, the 4K TV and the Steam Deck combo will draw way less power than a gaming laptop hooked up to that 4K TV. Way less power. So, I mean, it's not really a question of, you know, is the Steam Deck worth it for me? It's an obvious yes. It is of course worth it. The power draw for that thing is mind-blowing. 25 watts. Oh, hold on. Someone commented, or excuse me, not someone. D. Johnson commented, 25 watts max, depends on how sunny things are. You might get 5 watts on a cloudy day. And yes, that is a good point. That is a good point. Not every day can you play GTA 5 on it, but while charging. But even then, that's really not the point.
Unless got the Blue Eddy.
Wait, what?
Blue Eddy will play that Blue Eddy will play that thing throughout the whole day.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, you can get so many different things that are gonna be better.
Astronaut, like, yeah.
Yeah, but
then they're so much more expensive though too.
So much more expensive, and for the power, like, you might as well get the Steam Deck. Like, you're not going to be able to get the graphics horsepower anywhere else in that power envelope. You're just not. Which is why it's definitely worth $500 to me. Also because it's going to use micro SD card, which means I can transfer between my phone and the Steam Deck flawlessly.
I run the Arch Linux ARM on the phone, Pine phone or something like that, and then swap it and then run Arch Linux.
Well, the thing for me, the reason why, because I was considering getting the Pine phone before I go out there, but the reason it didn't really make sense for me is because on the phone that I've got now, I mean, on the Pine phone, when it comes to emulation and stuff, you can't. You just can't. And it's not because Linux itself doesn't have fantastic emulators available. It's the chip that's inside of the Pine phone is just, it just can't handle it. I mean, maybe some very few N64 games, but with this overpriced S20 plus 5G whatever bullshit here, like this thing, like I've emulated GameCube on it just fine. Like it.
Oh, what?
GameCube? Yeah. I mean, it can do any. I mean, like really, almost PlayStation 1. Like anything I throw at it, it's fine. It handles great. So it doesn't make any sense for me to switch over to something else when it comes to my phone. Only because, like, one of the things that I'm very excited about when it comes to living this lifestyle is, like, I'll be able to wake up every morning and, like, milk my sheep. And, like, while I'm milking my sheep, watch Netflix, YouTube, whatever I want. Like, even though, yes, I've got to milk sheep, I can do what I want to make it enjoyable. And then when I'm done with that shit, like, I will definitely be playing games throughout the day. Definitely. Like old games that I've wanted to play. Like I've wanted to go back through and play Vice City through and through so many times for the past couple of years. But I mean, we all got shit we got to take care of. You got a job that you got to go to for a certain amount of time during the day. Nobody at fucking work is going to be okay with you loading up Silent Hill or Vice City and playing that for an hour during the day, even though you don't have shit. Like, dude, I shit you not. There are so many times at Subway where we're all just sitting down because we've got the entire store done. I've done like 90% of the cleanup work. I've made sure the entire store is wiped down and everything, and we're just sitting down. Like, my manager will take naps and stuff because she's well overworked. She's working multiple jobs and stuff. She'll fall asleep and sleep for like 2 hours because, I mean, she needs to. Like, and we don't have anything.
In the back. Like, I'm not joking with that either. Like, give her a cot in the back.
Yeah.
I wish to have that going on. Just go.
Exactly.
She's sleeping with her back and hurting her back, like all hunched over.
Dude, that's actually one thing that we told her. We were like, we can set up boxes in the back so you can go back there and sleep. Because, like, I mean, she'll sleep at a table and she'll, you know, be hunched over and everything, and like that's gonna fuck you up more than anything. But I mean, regardless, like, you have a job that keeps you from doing stuff and getting through things that you'd really like to, and like that's what I'm really excited for. I won't have that. Like, for me, one of the things that I was telling my buddy that I'm like really excited for is, I'm going to reinstitute 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock afternoon naps. Like, I don't care. I'm a grown ass adult, but I'm going to institute afternoon naps because I can. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, if I've got all my shit done, like, I don't have to milk my sheep till about like 8 o'clock at night anyway.
It makes total sense in the middle of summer during the heat of the day when it's too hot to do anything else.
Exactly. Yeah.
Very true. Well, every time you say milk my sheep, I can't help but to keep thinking of The Office, where Dwight's with his nephew. He's showing him how to milk the sheep or whatever. And then his nephew just looks up and goes, what? I forget the look. I forget what he says, but it was that was my favorite part of The Office. Was when Dwight teaches his nephew how to, like, shows his nephew how to milk the sheep, and he just looks at him like, and then he, as all seriously goes, and he goes like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "No."
Dude, I like the one where, like, I think right before he starts milking the sheep, he walks up and he's like, "Are these chickens dangerous?" He's like, yes, they're very dangerous. They will tear your face off. And he's like, really? And he's like, no, like, stupid question. It's so good. Like, dude, I love The Office. The Office is such a good show.
I'm watching it right now.
Dude, like, again, so I'm sure you've already seen it, but the best episode of The Office is when fucking Michael burns his foot on a George Foreman grill. Like, I don't care what anybody else says. Like, that episode, like, my mom can remember the first time I ever saw it, because I was in the back of my grandparents' house watching it, and like, I was laughing so hard I rolled off of my bed on the floor and was like punching the ground because I couldn't fucking breathe. Like, that shit was so funny. Like, I mean, who doesn't like the smell of fresh bacon in the morning? Like, it's a justification. So good.
No.
Oh, Kitty.
Yep, Kitty wants to play with the headphone cord.
And like another thing that like makes off-grid life so great is I'm going to be able to spend a lot more time with Buddy. Like, that's what I'm really looking forward to. Because like as it stands now, like especially with me having a part-time job that I'm going to, I call it part-time, but I'm technically working full-time hours, but it's besides the point. I go in there 5 days a week, and he has to be alone for 8 hours a day, like, or not 8 hours, but like 6.5, 7 hours a day, which I don't like. I don't know, like, even though I know it's fine. Yeah, like, and as he should, like, that's.
I haven't been away from him, so his mine has. He's I think it's been. I don't know. I think it's been like 5 years, 5 or 6, some very long time, years and years since I've ever been like away from him for like a long time, because he's my service dog. So like he almost always is with me. The only time he doesn't come with me is when I'm like going out shopping. That's it. And I know it's like, why don't you bring him out shopping? You're supposed to. Because it gives me too much anxiety. Like when I'm around too many people and I like see him and all that stuff, I'm like, it just gives me too much anxiety. Yeah. So I'd rather go do my thing and get the heck out of there.
Well, and also a lot of people aren't mindful about service dogs. Like, that's the one thing that pisses me off about people, where they'll just walk up and like out of nowhere just start petting your service dog. Like, okay, like he's on the job right now, man. Like, you're distracting him. He has a job to do. Like, for all you know, the person that he's walking with is blind, and you're like distracting a critical part of how that person shops. Like,
interrupting the animal and stuff like that, you know. Him, he's always antsy too. He's pretty hyper to the fact that when we're out, it's really awesome, or when we're doing something. But when he gets someone else that's starting to walk up towards him to try to think he's getting pet or something like that, it's horrible, because then he's getting off all track like crazy, and it's just like, I'd rather not bring him outside than to not bring, keep him here and do his thing.
And like that touches on another subject that I find really funny that a lot of people don't understand. So if you ever go and watch Aaron Fletcher's channel, one of the things that people always talk about is the fact that like he will just plop behind his sheep and milk them. Like, he'll just squat, like just hop down on the ground behind him with his legs spread and just start milking his sheep. And like, if you know anything about a lot of shepherds or people who milk goats or cows, like, you normally need to put them into like a device that can hold, like, that you can like hold their neck with and keep them in place so that you can milk. Otherwise they'll like scurry off or try and get away from you. And the thing that like Aaron talks about all the time is like, I spend so much time around my sheep that like, of course they're going to let me plop behind them. Like, they're comfortable with me. Like, I don't just come out like once or twice a day and force them into some like confined space and plop behind them, and like they don't know what's going on, and I just milk them. Like, they know me. They spend the entire day with me. And like, that's what I feel bad for a lot of people's pets is, I mean, you lock them up for 8 hours a day. Like, that's got to be rough on the animal. Like, because especially with like a dog, or I mean, dogs are pretty much the prime example. Like, they genuinely do love you, and like they need to be around you. Like, I mean, you can tell from a dog. Like, a dog gets visually upset when you leave, and like I don't know, just it's upsetting how many people can't like really don't have the time to give an animal attention and still get animals. Like, I don't know, like, do you guys find that like a problem at all? Like the amount of people that have like full-time jobs and stuff, and they get animals and just can't take care of them and still have them.
I don't know. My dog goes crazy if I'm gone for 2 hours.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Like when you're gone for freaking 8 hours.
I hope you don't got neighbors, like, and I'm sure you don't down there. Like,
I mean,
like my
luckily we
neighbors, when he
don't.
goes starts crying. Yeah, mine starts. My neighbor, like Benji, he'll just be like, I have to make sure I can't leave him for too long because 2 hours is probably my max too.
Mhm.
2 hours, like, hey, you know, I can't be away for an hour or two because he starts whining like crazy, and then it'll bug the neighbors.
Like, I mean, I told my manager at Subway, Vicky, I'm like, look, I've got to be honest. The only reason that I'm going to quit, like, unexpectedly or like with very little notice, is if my mom ends up having to go back to work, because like she works from home now, so she can let out Buddy and, you know, keep him occupied, like let him like play fetch and everything with some tennis balls and stuff in the backyard throughout her work day when she goes outside to smoke. So like it works out fine. But I mean, if she has to go back to work, like I'm not leaving Buddy locked up for 7 hours a day. Like I understand that he can handle it, but like handling it and it being fair is two totally different things. Like I genuinely don't think a lot of people understand this. Like, okay, I don't care that your animal is not a person, but if you're going to keep anything locked up for 7 hours, you genuinely have to think about it. Would you be okay with being locked up for 7 hours after you just woke up? So like, you're not going to go back to sleep immediately. Like that's not even an option. You might take a nap. You might, but you're not going to be asleep for the whole time. Are you fine with being locked in a cage for 7 hours? I fucking doubt it. Like I really doubt it.
My dog's never see like I think he saw a cage when he was born just to get like cage trained or something like that when he was younger. But I think he sleeps with me every night for the past like 6 years.
I mean,
It's
the
abnormal for
only
me not to
reason
have
Buddy
my
knows what.
dog either next to my side. You know?
Uh-huh. Yeah. I mean, Buddy sleeps with me too. Like the only reason he knows what a cage is because I need some place to put him where he won't chew up things, because he's in that puppy phase right now. He needs to chew up things.
I'm lucky with that. Mine, I leave him out all the time. Never locked him up. Been very happy with him. So,
yeah. I mean, I'm happy. I mean, if you guys have seen the videos, I've shown videos where he's torn up my room. Like he definitely, yeah, and it's mainly because I don't have enough bones for him. I've just got another. Exactly. Like I've got another couple big huge bones for him.
I got this bone. I got the bone that was like this big for my shepherd.
Yeah, I've just got a big thick one.
I get him like one like humongous, $20 each time. Goodness, I mean, I make sure he gets the good stuff, and I don't care because I'm not the one that's going to be chewing on stuff. So
exactly,
the sofas.
But I mean, like that's the only reason that he knows what a cage is because I don't have enough bones for him, or I didn't have enough bones for him, and so he'd chew up other things, which. Again, I can't. I never beat him for it. Like he's like torn up like half my room before. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but like after I first got him, like within a month or two of having him, he tore up like in one night over $400 worth of stuff.
Oh boy!
Like what? Yeah. Not your bed though, right? Like
no. Well, I mean
okay, that's awesome.
He has chewn a like little hole in my comforter. But then again, I let him chew on it like it's an old comforter that it really needs to be thrown away.
Like, hey, I'm gonna chew your mattress.
Yeah, like he doesn't chew on stuff like that. But I mean, like, the one thing that scared me is like I actually have it here, which is proof. He chewed on this bottle.
Oh, yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, like that was really scary. Luckily, he didn't get into it too much.
Dog before Benji, I had a plot hound, and she's doing great, fantastic now. I moved out of Florida when I had joined the military and gave her away. I'm glad she survived, but she had eaten like I had a humongous amount of concentrate, humongous amount.
Oh no.
And she had gotten into it. I came home one day from work, and I'm just like, and I think my mom was just like, "Your dog's in the backyard, been passed out for 7 hours."
Holy
I
shit.
said, "Are you serious?" She goes, yeah. At first I was real scared because I think she was starting to shake, but then she just was sleeping. She was breathing good, and she's just been there sleeping the whole time. I was like, okay, thanks. And then I got home at the end of it though. My mom got the brute force of the worrying, and I didn't care at all. It was like $500. I'm like, I don't care as long as my dog's alive. I was like, don't.
Yeah.
And I learned never even because I had it on top of my desk, and my dog jumped up, jumped on the desk, jumped on top like on the shelf, and found the big container I held it in. Thought maybe it was a chew toy or something. So definitely learned the hard way with that to never do that again. So, but
Same.
with Benji, never had a problem with him either getting in because now I don't keep things to where he could reach them.
Yeah. And like, that's the thing. The night that he tore up all of that stuff and I posted the video the next day, he, like, I'd normally remember to stand my desk up, like, just before I go to bed. But that night I didn't remember to. And, like, I mean, he hopped up and like, even though stuff wasn't where necessarily he could easily grab it, he still grabbed it. Like, cause I mean, he can do that. Like, it's
because mine they're so short. Like you're right. Like raising it up for some reason they had like raising it up.
Like, I mean, they just can't get to it as easily, which is again another reason why I fucking love this standing desk, man. It's awesome. Like, they just can't, like, Buddy can't get to anything on here, and like a lot of the times it's not anything like that would hurt him. But I mean, dude, like, I'm telling you, man, like, I've never had like more of a heart attack than when I woke up and saw him with my fucking nicotine juice bottle in his mouth.
Right.
Like, that made me like almost shit bricks.
Yeah,
but
I would be more scared, honestly, with nicotine than I'd be with like because they've got, I think, the CB receptors, and I think honestly, I don't even think they die on them.
No,
they can't overdose on the stuff.
They can't.
It'd be very bad form seizures or something like that. But
yeah. I mean, they can have seizures, but normally death is not really an option with
THC. I was like, please just don't die. Please be alive. Please be And she's doing real good now. She's got a good birthday every year. So I'm happy they're taking care of her. What's it called? I'm just like, I would be so much more scared if it was nicotine because I've seen the nicotine experience. I've seen, like, I used to have the shop that we'd get like the 5 gallons of nicotine in. And it would be so scary to be around that stuff too, because even if you stick your hand in the concentrated nicotine, I think even if you stick your hand in it, you could be you can die.
You can die. Yeah. There was actually, like, not a lot of people know this, but there was a serial killer who, like, what he would do is he would take, like, a real sick guy, but what he would do is he would take dresses, and like this was like almost, I'm pretty sure it was like late Victorian era, but like what he would do is he would take it, like he would have female victims and he would take dresses and drip them in nicotine and make them wear the dresses. And like, you know, the nicotine, the nicotine seeps in, you start getting nicotine poisoning, which is, if you've ever had nicotine poisoning, you'll know it is the worst thing ever. Like, it, like, sweats, stomach, dude, the stomach pain is unbelievable.
Accidentally hit that 24 milligram once on a mod pen.
Yep.
That was the worst experience. Like, I mean, I don't even remember what it was, to be honest with you.
I had some
so sick to my stomach.
Dude, I had some, not necessarily douchebag, but some guy who vaped very high nicotine levels give me 12 milligrams in like one of those dropper mods.
Yeah, that's what I had.
Yeah, like loaded it up with 12 milligrams, and like at this point, like I vaped like I think I was vaping like 3 milligrams, like, you know, the lowest that you can get.
Good out of them.
Exactly.
Good out of the mod drippers.
Yeah, like, and see, this one right here is for the mods. This is a 3 milligram bottle, like perfect. It's very low nicotine. It's not too much. Dude, 12 milligrams on one of those mods, man, I've never before had the whole world spin within seconds. Immediately feel like I need to vomit. Like, it's just
ever
too
heard of, like,
much.
the God mod? You
God
ever hear
mod.
about it?
No.
Yeah, I used to years
Cheers.
ago when I used to cheers. I used to have what was it? The God mod. It was 100. It was something crazy. It had like 4 18650s in it, and I used to go to
Ooh.
competitions with it. And I used to work at the shop. I used to own like Loud Pack. I think it was Loud Pack or Space Gas Vapor. Tried running those shops as a vape shop, and we would try to have these competitions. And the God mod, I think I wrapped it at like a 0.1 ohm or something like that. And it was extreme. It was like 150 watts, or it was something so stupid, like 200 watts. And it was direct at the time. And I remember just wrapping this thing up with I think it was 20 gauge or 22 gauge wire, going to competitions. And people would be like, "Oh man, that's just too insane." And it really would be. I don't think that'd be too healthy for you.
Well, I had one buddy who used to go to those like vape blowing competitions, and he'd do the crazy shit like the jellyfish, like I mean he'd blow some like crazy cool like he used to do the thing where he would blow an O and like whip it around itself so it would spin into a figure 8 and then back out into an O and go out. Like, he was very talented at all that shit. But the craziest thing is, like, he was talking to me. He was like, no, dude, like at a vape competition, like you won't believe how much vape juice I go through. And I'm like, how much? He's like, half bottle. A half bottle of like like these types of
120
juice.
mils?
Yeah. Like he'll go through a half bottle of that at a vape competition. I'm like, dude, that can't be healthy. There's no way. Like, I mean, I know like a lot of things nowadays, like the idea of health now is so fucking obscured that like the amount of people that believe truly if I just drink one Coke a day, I'm healthy. Like one Coke, brother, like 1 8-ounce, and most likely you're not drinking an 8-ounce Coke. Most likely you're getting a 16-ounce bottle, like, from the store. That shit is even more. But even in a regular size Coke, you're getting like 50 grams. You're already taking in one bottle of Coke is too much sugar for a day. Like you're not healthy. You're not as bad as most Americans, but still that's not saying much because most Americans are taking in like 6 times the amount of sugar that a human should come in contact with in a day. Like,
crazy how many companies, because like going back to that Coca-Cola, like when I was watching that documentary, it's sad. It really is, because you look at it, like you said, it's cheaper for them to get Coca-Cola than it is to get water. And that's a lot of other places too. And that might be here as well. And a lot of other things are Coca-Cola. The Minute Maid or the other, like they were showing the people at funerals that died from Coca-Cola being served Minute Maid from Coca-Cola.
Yeah. And
I'm just like, I feel so bad for them because they just died from that shit.
Yeah. And like, so I mean, here's another thing. So like, Jeff, do you drink Dasani water?
No.
Okay. Do you drink Dasani water, Scott?
No, but it's owned by Coca-Cola.
Exactly. It's owned by Coca-Cola. And here's the thing. If you ever drink Dasani water, you'll know this. It doesn't taste quite like just regular water. And here's the thing. They add sodium to Dasani water. So, like, you're drinking water, but with extra sodium. And, like, here's the thing. So, if you were to drink a Dasani water because you want to be semi-healthy, but you're going to eat ramen, like you're like, I'm going to be unhealthy. I'm already eating ramen. I'm going to drink Dasani water. Even though it's water, you're not being healthy, man. You're drinking added sodium on top of what is in all honesty, a sodium-based meal. Like ramen is primarily sodium. Huh?
And like, if you're eating like perfectly healthy, and you added that little bit of sodium, okay, I think your body needs sodium a little bit. But when you're eating 1,000 or a whole day's worth of sitting of sodium in one meal with ramen or one meal, and usually it is, A lot of people are eating a lot of times their one meal, and it's their whole day's worth of sodium.
Yeah. And I mean, like, honestly, a lot of people are eating all fast food. Like, I mean, Jeff, you probably eat better than most Americans do. Let's just be honest, because like, I mean, you're not walking to a McDonald's every day. Like, that shit ain't happening. So, like, the sad part is, like, I know plenty of people who eat McDonald's like almost every day. Like, dog, that ain't healthy. I don't care if you go and get a fucking salad from McDonald's. Like,
that's even unhealthy.
Exactly.
I almost ate McDonald's last week. We was in town, and we thought we'd go get some. Did our grocery shopping. Thought we'd do some lunch, get some lunch at McDonald's, and both drive-throughs were backed up to the road. It's like, oh, never mind.
Exactly. I'm like, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, most people are
like
eating it.
That's like a once in every 2 weeks chance, and that's like, never mind.
And see, like, even then, like, if most people were eating fast food, like, once or twice a week, you'd be fine. Like, I mean, you really would be. Because, I mean, like, the idea that you shouldn't have a Coca-Cola ever in your life is stupid. Like, it's factually stupid. Like, it's the same person who's telling you, like, you should never once in your life smoke a cigarette. Like, look, if you want to try a cigarette, it's fine. It ain't going to kill you. It ain't going to take 10 years off your life. It's fine. When you smoke them every single day throughout the day, it's a big problem. And it's the same thing as anything else. But here's the thing. It being a big problem, like, if smoking cigarettes or cigars, you know, once every couple of days or something is your crutch, you're fine. Like, that's really not that bad at all. It's the problem who have no balance, like the people who have no balance in their life, where they just drink Coke or they just chain smoke cigarettes all the time. Like,
and unfortunately, though, people are doing that with food too. Though, I mean, their crutch might be food, and a lot of people are dying from obesity in this country.
Well, that's mostly for non-food.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, also too, like,
food items.
Yeah. But, like, well, like, I think a big problem of it too comes down to the fact that we have so much availability of unhealthy food. Like, if you want to go get a healthy food or a healthy meal, it really is work. Because even if you go into a grocery store and you're looking for healthy stuff, all around you is going to be unhealthy options. If you go to a healthy restaurant, like, I don't know, say Subway, you're going to be inundated with unhealthy options.
That just those words just doesn't go together in my head.
Exactly. Like, if you walk into Whole Foods,
healthy restaurant and Subway, just doesn't.
Exactly. And I mean, that's really what I'm saying. Like, anywhere that you go that's supposed to be healthy, it's not really. If you walk into a Whole Foods, like, Whole Foods sells fucking meatballs. You can go in there and buy meatballs. You can go in there and buy frozen pizzas. Even at Whole Foods. Like, at places where people think, if I go here, I'm getting something healthy. You're really not. Like, eating healthy is something that's, like, really hard to stick with and really hard to do.
While it's on my mind, you got a great point. Like, they keep making a lot of the stuff, though, that they can last a super long time in their inventory is the cheaper product. But then the things that don't, they have to charge the money for, you know, maybe the produce that doesn't last long. They can't put all these preservatives in or something like that, you know. I can't help but to think, like, all these things I can get so easily, like these pizzas, the $2 pizzas, these really unhealthy meals, or something that could stick in a freezer and freeze for 5 years, you know.
And see,
those are $2.
And see, that's, like, one of the biggest things is, like, even though we feed, like, homeless people, like, all right, look, I'm gonna be completely honest. If you're a homeless person living in America and you don't eat well, like, that's your own fucking problem. And yes, I will say, I will be harsh on a homeless person. If you don't eat at all, like, you're struggling to get food as a homeless person in America, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. Like, you can get food anywhere in America, even if you've got half a brain. Like, there's a really common like axiom here. Like people will die here in America surrounded by, or die of starvation surrounded by food. Like most people don't even know, like, all right, I can walk out here in my yard and there are 3 different types of food growing in my yard. I can go out there and pick all of them and make a salad and eat. Like if you're starving in America, like I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. There is no reason to starve. However, if you are broke or homeless, the odds that you're getting a healthy meal, unless you're foraging for it, is really uncommon. Because even as a homeless person, the food that you're going to be given is, I mean, I know a ton of homeless people, like, because again, like my friend schizophrenia went into homelessness and all of that. I got to meet a lot of the homeless community where he lived, and a lot of them get like food handed to them from other people from McDonald's, Taco Bell, and stuff. And that's that's a primary point of their diet, is from Taco Bell and stuff like that. Like, yeah, like you're not starving, but you're also not healthy at all. Like it's almost like here in America, you can't starve to death, but if you want to be healthy and healthy in general, you need to have money. I think that's the stupid part. Like we're surrounded by food. Like we live in a country that, like, it's amazing. Like you can't really starve here. It is stupid to starve here.
Drugs are horrible.
Yes. Well,
I've seen so much stuff. Like the people in California too, when I lived there. Oh, horrible.
Well, in California, a lot of the homeless community there, a lot of them are addicted to drugs. Like drug abuse is very common in California among the homeless. Out here, it's almost exclusively mental illness. Like there's almost no one really with a heavy drug problem. Like I met a few homeless people who were struggling with meth.
Yeah, mental illness or drug problems, but they have something that is blocking them from being able to go get that help, or homeless services, or something that might be in their area. And
well, a lot of them too. Like, so here's the thing, like when you start talking about the homeless problem here in America, like the funny thing that a lot of people don't understand is a lot of homeless people are like getting benefits from some form of welfare. And like that to me is not a problem. Like welfare is there for that reason. If you're down on your luck, you should be receiving. The whole idea of welfare is if you're down on your luck and you need help, that's what it's there for. So it's absolutely, I'm gonna be completely real. It is fucking retarded to be like, oh, if no one should be receiving welfare or welfare, or you're stealing from the government if you have a drug problem and you need help and you're getting welfare, like you're stealing from no, you're not stealing. That's what it's there for. It's to help get you off of the drug, help you deal with the problems that you've got going on, and get you back up on your feet. That's what it's there for. But the thing with welfare is like the welfare state that we have set up now, it like, in talking with a lot of homeless people, having them explain it to me. So for them, if they were to go out, like let's say you're receiving $450, $500 from the government every month on welfare. Let's say you go out and you get a job working at McDonald's,
Dude, that's not, yeah. That's
exactly
crazy low, like
crazy low. But
even these people that are restricted, they're restricted to that because they've got mental health illnesses that it can't work. These people that can work might not be restricted to that and can go make $600,000 a year, $1 million a year.
Yep.
You know, these people, their whole lives will spend battling mental illness, homelessness, things like that, and it's not even. And then $600 a month they get paid. That's nothing. That's like a penny towards the rich people.
Yeah. And so here's the thing. So let's say you're getting $450, $500 a month. You go out and you get McDonald's, and I'm going to go ahead and cut it here because I know there's going to be some person writing in the comments or in chat like, well, why don't they just go get a better job? Like, look, bro, if you don't have clean access or like regular access to a shower, it's probably going to be difficult for you to get into anywhere, better than McDonald's or anything like that. You're most likely going to be working at fast food. and which isn't a problem. But the real problem is when you're getting $450 or $500 from the government and you don't have to do anything. It's guaranteed money that's coming in. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to stress or worry about anything. Why would you go out and get a job at McDonald's making, let's just say, best case scenario, you're making $500 every 2 weeks. So you're making double the money. But as soon as you do that, and I mean like literally as soon as you get hired, your benefits go away. So let's just say in 2 weeks, you're looking at getting your check from welfare. If you go out and get a job, that next check that you were expecting is not coming in. So it might be longer than 2 weeks before you get paid from McDonald's.
Exactly.
So, and here's the thing, at any point, McDonald's can fire you, man. Like, and here's the thing, as a homeless person, when you don't have access to showers every day, everything, it's much more stressful to go in there to that job because any day, you know, you could lose it just because of being dirty or
mental health illness.
Exactly.
And especially, I don't mean to like cut in, but with that mental health illness, like God forbid that we need them not working.
Yeah.
We need them not working at home. Safe.
It sounds horrible, but that's really the way that it should be. Like, if you have a mental disability that keeps you from working, you shouldn't have to work. Like that's.
Yeah, and be forced to, because then they might commit suicide. Something might happen, you know, something worse might happen where they feel stuck, you know, that's like, keep them safe and other people safe too.
To someone with crippling social anxiety, the worst thing that you can do is force them to work in customer service. Like that is the worst thing you could ever do to somebody. And the sad part is we live in a country where the common mindset is pick yourself up by the bootstrap, like pick yourself up by your bootstraps and go out there and do it. And like, while that's valid for somebody who's in perfect health, has no issues whatsoever, and maybe just struggles with a little bit of laziness, like, yeah, that's some good advice. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps. But for somebody who has a disability, who literally cannot work, or at the very least should not be working, like, let's be honest, there's plenty of people out there who have mental health disabilities that could definitely work and function inside of a job, but it wouldn't be healthy for them and probably not healthy for those around them. So it's not a good idea. Those are the type of people where welfare should work for them. That should be what it's there for. But the thing about welfare is the general mindset of people is, well, you use welfare to get off of welfare, to pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Like, that's the idea. But the system is not set up that way. If you're on welfare, it's, again, I've talked to enough homeless people where
the way it's set up, it keeps you stuck there instead of helping you out.
And to the people who are like, well, it keeps, like, to the people who have the response of, it doesn't keep you there, that's just a stupid mindset that you have. Like, no, like, I've talked to enough of them, like, it's actually, it's not just stupid, it's retarded for you to go out and get a job when you're on welfare. It's stupid. Like, why would you do that? You already have a guaranteed income that takes care of you every month. Why would you risk it just to go out and get a job that is not stable? Like, at the very least, your welfare is stable. If you go out and get a job at McDonald's, all it takes is one bad argument with your manager, gone just like that. And you're worse off than you were before. Because
but then these people, though, with schizophrenia or with bipolar disorder that need to be staying at home on that, where they need that. It's not like, hey, they can work or something like that. They go to work now and they get that snap. They didn't take their pills that one day. You're wondering why people shoot up places or something like that happens like crazy, because we're placing people with mental health disabilities in places where they should not be. And then you're complaining when, you know, it's vice versa, or an oxymoron, you know, when it's like, hey, they need that. They need that. They need to stay at home. They need to keep themselves and the people around them safe. And if anyone else is like, you know, has a problem with that, it's like, you know, you're not restricted to $28,000 to $30,000 a year, or to even less than that with, and you're worrying about this and that. You know,
I mean,
it's just not.
here's a really good point that I don't think a lot of people understand. So how much money, if you're comfortable with saying, how much money do you guys make a year, around about?
Me, just
Yeah.
around this, like, yeah, just like, what's it called? Nowhere near close, nowhere near close to being comfortable to being like, oh wow, I'm good. I don't need to
So
worry about
like
nothing.
I'll go ahead
100
and
grand.
say it. Normally during the years, I make about $28,000 to about $36,000
All right,
a year.
I'm at the same as you. I'm at the same as you.
So here's the thing. Not a lot of people know this, but if you make over $30,000 a year, you are in the 1% in the world. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah. Most people don't understand that. One person that talks about it a lot is Jordan Peterson. He talks about it a lot because a lot of the people that he talks with don't know that, and so like they'll be talking with him about how, you know, like they need to cut down the 1% and everything. And he's like, you're the fucking 1%, dipshit.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, I didn't know that either. That's
yeah,
crazy.
like
'Cause even like at $25,000 a year, at $20,000 a year, that's nothing compared to the people like
yeah, like I mean, so
California, Colorado.
we all hang out here on this Discord. We all know Pathetic Zoomer. If someone's watching this podcast, you're like, I don't know who that is. He's a guy who hangs out here on the Discord all the time. Fantastic, great guy. He lives in South Africa. In South Africa, the average, like the minimum wage there is $1.75 an hour. So if you make $30,000 a year, compared to the rest of the world, like again, not compared to the US. The US, the average income is definitely above 30,000. But compared to the rest of the world, when you take everyone into account, you are the 1%. There is the amount of people that make over $1 million a year is 1% of the 1%. It is a fraction of people that make that much money a year.
I'd say we should take our income to Africa, but it's horrible over there, man.
Well, and see, that's the thing, though. Like, a lot of people have this idea that, like, well, if we can fix homelessness, or if we can get everybody making this much money, everyone will be happy, or the world will be better. Like, dog, money doesn't make you happy. Like I don't give two shits how much money you make. It's not going to make you happy. Actually, there's a great podcast between Joe Rogan and I can't remember the guy's name, but he is super famous on Instagram for having like really expensive like watches, showing them off, having models all around him. Like he screws models all the time. He's got like a G5 jet. Like he's rich.
But he was thrown out for being fake though, or something like that.
Yes. Well, I mean, for one, he was saying that he made his own money, but he was a trust fund baby. So he got called out for that. But
Bellinger, wasn't it like Bellinger or something?
I think so. Yeah. I can't remember his first name. I know it starts with a J, but I can't remember what it is. But he was talking about it. He's like, I've entered this point in my life where I'm in this really weird stage where nothing, like I truly don't know what I want to do with my life. And that's what keeps me from being happy, because he's like, I've hit this point where I make so much money and everything that nothing is special or brings me happiness anymore. Like if somebody is to buy me a Bugatti, like he's like, dude, that's amazing. That's awesome. But he goes, it doesn't give me the excitement or the thrill anymore because I've already had one. He's like, I've already bought one. I've already driven it. He's like,
I'm over here trying to buy a scooter for like $400
exactly.
To live, and dude's in a Bugatti.
Well, and see, like, and see, that's the thing. Like, you might want it. You might want something, but the sad thing is we live in a society where it's sold to you that getting that thing or whatever it is, it's going to make you in some way a little bit happier. But in all reality, it's not. Like let's think about it. Like, if I go out,
it seems like once the basics are covered, the more you have, the less you're satisfied with it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, it's the thing of, like a lot of people equate happiness to excitement, and like that's really like it's a deep problem that we have in Western society, not so much Eastern. Like we foster the mindset here that if when you get something new and you're excited about it, that's happiness. Like that's happiness. It's not. It's excitement. When I go out and I get a new graphics card, I'm excited to come home with it. I'm excited to play around with it. But after 1 week of having it, it's not making me happier. I'm only excited about the things that I can do with it. And that is going to very quickly wear off. Very quickly.
Right.
But because we're in a capitalistic world, we all sell each other on the idea that that's happiness. That when you get something new or you get some big achievement, that's what makes you happy. Like that doesn't make you happy, man. Like the sad thing is like the reason why I'm really excited to go and live the lifestyle that I'm gonna be living is I'm tired of the entire mindset of buying something or getting ahead in life, like work-wise or whatever, is going to make me happy. Like, let's be honest. Let's say you work your fucking ass off and you get up to the CEO of a job and you're making $250,000 a year. Easy, like on a bad year when like the stocks drop like 30%, that's what you get paid. Otherwise you're making $1 million a year. That doesn't make you happy because guess what, you still have to work at a job that most likely you don't enjoy doing.
Right.
So like the thing is, like a lot of people don't understand now, like you're trading in time. Like your most valuable asset is time. Like the time that you have in your life, that's the most valuable asset that you have, and you sell it off for money. I mean, that's what you do. You give up a period of your time a day, like if not every day, most days. And again, most people don't look at it that way, but like, let's be fucking real. That's what you're doing. 5 days out of your 7 days a week, you give up 8 hours most of the day. Like, again, if we're doing math and everything, you sleep for about 1/3 of your day. So the rest 2/3, you divide up about half of that and give it up for whatever money you're willing to give it up for, whether that be $8 an hour, $15 an hour, $25 an hour, whatever the fuck. You're giving up most of your life in exchange for money to be able to buy things that you think are going to make you happy, but most likely won't. Because
they're not going to have a chance to make you happy because you're stuck at work instead of having fun with those things you buy.
Exactly. And here's the thing. When you get, like, let's say you get up to the point where you're making $1 million a year and you can afford this very, like, let's say you're not even going lavish. Let's say you're just living a very nice middle class lifestyle. When you lose that job, you can't afford your lifestyle. The whole idea of retirement is a false hope. Even if you work for the most prestigious company, when you retire, your income is going to drop off a minimum. I mean, a fucking minimum of 2/3 of what it used to be. You're going to drop a large percentage of what you used to make. And so now you can't, on retirement, I know plenty of people who are retired. If you haven't played your cards right and done much smarter investments, you can't continue to live the same lifestyle that even we are living right now. Like,
or their whole life, or what they're used to living, because they'll get. I've known people that get to their, like you say, to almost to retirement, and they start going, "Oh shit, I didn't line up my cards right. I didn't play my cards right," and then they're hoping to just dump $200,000 cash into investments, into Apple or something else, and all this to get it. And I'm just like, oh Lord, you should have been doing this over the past 15, 20 years in a Roth IRA or something, or something that pays out, instead of just relying on the stock market because you didn't retire or get a pension.
And see, here's the thing. Again, not a lot of people.
I gotta go again.
Go for it. Yeah. The funny thing about people is they don't really understand this. Like, so let's say you put your money into a Roth IRA. let's say you don't max it out, but you do a pretty good job of putting into it. When you end, you're most likely going to end up with about $1 million, maybe $1.4 million if you really luck out. Do you know how much at a middle class lifestyle, how long that's going to last for? $1 million? Can you guess at how long it's going to last for?
Yeah. What,
Sorry, you were breaking up. What'd you say?
May, what did you say? My bad.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. So like, let's say you're putting into a Roth IRA. You're not maxing it out, but you're doing good. You're probably going to come out with about $1 million to $1.4 million if you actually max it out. What you should come out with is at least $1.4 million. Again, that's maxing it out. Well, let's just take $1 million. How long do you think that is going to last at a middle class lifestyle?
Well, middle class, not long at all. Like you want to take that $1.4 million and you want to run your butt down to Florida and you want to buy a $12,000 to $14,000 55+ community home for 12-14 grand that you own outright. And all my buddies did that are 50 did that retirement with all that money and they bought the grand home and they're still living the rest of their lives with their wives or their spouses because they were able to do that. If they did middle life, 5 years. 5. I'd give it 5 years with groceries, with home, with costs, with taxes.
So what you're saying, if you don't move into a retirement home, if you try to keep your current lifestyle, the amount of time that $1 million will last you as just a regular middle class American is at most 15 years. And the thing is you retire at 60. You're most likely going to live till 80 if you take care of yourself. Your retirement money has already ran out. And that's, again, if you have $1 million fucking dollars. And most people when they retire don't have close to $1 million.
No, they count their pension. They count on their $600, $1,200 a month that they'll get for the rest of their life. And what does that come out to? That comes out to about what, 15, 20 grand a year. You might. We were talking about that earlier, joking. Like I was thinking about, like, if I could, I'd go. The McDonald's pays $20 an hour up here.
Holy shit!
Exactly. Like the McDonald's here, people make more McDonald's here than my mom makes down in Florida.
Mm-hmm. Dude, wow. I'm making, actually, hold on, before I tell on myself, guess how much I'm making down here in Tennessee, and I'll go ahead and give this away. I'm getting paid minimum wage at Subway.
Oh, no, you shouldn't be. Minimum wage here is, I think they had to raise it to 17, well, it's supposed to be 15, but a lot of places are paying $17.50 an hour here.
I'm getting paid $7.25 an hour to work at Subway.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And same cost for the being the same.
Dude, I was talking with my manager, and my manager made it very clear, even in the interview, that like she's like, I don't expect you to take this job seriously or anything. She basically told me, she's like, I don't expect you to care at all about this job. The only reason I care is because the people who work there are amazing, and they're overworked as hell. They need the help, and they're not going to be able to get it anywhere. Again, the only reason I'm working there, and I've made this very clear to my manager during the hiring process, like the only reason I'm working there is because I like coming down there to that Subway. It's one of the few places in our small town that like there's like 4 fucking restaurants in our entire small town, and I don't want them going away. And so like my manager knows good well the reason she can't find anyone isn't because there's no one willing to work.
Yeah, that's what my mom says.
Yeah, she can't pay them enough. Like the owners won't let her.
That's the thing. Like, here they do pay real good. I tried calling because I honestly saw that. I called right away. I wouldn't mind working a weekend making $20 an hour. Like I was like, dang, like 2 days, and I was like, that's pretty good. But I called up and they're just so slam packed and filled with the people, the out of staters. Colorado's got just so many people here at this. There's a lot of resources though that are here in Colorado that I've learned about and have helped out a bunch. So California was really rough though. California, like we talked about earlier, I had a guy try to commit suicide in front of my car out in Bristow. So that was a rough experience out there in California. Like between that guy and the heat and just all around like not having good service. Like the closest town too that I would go to is like an hour and a half, 2 hours away. So driving to go get groceries was horrible.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's sort of the thing about California that sort of cracks me up is California is ran by the most. All right, I'm just going to be blunt about it. California is ran by the biggest group of retards I've ever seen.
Heard about that too.
Because, all right, so I'm going to ask both of you guys. I want both of your responses from this. I'm going to ask you a very educated question. Does prohibition work?
Nope.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost common knowledge now. Like telling someone don't do something doesn't fucking work. So I find it endlessly hilarious that California is one of the few states out of America that thought it would be a good idea to outlaw homelessness. How in the fuck, like, let's just be real blunt, real about it. How in the fuck can you outlaw something that most people don't have control over? What?
I mean, I could say something, but I'm not gonna. It's gonna spark a whole bunch of
No. See, here's the thing. This podcast is already almost 3 hours long. So, out of our podcasts, this is definitely going to be the longest one ever. Say what you got to say.
I think this is the least Linux of them all. A lot of times there's not much Linux in it.
That's so true.
That's funny, man. Like in every place that I've been to, didn't make it easy. Whether that be for living or for working or because I wanted to work from home too, or because work for an internet company or do all that stuff or do a call center or do something like that because I didn't. Even now, hard to get out or hard to get to a work or hard to get somewhere. I can't drive anymore, so I've got to either get an electric scooter or get the bicycle and get to the train. And I don't think I'll be driving for the rest of my life for medical issues. So I think it's good here being in Colorado. I think it's the one place they say it's good to have all this stuff because I could take an electric scooter up to the train for $1.30 or $1.50. Take a trip up to all of Denver for 3 hours or through $3 all day.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So you need a car here. Need to get it. I could easily get around for the most part when I need to go get my groceries once or twice a month.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, like that's one of the things that I've talked to my mom about because my mom was like, "Well, how are you going to get around and stuff without a car?" I'm like, for one, I'm not going to be like, for one, things are going to change because for two, like no one's going to rely on me to go and pick stuff up for them or be like, hey, can you come to this thing? Because you should know I don't have a car. So asking me like, hey, can you make it to this place that's like way out of town and like I live in a rural spot? It's probably stupid. Like unless someone can pick me up or someone else is going in the family, I'm probably not going. But like
all the time, like even at like appointments or something like that, and they always expect you to have a vehicle or a way to get there, and it's just like,
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got nothing,
dude. Like the best thing is my grandfather was talking to me. He's like, "Well, hold on, how are you going to make it to dentist appointments?" And I was like, "How long has it been since you've seen a dentist?" And he was like, thought for a second. He was like, like 8 years, 10 years. I'm like, my point exactly. Like, if I need to go to a dentist appointment because I've got like a tooth that needs to be pulled, I've got something that hurting me, I'll pay $35 to have some Uber come out here and pick me up and take me. Like, if it's that bad, I can afford to every once in a while go. Like,
and I've been there with like the Ubers and the Uber because like the Ubers rule out here in Denver, rule.
mm-hmm.
And but that's when I didn't know about the easy because right behind where I live, there's a station. So I can easily just take an electric scooter there or take my wheels up there and just hop on the train, take a seat. And it's really easy. They make it pretty easily too for other people that are handicapped accessible. So it's awesome.
See,
Awesome.
I wish I lived closer to Nashville where public transit was like a real option. But the problem is I've worked in Nashville before, and Nashville here in Tennessee, our public transit, I don't know about other portions of the state, you know, maybe down in Memphis, it's way better. But when it comes to Nashville, the public transit system, it works fine. But the amount of homeless people that, again, like are struggling with mental illness or serious drug addiction, it's way too much. Like, dude, I have seen horrible things on public transit in Nashville. My first time ever riding a bus in Nashville, I'm not kidding, I saw someone shoot up with heroin for the first time in my entire life.
Oh, I believe that then.
Yeah.
I do believe that.
Yeah. And I mean, the sad part is like me saying that it isn't even that unbelievable at all. Like,
I've seen some stuff too. Like, but I thought you were gonna say like I thought someone saw someone get murdered or something like that, and I'm just like, well, I see like.
I have seen someone commit suicide on public transit.
Yes.
Not inside of the bus, but jump in front of a bus. Luckily, it wasn't my bus, but yes, I've seen that too. I mean, really, in all honesty, like I think the biggest problem when it comes to like mental illness and everything, like the sad part is like even though we haven't in the past ever really treated mental illness or people with it with as much respect as they should be treated and as much human dignity as they should. Today, the problem that we have is we're not even attempting to care for them. Like back in the day, we at least had institutions and asylums that they could go to. And even though a lot of them had horrible reputations for the way they treated people, there was at least somewhere that you could go that at least there was a chance of people working there who cared taking care of you. Now it's literally the cops' problem. Like,
yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, if any of you know cops, like I know plenty of cops, like there's some fantastic Metro police officers in Nashville that are, I mean, they are amazing people. But like you'll hear them talk, like 90% of their job is caring for mentally ill homeless people that should be definitely institutionalized. But the thing is, the way our system works is so fucking retarded. Like I had a buddy who was paranoid schizophrenic. I couldn't get him, like none of my friends, even with all the, like he was threatening to like murder one of my friends, like family and all that. And again, he's paranoid schizophrenic. Like he was having one of his episodes. So like
manic. I was diagnosed with manic. You know, I know I don't have to say that on live, but people need to be aware of that. And one of my main important roles, especially with my doctors, is trying to make other people aware of how much help you can. You need to keep going. You need to keep going. You need to get help, and you need to get on the right meds.
You know, and I mean the thing, like you even stop there for a second. You're like, I know I don't have to say this or anything. Like, and that's sort of the thing. Like that goes to show just how much of a stigma mental illness carries with it. Like if you were about to say my knee's fucked up, you wouldn't have even hesitated there or said anything about I probably shouldn't say this on live or you know I don't have to. Like you wouldn't even say that because it's just your knee being hurt. If you have something that's messed up here, the stigma around it is so much different, which it's retarded because your brain is just like your knee. Like it's a critical part of your body. Like you don't have control over having some issue with your knee. Why would you have any control over being manic or depressed or whatever? Like it's not like, it's sad that it carries such a stigma with it. But even more than that, there's a huge problem in the way that we treat it. Like we don't treat someone mentally ill as needing to be cared for. You know, like let's say you fuck up your knee. If you really fuck up your knee and you go into work the next day, someone's going to tell you to go home because like, not just because you're limping all the time, but like you need to get that taken care of. Like it has to be taken care of. But when it comes to someone who is manic, paranoid, schizophrenic, anything else, the way that our legal system looks at it and the mental institutions is that person needs to want to come in there and seek help, which is stupid. If you hurt your knee, like, it doesn't matter what you say. If you get into a car wreck, you fuck up your knee, break ribs and everything, your ass is going to the hospital and your ass is getting help. It doesn't matter. Oh, don't. I don't want to pay for it. Everyone on the way to the hospital is going to be telling you, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're getting help. Like, with a manic person, you just let them sit on the streets and everything. You just let them walk down the street and have conversations with themselves. Like that. And there's actually a doctor, Dr. Drew, who does a whole bunch of podcasts with Your Mom's House, Tom Segura, comedians. And he talks about it all the time. Like he is very livid at the way that California treats mental illness, because he's like, I've treated a lot of people who have, severe mental health issues, severe drug addictions. In particular, he talks about people who are very manic, either drug-induced mania or just naturally induced, mania. Those people, when they've gotten over their mania and they're cured, those people are very upset and almost like, he's like, I've had people weep in front of me because they had friends and family that let them walk around like that and ruin relationships and ruin their life for months on end, possibly years on end. And no one forced them to go get help. Like, it's the same. The crazy thing is like when you have a mental or a mental issue, a mental health disorder, the way that you are treated is though as if you have a choice in it or that you can take care of yourself. If you fuck up your knee, you're not going to go walk to the hospital. You can't do it. If you can't think properly, you can't make the decision that you need help properly. It's the same fucking thing. And like, that's why I feel bad for a lot of cops, because their day is not consumed with taking care of the community in the way that they should. Their job is taking care of the community in a way that we already have places that are set up to help the community in that aspect, like with people with mental disabilities or disorders. We already have a system set up to take care of that, and yet it's not being used properly. Most institutions are pretty much wide open for anyone who walks in, and that's the disturbing part. They're wide open because they don't get used properly. Most people who need that kind of help are on the street. Is that a dog?
Yeah. I thought my dog was inside. Maybe he went out with me.
But, I mean, like, I think it's a really sad reality that we have to, like, live with, but also at the same time, like, passing laws and stuff is not just going to fix it. It might help, but at the end of the day, like, we have to have a change in the way that we look at mental disabilities as a society. Yeah. The really disheartening part about it is I don't know that it's going to happen anytime soon. I mean, like, we're just now getting to the point where it's not. I don't want to go off onto a tangent here or a talk that might upset someone or, in general, just upset someone. But like, we're just now getting to a point where like being told that someone's gay or lesbian is not even weird. Like, I have a guy that I work with who's gay, and like, the cool thing is we've gotten to a point now where he came into work one day. His boyfriend was coming into town. He had bought a ticket for him, and he was super excited. And like, we had never even had a conversation about him being gay, but he talks like, I mean, some I think one of the coworkers there told me that like they were listing off people that work there and everything and stuff about them, and it come up about him being gay. So like I had heard that he was gay, but he hadn't told me or anything. He comes in and just starts talking about him buying a ticket for his boyfriend coming into town and how he was so excited. We cut up about it, and like, you know, I was like, yeah, dude, that's all. Like, you know, I was excited for him. Like, that's awesome. We've just now gotten to a point in time where walking in, being excited about something like that, and just talking about, you know, your boyfriend coming into town being gay is not even, it's not even something that you even have to worry about, or, you know, you have to watch the way in which you talk about it.
Well, we even watched Seinfeld. Even one of the Seinfeld episodes, one of the main jokes was that a lesbian wedding, and it was the most uncomfortable thing in the subway, and the lady leaves. And now, even back then, you had the, you know, we have the choice and freedom to think both ways. In my opinion, that's what I fought for too. And what's it called? I find it funny though, because when I watch Seinfeld and I see that, you say that, you're right. Like the comfort. And anyway, though, we're getting, I don't know. It's like I like to keep watching Seinfeld because I would rather attach to the jokes back then, to the comfort level back then. Because even so, let's be honest. Vice versa, whether it be you know, spouse and all that stuff. But this is Linux. We won't get into it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like that's sort of the thing.
No,
like,
yeah.
I'll go ahead and say 20 years ago, for the most part, most people didn't care.
well, I mean, and that's the thing. Even nowadays, most people like the craziest thing to me is like I haven't had it happen anytime recently, but I've had people tell me that someone is gay, like expecting me to be like, you know, saying it in a way of like, are you okay with that? Which is funny to me because like the way in which we used to live as a society in which we cared about the things that don't affect us in other people's lives, like, so like I grew up very Christian and everything, and I had a conversation with a very hardcore Christian in my family, and they were talking about how they said something that really fucking pissed me off, like really pissed me off. They weren't going to come to a funeral because there was like, so the woman who passed away, their daughter-in-law, both of them are lesbian, and they were like, she's going to be doing the service and I don't think we can be there for that. And like the funny thing is, I had a conversation with this person and I was telling them, I'm like, okay, so that's, I understand where you're coming from. I understand. But let me just talk in a very religious way to you. For one, like what you believe in, Jesus, the only thing he talks about is forgiveness. And so, and also the fact that you're all sinners, you all do stuff that's wrong. So the funny thing to me is you're telling me that you are not going to be a what Jesus calls a good Christian, and go and support someone who doesn't believe the same way that you do or openly sins. And I was telling them like this, like, you got to think about it like this. Jesus hung out with prostitutes. Jesus hung out with what society considered the lowest of the low. And you're just now telling me that you're going to be a good Christian by not going to something where someone who is openly a sinner, who's going to do it. And like, by the way, I was at that funeral. It was a beautiful service. She gave one of the most heartwarming and beautiful speeches from a Christian perspective, by the way, the entire time she was talking about God. But I was telling this person who it did end up coming and did end up in very much enjoying the service. But I was like, look, what you're telling me now is absolutely disgusting, because what you're saying is you're going to be a good Christian by doing the most unchristian thing out there. You are not going to go to something where someone who is, in your eyes, a blatant sinner because they're a blatant sinner. And the thing is the book that you read from, it makes it very clear that you are a sinner as well. You are just as bad in the eyes of your Lord as the other person is. If you...
Oh, excuse me. My
Yeah.
bad.
No, you're good.
I like to think about the Office episode with Creed,
Which one with Creed?
where he goes, it's like Woodstock back in the day, man.
Uh-huh.
Or not a few men slipped in. I don't know.
Exactly. Like what I was saying is, like, if you're, like, the way I put it to him is like, what you're doing is the most unchristian thing I've ever heard. And mind you, this is coming from a person who does not consider them to be Christian, but grew up in a Christian household. Like, I know quite a bit about Christianity. Like, what you're doing is the most unchristian thing ever.
Yeah.
Because that, like, what I told them is like, so I'm not going to give out her name, but the woman who gave the funeral service, like, she openly believes in the same God that you do, and she openly knows that, like, what the way that she lives her life is a sinful life in the eyes of your religion. And so she openly goes around and everyone knows that she's a sinner in your religion. Everyone. Because, again, if you're a Christian inside of the Bible, being gay is a sin. But the thing is you sin every day. Like, you do the same shit. The only difference is that the stuff that you do wrong is easier to hide than hers. That's the only difference. Like, and that conversation is what makes me very happy to this day, because they actually showed up at that funeral and very much enjoyed it. And I'm like, I mean, that's the problem with a lot of people, is you have a mindset that is completely antithetical to what you actually believe.
I grew up in a ridiculously strong Christian environment. Like, wasn't even allowed to watch Harry Potter.
Oh shit, that's ridiculous.
Witchcraft and wizardry. I wasn't even allowed to watch that. I was let's just say, when I was able to watch Harry Potter for the first time, I was all over Harry Potter.
Exactly. And I mean, that's the thing that cracks me up about a lot of very religious households, is in trying to keep someone away from something that doesn't matter, you're typically only going to undermine what you're trying to teach them. It's sort of the same thing as, like, if I was trying to teach you computer science, but I lied to you every once in a while about stuff, like, even though I'm teaching you mostly correct stuff, there's going to be a point when you catch on and notice that I'm lying about some particular thing. And then it doesn't matter how correct everything else I tell you is. Everything. Exactly. Everything I tell you is bullshit. And so if you're living a lifestyle where you're supposed to be the most forgiving person, and you're supposed to be around people who are living their life wrong so that you can potentially save them, like, what are you, like, that's like, my grandmother has this type of mindset when it comes to some things, and I always call her out on it, and she does normally. Like, I think the best example is we had a guy who washes our cars who was voting Democrat, and like, he had some things on his Facebook that he posted that were, like, very like, not anti-Christian, but very sort of, not antithetical to
religion.
Yeah, to religion in general. And she was like, yeah, I'm not going to have him wash my cars anymore. And I was like, I had to, like, I mean, we had like a 2 or 3 hour conversation about how disgusting that behavior is. Because I'm like, you don't understand just how much disservice you're doing to your own religion. Like, if you truly believe that, like, if you truly believe in God, how can you possibly go against everything that's in the later portions of the Bible? How? Like you can't, I mean, I've read the entire Quran, the entire Bible. I've read the entire Torah. I've read more religious texts than most people will ever. Fuck, I know Christians are like 67 years old and know every single thing like that gets taught in church, but has never read the Bible completely. I've read more religious texts than most people have. And the funniest thing is out of all of them are like all of the major religions out of the world are very Abrahamistic and very similar. I mean, all of the world's major religions are Abrahamistic. They all come from Abraham. Like that they all come from Abraham. And most of them don't understand like the actual teachings inside of the Bible other than what they hear at a sermon, which I was telling my grandfather this, like my whole family stopped going to church. Like, even though again, I'm not participating in church at all, most of my family doesn't anymore because like I've had to explain it to them. Like when you go to church and you hear a sermon, like you're getting the most boilerplate version of your religion possible. And also you're having added sprinkles of typically hatred on top of it. Like that's typically what it is. Huh?
Or his opinion of that, of what he interpreted.
And that's what I mean by hate. Because normally there was a church that we used to go to for a little bit, and the pastor, we left pretty quickly from there, but he was talking about how like the worst thing in a church is a female pastor. And
I've never seen one, to be honest with you.
I have, and here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing. Technically speaking, so if you want to have a female pastor, you can't be part of any group of the typical good Lord, what is it called? Offshoots of Catholic, every other denomination other than Catholic. What are those called? Can't remember the
Protestant.
There we go. Yeah, if you want to have a female preacher, you can't be part of a Protestant like group, like Southern Baptist, Methodist, all that stuff, because they have rules set in place that you can't do that. You just can't. I think even inside of the Catholic Church, like if you have a female priest there, they're not part of the actual Catholic Church. Like they might be Catholic, but they're not actually affiliated with the larger Catholic Church. Because it's against their rules. And the funniest thing is, like, this guy was talking about it, and I'm like, really, in all honesty, go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off. And in all honesty, like, not going too far down the rabbit hole of religion or anything or all that stuff too, but like, a lot of this was kept from me growing up too, and I don't want any of that to be kept from. Like, religion, good. Your freedom of choice to practice religion. Fantastic. I love that. Like, and I think that's great. But when you enslave a child, or when you take that child now that it could be a beautiful blossom, be someone that has an artist, or someone that could be a beautiful, computer science, or someone that could be the next Bill Gates, or someone that's helping or doing whatever, who knows? Or Elon Musk, you never know. But you restricted them, because I remember growing up, and because of the faith or because of religion, I could never sit down on a computer. I never used a computer when I was younger. I couldn't watch Harry Potter. I couldn't do this. I couldn't do that. I couldn't. I felt so like, oh man, I can't do this because God will shame me, or this or that. And no kid should feel that way. A kid should feel and be taught in an ethical manner about religion and stuff like that. Not be just restrictive as like a slave.
Yeah. And see, here's the thing. So like, I believe my own thing. We're not going to dive into what I believe at all right now, but like when it comes to like religion and everything, like I've got my grandfather do this too. The funniest thing is when it comes to most religions, the way that you're taught in those religions is that you're not supposed to ever look at another one. And like I was telling my grandfather started doing this recently too. Like I learned Greek just so I could read older versions of the Bible, and like the texts that aren't in there, and also so I could read other versions of the Quran, because there's.
I'm currently reading the Quran.
Yeah. And like, that's the thing. Like I was talking to my grandfather, because like my grandfather, like when I first started getting into reading other religious texts, like the Torah, the Quran and everything, he was like extremely worried. He was like, you're gonna like get, off, like you're
You're
just,
gonna become a terrorist.
exactly. You're either going to become a
Oh
terrorist,
my god.
you're going to start believing that you're a Muslim or
Yeah,
that you're a
exactly.
Jew or some shit like that. Like the funniest thing is I've been telling my grandpa, I'm like, if you actually read other religious texts, like the funniest thing is you'll normally end up with a better perspective on your own religion.
I agree with you.
You just
And there are
will.
some far out religions though that I've seen, studying them. There are some places that are unfortunate that don't have that education that we might have or other people might have, and they're following barbaric,
Mm-hmm.
barbaric things. I even saw the documentary I saw. The lady was praising the religion of Coca-Cola.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She used that insulin would help with the diabetes because diabetes doesn't exist, and Coca-Cola would cure you.
Well, I mean, that's the
So,
thing. Like when it comes to
you've also-
religion, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, there's people that there's always people that might believe what they believe in, and I've got respect for, but it might be us saying how crazy that Coca-Cola might be to that lady, but then how many people might be wanting, oh, I'm so mad, but really, it's like how anyone watching this might be like, oh my gosh, the lady going on Coca-Cola and praising that and saying that would heal you. That's crazy. Well, that's not too far off from what we're saying.
Exactly. Well, I mean, like that's the thing. Like what you believe. All right. To me, like what's really crazy is the idea that you, because of what you believe, you're crazy. Like, dude, life in general, the fact that you're alive is already fucking insane. Like, the fact that you're alive right now, like, if you start researching biology at all, it is a goddamn miracle that you're alive in the first place. Like, the amount of functions that need to go on to keep your complex life going is insane. The idea that some person believes something and that's what makes them crazy. Come on now. Come on.
Hey,
Like,
I watched the Animal Channel the other day, and just watching that made me real happy. I was like,
uh-huh.
oh, damn, that sucks to be in the wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's also like, no, this is definitely another tangent, but there's the idea that we are somehow completely different from nature, or that we're somehow like special. Like the one thing that cracks me up about a lot of people is the idea that you cannot feed your dog the same food that you eat. Like, now again, like let's say you're eating healthy, like you're not eating fucking Taco Bell. Like again, you probably shouldn't give a burrito from Taco Bell to your dog, because you shouldn't be eating a fucking Taco Bell burrito, dipshit. Like, if your food is healthy, give it to your dog. Like, the idea that your dog needs to eat dog food because that's what they were born to eat, that is fucking retarded. Like, it hurts my brain that there are people out there that truly believe that dog food is like what dogs were born to eat from get-go. It's horrible. It's horrible. Like,
well, except for Abida. I will say Abida or whatever that company is. I did do a lot of research on them, and they are putting tremendous amounts of work in their granular feeds to be actual, like, and people don't buy them. You know why?
it's expensive.
It had that, and it doesn't look like your regular dog chow. It's grain, so it's literally powdered. You got to mix it with water and slop it up for the dog, and the dog just takes it up as like a shake. And it's nutrition for the dog. It's perfect nutrition. My dog didn't shed at all when I fed him that for a year and a half. He did not. He pooped so small. The poops were solid, were good, weren't runny, were great, healthy poops. Were real small too. Like, he was taking all that nutrition. Not anymore. Like, all the foods though are disgusting. They're putting like a bunch of disgusting stuff on there. Ugh.
Well, dog food dog food is considered grade D by the FDA. So, God damn, that shot hurt.
And we're supposed to be, we're supposed to be eating, in my honest opinion, like for my food, my diet, I try to stick to white rice, jasmine rice, and tuna, even though it might not be real tuna, it might be dolphin guy. I don't know. But, I try to stick to, there's these easy chicken, or you got the chicken meals for chicken, or, I just like, to be honest with you, I like taking white rice, putting meat on top of it, putting soy sauce on top of it. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I like eating. If I could get as close to, like, because I honestly I hate eating. I just like it for nutrition because you need it to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
So if I could get a stockpile of, 5 years worth of rice and a whole bunch of good nutrition to eat alongside with that, I would do that just so I don't have to cook every day.
Mm-hmm. And that's what blows me away about people who believe that dogs need some type of special type of food. Like, the funny thing is the dog food that you feed them is the lowest quality food. Like, the FDA rates dog food as just barely edible for a human being. So, like, a homeless person can go out and get dog food and eat it and be fine.
Yeah. Well, bones, bone marrow, the things we don't make in factories or we're tossing out that they don't want to get rid of, but they make profit on.
Mm-hmm.
Things like bone are the crap that you don't want to eat as a human at all.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we give our dogs,
Exactly. Like, the dude, I've seen, so there's this guy who feeds his dog like raw meat and everything, like he gives him like chicken and like mixed up with a whole bunch of different veggies and stuff like that. And people,
palmetto too.
Yeah, dude, people will complain at him like you're not treating your dog right, or you're not like that dog is like probably got medical.
Like a third, just something as basic as a third veggies, a third brown rice, a third meat's going to be like 500% better, higher quality than any dog food you're going to buy.
Exactly. Like, that's one of the things that blew me away. The one question that I got asked that genuinely hurt me, like hurt my soul to hear asked, was how am I going to feed Buddy living out like as a shepherd? I'm like, what the fuck type of question is that? Like, are you asking me how am I going to feed myself and Buddy? Like, Buddy can eat mozzarella cheese. Like, he can.
Like, you know how many times I feed my dog eggs, raw eggs, because he loves them?
Mm-hmm.
Or like the palmetto oil, or like the chicken. Like, I've also heard, though, in my experience, I just don't do the chicken, the legs. Honestly, they can eat them just fine. There is a chance that they might split in the stomach, though, if they're cooked.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Typically, the shepherds, man, you could feed them a whole chicken. They like the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, like, that's the thing. I had one person tell me that, like, if I give my dog a chicken bone, like, it can kill it. And I'm like, yeah, if I fucking boil it or like fry it, like
I've always given him thighs, and he eats thighs, fresh raw thighs from the store. Well, that's not good. It's I've been eating. I have not had, so you know how many people I have experience with that spend all the crud and the freaking money that are wealthy, and they spend all their money on their dogs and go spend $8,000
and then go spend twice as much at the vet at all the problems it causes.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he's eating fresh. I'm like, I hurt so bad when I do have to feed him that food.
Yeah.
So I'm really give him Abity basics and like chicken thighs. The chicken thighs I always heard too are too short for the shepherds or anything larger than like a golden retriever or something like that. You can feed them to smaller dogs too, but it's typically not advised, I don't think. But my German Shepherd eats. I would advise anyone German Shepherd chicken thigh right there. You can eat it.
Well, I mean, if you to be honest, any small bone is fine as long as it's raw. As long as you haven't fried, as soon as you fry it up, that bone becomes a lot more brittle. And even then, though, like, I mean, Buddy's eaten fried chicken before and eaten the bone with it too. Like, he's fine. You just run a much greater risk of there being a problem. Like, the thing is like, there's not necessarily going to be a problem, but
their intestines are like this. They're not. They're all.
Well, I mean, you really have to think about it like this. Like when you're eating fried chicken, there's always a chance that you're going to get a fractured, like, you know, a splinted bone or whatever in your mouth and swallow it. And guess what? You're fucking fine. Like, you're fine. Your dog will be fine. The thing is when you start getting like, you know, 20 or 30 fucking boneless wings with your friends, devour them all and toss them to the dog as you're doing it. Like, yeah, 20 or 30 bones, one of those might fucking splint and definitely cause a problem for your dog. Really, in all honesty, if you're feeding your dog raw shit, like, there's no problem. I have let Buddy tear apart, like, you know, chickens that we've, you know, like cut open, like, you know, like killed and then gutted and, you know, cleaned off the meat and everything and then given him the bones from it. He's fine. I've had plenty of other dogs. Like I had one dog destroy the carcass of a turkey after we cleaned it up and took all the meat off.
Dogs are able to eat like 100, almost like a whole thing.
Yeah. Like, I mean, they're fine. Like,
I just throw 2 chicken thighs. My dogs get 2 chicken thighs, 2 raw eggs. I think I gave them some veggies and some palmetto oil is what I used to do or something that they recommended.
Mm-hmm. And like, I mean, like, if we're being honest, that's a better meal than any dog food than you're going to buy.
Oh, yeah. And he has the guts to take that bacteria. Like, we can't eat raw meat and all that stuff. But actually, I think we can.
We can. Raw
steak. Yeah. My buddies lived in Tinian, the island off of Guam. And they lived in real. He said, we eat everything raw down there. We kill the cattle. We eat the cattle raw. I was like, really? Yeah, we eat everything. We catch the things from the ocean.
At the most, they sear the outside of the steak, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Even the shrimps, they'll just sear the outside of the shrimp, and then that's it. And then they'll eat it. And like, I was like, they'll eat everything raw, even the steaks and stuff like that.
Well, and see, the funny thing is, like, what a lot of people don't understand is, like, when it comes to like raw meat and everything, your body can process it and everything. It's not a problem. It's just there's a reason why we don't do everything raw now. Like, to be able to support the brain size that we've developed and everything, it's much easier on your body and everything, because it can put energy towards this big, you know, like 3.5 pound, like anxiety device that we have up here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, like the way that we can support that better is by cooking our meat so it's easier to digest, so that the energy from the meat is just, it's easier to digest and access. You can eat raw and be fine. Like, the funniest thing that I've heard from people who go on like paleo diets, like, where, or not paleo, but they're like all meat diets where you only eat meat, is like they're well, no, it is. It is.
Iron are so good for O positives.
Well, it's good for just about everybody. But the thing is like, you have to know whether or not you'd have to try it out to see whether or not your body can handle it. Because most likely it's going to be better for you, because you're going to be taking in a much higher protein amount. You're going to be taking in a lot more wide diversity of minerals. So like, if you eat primarily meat, you're taking in a multivitamin essentially every day.
Yeah, but a whole bunch of like, I always heard too, but a whole bunch of bacteria on the teeth.
Yeah, the problem with it is it depends on your personal like biology and your makeup. But most of the time, a paleo diet or something very much meat-based is going to be better for you in the long run, only because if you're living a very healthy lifestyle, the most important thing to get into your body is protein. And there's no better source for protein and other things like iron than meat. Like, if you watch 123 Home Free or Aaron Fletcher for long enough, you'll notice that it takes him when he's talking, there's a lot of pauses and a lot of time that he spends thinking about what he's going to say next. And I was talking with a buddy, and like, most likely what that's from is an iron deficiency, because he doesn't eat a lot of meat. He eats primarily cheese, milk, which does have a small bits of iron in it, but not nearly as much as you get from meat. And iron is one of the most essential like minerals that you're going to take in for fast brain like thinking. Iron is something that you need to be able to think fast on your feet. And when you're not getting enough of it, you'll end up like Aaron Fletcher, where it takes you a little bit to process and talk about what you mean to, which is not a problem. It's not like he's, deficient or dying in any sense of the form or fashion. But it's something that, like, if
more fuel.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
add more fuel.
Especially when you're living this type of lifestyle where you're like, I don't think most people take into account the fact that you are most likely well overworked. Inside of our current society, it is, if you are someone who works the average amount, typically you're not viewed as someone as valuable as someone who is a workaholic. Someone who works too much is valued way more. By the way, Spikus, hey, how's this going? Hope you're doing good, bro. But yeah, like, you're most likely not going to end up, like, when you're living this kind of lifestyle where you're working too much, you've got a whole bunch of stuff going on, you're stressed out a lot of the time, taking care of life shit and everything. Like, here's one thing I don't think a lot of people understand. Like, the more meat and protein that you can get in, the more very, very easily processed energy that you can get, you need, because the lifestyle that most people live nowadays is very stressful. Like, well, let's be honest, most people have a job that they go to every single day, or best case scenario, they go to 5 days out of the 7 days a week, and they work their ass off. They do their job. They're good workers. But every single day you go into that job, it very well could be your last. All it takes is one bad fuck up, and your entire way of supporting yourself is gone. That is stressful. That in of itself is stressful. And that's what I was talking with my mom about not too long ago. I was like, the main reason I'm doing this is not because I'm lazy or anything. Like, milking my sheep every day, I'm going to have to do that 3 times a day. Like, going up, picking up the chicken's eggs, like grabbing them, putting some for myself, taking them off to my grandparents. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to have to work to do. But the thing though is working is not my issue. It's the anxiety that comes along with having this type of lifestyle. You are never guaranteed anything, and buying guarantee doesn't work. You can't pay enough in insurance to guarantee that you don't have to be stressed out or worried about the ifs and what ifs. You'll never be able to pay enough for that.
Yeah. And with I just went blank, my bad.
Hey guys, speaking of which, lifestyle wise, I gotta head out because I need to get wood in for the night before it gets dark, and it looks like it's gonna happen in about a half hour.
All good, man. This has been a crazy long live stream.
And it's gonna be cold tonight.
Well, go take care of what you got to do, man.
I gotta get wood in before. Well, it's a lot easier to get in before it's dark.
Yeah. Well, go ahead and take care of it, man. Dude, it was great fucking talking with you as always.
So have a great rest of the stream, and I'll see you later.
Sounds good, man. Take care.
Yep.
Stay warm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I will.
Well, so, like, I mean, when it comes to what we were talking about, do you have anything that you would disagree with when it comes to the stressfulness of keeping up a lifestyle in which it requires you to have a job?
No, you were saying that, like, that how you feel, especially when you're at that job, the lifestyle, keeping it up and all that stuff. The redundancy, though, of having something you might own. I mean, I've even been thinking about it myself, like a camper or something like that, to where you can live in it, that you own it, you're not paying all this money, to where you might have, get kicked out or something like that. Or I understand what you're talking about too. I went a little blank. I was looking at my FreeBSD thing. I was determining whether or not to install free. I've got a blank laptop right now, blank. I just don't know what to do with it.
OpenBSD. OpenBSD.
I got the NVIDIA though. Do I use Mesa or Mason or whatever? But
yeah, if you've got NVIDIA, wait, hold on. Does it? What's the chip in it? Do you have an Intel HD driver?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, let me see.
Here's what I'll go ahead and say. Check and see on the chip if you've got if it's got an Intel HD graphics chip put in it. I'd say go ahead and give OpenBSD a try, only because it only uses the Intel HD. It won't even acknowledge that the NVIDIA even exists. Your battery life will be much improved.
I thought that because the dedicated GPUs just sucking that battery, sucking it.
Yep.
And another thing, though, I went a little blank, though, thinking about that operating system. So we'll get on that later, especially because I want to stick with Linux. I want to stick with helping the Linux community out for the next 10, well, honestly, for as long as I'm alive, hopefully. I wanted to do all operating systems, though. BSDs, Linux, and Microsoft, Mac OS, to be honest with you. I mean, all of them. I mean, because everybody needs help in all aspects of every operating system. I mean, some people don't have the opportunity or time to branch off.
Yeah, I think you have a great point there. So for me, the reason why OpenBSD is so appealing to me is actually after this live stream and after I get some more stuff done that I've got to get done today, I'm going to be putting OpenBSD on that hallway laptop that I'm going to be using. The reason why is because OpenBSD is one of these operating systems where the system itself and the kernel itself, it's a lot of lines of code compared to something like Plan 9 or something. But Plan 9 you really can't use on a daily basis. You just can't. You might be able to convince yourself that you can, but you can't. If you want to do anything modern on it, you really can't. The thing about OpenBSD is it's so minimal and so well documented that if you wanted to download, like let's say right now, like 6.9 is the version of OpenBSD that's out. If you pulled down 6.9 and ran it, it's OpenBSD. Security is their main focus. They've only had 2 like holes in the entire time that they've existed, and they're very proud about that. You could download 6.9 today and use it off-grid for the rest of your life and maintain your OpenBSD install yourself and do everything that you need to off of it and have a much better understanding of the system itself, the kernel, than you'd ever hope to understand about Linux. Like, yes, you can understand the Linux kernel, but it's so vast, it's so monolithic that you really don't have a good chance of doing it. When it comes to OpenBSD, you have a very minimal system that's very secure that can do you'd be surprised with how much you can do as long as you don't want to do modern gaming on it. If you want to do something like, emulation on OpenBSD, you're perfectly fine. Like you can play PSP games, like emulate those on OpenBSD, no problem. You can play Minecraft on OpenBSD. Like they have a native port of Minecraft to OpenBSD, so you can play Minecraft. Like you can actually game on OpenBSD very well, especially if you're more into like RetroArch and, emulating games. You'll be fantastically well taken care of on OpenBSD. And everything about OpenBSD is way more manageable than Linux, which is why I really appreciate it and why I'm really looking forward to it for offline, like an off-grid type of scenario. OpenBSD, like one of the biggest things that I give it credit for is the way it interacts with devices and it manages audio, like its audio system it is far and beyond what you could possibly hope to get with something like Pulse Audio. You cannot believe how amazing it is on OpenBSD when it comes to their audio system. For one, they're so focused on security that out of the gate, if you want to be able to record from your webcam or from any plugged up audio devices like this one, you're going to need to set a kernel parameter to be able to actually record from these devices. You have to set kern audio and kern audio or kern video to 1 so that you can actually record from. Yeah, so like the way OpenBSD is set up from the get-go is it's assuming that you're going to be as secure as possible and most likely probably running on a server. So if you have a microphone accidentally plugged up to a server, there's no reason that it should ever be even recording from the microphone ever. So OpenBSD out of the gate assumes that you don't ever want to record from a microphone or a webcam. So all you gotta do is go in and edit 1/etsy/sysconf or whatever. I think it's sysctl conf. And you just...
I don't remember. It's something like...
Yeah, as far as I know, it's /etsy/sysctl.conf. And that file there, you set your kernel parameters for, your microphone video, to allow it to record from there. And then also you set other stuff like OpenBSD out of the gate won't use up all of your RAM because it doesn't need it. And so if you're just running something like a simple web server, it's not ever going to eat up the other RAM like on your system unless you tell it to. Like it's a very well put together system.
I tried FreeBSD out. I got the NVIDIA drivers working really good with FreeBSD and KDE Plasma. So it's a really nice looking desktop that I got working. Not now, but I could get it working again if I wanted to with like FreeBSD. And I was thinking about that with KDE, just because some reason I know I like the tiling window managers and everything. I might go back to DWM and mix an Xsession file with DWM so I can run DWM and KDE, since they're both my favorite. I mean, I love both of them. They're so fun. So if I could run both of them, that'd be pretty cool off of like a cool LightDM login manager. And that way I could run a tiling window manager and do, KDE at times when I want that functionality. But I learned how to, I'm trying to get the 3 screens set up for the studio. And when I press the mod key, I learned how to jump through the screens with DWM. I didn't know how to do that before, and I was like, whoa!
Yeah.
I continue to use DWM just because my productivity now with the tiling window manager is just insane.
Like DWM, I gotta be honest, when it comes to tiling window managers, if you haven't used DWM, wait, hold on. I've been gone for 2 hours and you're still talking about food. I don't know what food we were talking about, but yeah, we could definitely keep talking about food. But when it comes to DWM and tiling window managers, man, like DWM is hands down my favorite only because I understand it. Like I understand the entire source code of DWM. I understand all of it. So there's no real, like the thing about DWM is I could git clone it on any device I need right now. And because I know the entire source code, I know there's not really any security flaws that I need to worry about. There's no compatibility issues that I need to worry about. There's no, there's nothing that I really need to worry about. I can maintain DWM on my own for the rest of my life and not have any problems. And DWM it's just so extensible, man. It's fantastic. I didn't think it was, but with like the universal X resources and how you could do so much stuff, I know of all like the X resources, the theme changing. You could apply Pywall to it and do like a script of your own with XKIV or whatever, and change your backgrounds on themes on the fly. I was and there's so much things you can do, but I like to stick to trying to keep it as basic as possible, but with somewhat of kind of like giving it somewhat of usability in the status bar
and some icons. But other than that, I don't like straying too far theming because I don't like getting myself too buggy either. Because I always get myself buggy when I start putting my own stuff in there.
Yep.
Like,
And I mean, that's one of the things. Like, it used to be that I hated the patching of DWM, but now I love the patching because, like, the patching is something. It's not necessary. If you don't need the patches in DWM. There's no patch in DWM that I like, that I necessarily go, it's a must have. Like,
scratch pad, that's for me. Must have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but see, here's the thing. Like, I can't say that's a must have. Like, there's not, like, there might be some patches for me that are full, like, that are necessary, like, that I always want. For me, like, one of the ones is like true full screen, the full screen patch, where if I make something full screen, it's going full screen. It's not going to go into tiling window mode where I still see my bar or some shit. Like, none of that bullshit. It's going straight into full screen. All of DWM goes behind it. That, to me, even though for me that's a necessary patch, I can't say it's a necessary patch because for someone else, it's not. Like, it's really not. For you, the full screen patch may be fucking stupid. Like, you're like, I don't care about it. And
Caps, everything's so easy though for me for like mnemonics because like, when I'm on here right now, like Caps app for full screen. When you were saying that, I was like, I wondered what my full screen was again. And I'm like, it's got to be mod F from full screen.
yeah.
I keep things so easy and mnemonic that even with using that stuff, I can go full screen for my PowerPoints. Like, so I love it.
And I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, DWM is so fucking good. It's so good.
I keep coming back to it. Why? Like,
hold on, and see, here's what I'll go ahead and tell you. So hold on, do you have DWM, like the clone of it, on your computer right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you were to go into that folder of DWM, like, here's what makes it unbelievably incredible for me. Just go to that folder where you have DWM downloaded. Once you're there, tell me.
Let's see. Why isn't it auto completing? Oh, I know why. Oh, I was in my bad. Let's see. I'm there. Okay.
So once you're there, I want you to Vim or whatever text editor you prefer. Just go ahead and open up config.mk or make into your text editor.
Okay, I'm downloading my plugin. I guess I've never opened Vim on this. I had to plug in my Arch Linux DWM machine that I had on my USB. Because I've got no OS on my laptop right now. The only other laptop I've got is Mac OS, and it's got no USB ports. Like, that does stink. Like, but I could have gotten, I guess, the adapters, but or the net installs, or do whatever and go over but that's a lot of work. So I ended up plugging in my USB that has persistent storage to download an ISO. And I'm looking at Elementary OS. I'm not sure. I don't know. But
well, as someone who's checked out EOS, it's probably not for you. If you like DWM and you like to use it and everything, like the Pantheon desktop looks great.
I had to show you my Mac OS too. I got my Mac OS to be exactly like our systems.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got our Mac OS to even have the Pokemon color scripts. So I open it up and it's the same. Like, I put a tiling window manager on it, and when you go to terminal, I put the Neo fetch on the screen with see-through terminal, the same thing. When I open up my Safari, it tiles the same way, like it tiles in DWM. So I did exactly the same thing. So I feel the same way as in DWM. Like, my Safari even has the Vim key binding. So when I go to, like, let's say YouTube, I can go up and down with J and K with the Mac. And I could go H, L, Shift, all that stuff. And I could even press F. And it gives you all the shortcut links on the browser, like browser. So it's been like the best experience on that thing.
Yeah, and that's what's so amazing about having a Unix-based system. Like, even though it's Mac OS, it's different because it's still based off of the same foundation that Linux is. It's
I jumped right in.
Exactly.
Jumped right in,
Like, and see, like that's why I've told people. I'm like, if you're gonna go for a proprietary offering, Mac OS is the best. Like,
Plus, I
for-
got like for little. It was cheaper than because the Microsoft computer I was going to put Linux on was more expensive, and I needed something to go to school with good battery life. And this thing, I think it was less than 1,000 for the MacBook Air. Was what's it called? 4 years warranty too, because I can't afford to have it breaking or anything, or a Microsoft computer breaking and then me fix it. Like I would rather I have 2 fixes a year on that thing. Like I don't mind tinkering with the Linux computers and stuff like that, but when it comes to anything, why don't you go out there and spend 600, $500 on a mic? No,
yeah,
I'm not gonna go out there and have because I have to go to school too, and if it lasts me, this one lasts almost 20 hours, so I go to school all day, program, do my things, not plug in once, go home. If it breaks, I drop it or it gets stolen on the way, I get it replaced.
Yep.
Two of them replaced a year.
And like, I don't know. For one, I absolutely have to go run the bathroom, but we are not ending this stream right here. This is definitely going to continue.
Hey, let me go to the bathroom too. All right, let me take a break.
All right.
And take a smoke break and come back.
Yeah. All right. So for everyone who's watching the stream, we're going to take a very quick break. All right. If you don't have a drink or some snacks or anything, go grab some drinks, some snacks, and we'll all meet back up here. I'll be back here very shortly. I'm only going to go use the bathroom and grab
Awesome.
some more
Hey, we can
Disaronno.
talk about what I don't know what OS to install.
Yeah. Dude, let's do it, because I definitely need to get you away from FreeBSD. Like, we're definitely going to talk about that a little bit more.
Getting away from what?
FreeBSD.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. All right, boys. Well, we'll see you all again. Spikeus, you got to go to sleep. Well, dude, I hope you get some good sleep. I hope you have a fantastic rest of the night. And there will just be a little bit of extra stream for you to watch tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, if you're bored or something like that, you can catch up on it.
Well, all right. So we're going to be back here in, I'd say at most 5 minutes, 10 minutes at most.
Oh, 5 minutes for me.
All right, cool. So it'll be 5 minutes for me. All right. I'll see you, boys. And I'll see you, bro.
few more minutes.
Dude, fucking perfect timing, man. I saw your camera come on like literally as I'm about to sit down.
I told him, but just about a minute or two ago, it'd be just a few more minutes. So awesome. Yeah.
I would have been
I
back
was,
sooner, but my mom had to talk to me for a second. We've both been drinking. Like, so I just went and got my big thing at Serrano.
nice. I gotta go to the store. What's it called? Type Speed. Have you ever seen Type Speed?
The application where you're trying to practice typing.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I love that. That's my favorite right now.
Dude, the one thing that I will say when it comes to typing is it's surprising just how bad most people's typing skills are, and like that includes me, because the odds that you learned how to type growing up wrong are pretty fucking good. Like the odds that you learned how to type at school not looking at your keyboard is pretty low. You probably did spend a lot of your time learning to type, looking at your keyboard, and then also you probably learned it in the wrong way where you use two fingers on each hand, and that's primarily what you use most to hit your keys. Dude, learning to touch type.
Yeah, most of my typing was learned on World of Warcraft.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But dude, like learning touch typing, man, I have honestly gained a lot of respect for people who learn how to type the right way from the get-go. Like it is such an enlightening experience, only because because I could type pretty fast, I was like, oh, well, I'm a good typer. Now learning to touch type and everything, I've learned just how fucking bad I am in
Where's
typing.
touch gone there on the phone?
You mean no, I'm talking about like touch typing where you're not looking at the keyboard at all. Like you can just type. Because so if you ever start learning how to touch type and everything, what you'll find out is so on your F and J key on your keyboard, you have a little notch at the bottom of it. And that's where you're supposed to put your index finger, and all of your other fingers are supposed to go on that home row next to them. And then you're supposed to use your, pinky finger to hit Q, A, and Z, P, L, and comma. And each finger in the row between there. And it's super easy to learn, but when you've learned typing the wrong way, like you'll go from like 80 words for me, I went from like 87 words per minute down to like 23 words per minute touch typing.
What's it called? I did so I like the Vim piece for that reason. Like keep it close to the home row.
Mm-hmm.
But there's like I always have with getting to, I think it's like one of the colon, either the colon or the apostrophes.
Hmm.
Yeah, one of those, and sometimes the brackets. Those I always mix up with, and then one of the letters. One of the letters I'm always messing up with, and I'm always like having to look and be like, where was it?
I mean,
Always.
that's the thing. Like, if you can go to somewhere, like there's different places you can go to learn to touch type and everything. And if you search, like learning to touch type and everything, you'll find the different practice websites that there are. But there's one that's like really good. I can't remember its name.
10fastfingers.com. I've been
Um,
going to 10 Fast Fingers. That's the one I've been using. It's 10 Fast Fingers and TypeSpeed for terminal. That's it. Because TypeSpeed's got you've got, I think, the C language or like C keywords, all sorts of like different options that you could put on TypeSpeed to practice typing. Not only just for the English language. So I was like, that's pretty cool. I was like, I want this one.
mhm. So the
I don't
one that
know.
I've been using it's called Typing Club. And you can go there and like they have fantastic lessons and everything to teach you about touch typing and how you're supposed to do it and everything. But once you learn touch typing and everything, like the cool thing is like what you were talking about with the semicolon and all of that, like your HJKL keys. Common misconception is that you're supposed to have your fingers on H, J, K, and L all the time. Like you're not. If you actually feel the notches on your keyboard, the first notch is on J, and J should be where your index finger goes, and then all of your other three fingers go on. Your ring finger goes on K, or excuse me, your middle finger goes on K, ring finger on L.
That one up. I messed up my middle finger on my right hand so bad, like a few years ago. So it's so hard for me. Like my left hand's really nice typing, but my right hand always gets like mixed up too. Because I'm always like misclicking and stuff. My fingers all crooked.
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of the thing. Like when it comes to like when you start learning touch typing, your pinky is responsible for hitting the left bracket, and then the right bracket. You just extend your pinky, not all the way, but just a little bit out, and you hit the right bracket. Like it's really interesting to learn touch typing, especially at the point that I'm at now, just because I realized just how bad my typing skills were beforehand, and I thought they were good. They're not at all.
And it gets so much better. Like I've been watching like the people on Dvorak and Comac and all these things that, and they're shooting speeds that are crazy. I'm just
Yeah.
like, how do I get there? How do I get there to where I'm in Vim like that too?
Well, I mean,
You
the
get
the
to
like
that
number
point.
one guy on Monkey Type is like 270 something words per minute. Like, dog, I don't care how fast you can think. I highly doubt that your brain can write a story at 270 words per minute. Like, I'm not on enough cocaine to make that a
Right?
reality.
That plus Vim. I mean, come on, who's gonna hire you? Come on. I mean, if you're typing that fast, then hey, watch this. And you're just sitting there freaking smashing the keyboard, man, in Vim, just writing away, and someone's like,
Yeah, your boss immediately is going to be like, wait, hold on. Like, just imagine, like, I mean, if you're a writer and you can write that fast, like, you don't really even have to compete for a job. Like, it doesn't matter how good of a writer, like, that you are. If you can write half decent articles at 270 something words per minute, dog.
yeah,
I mean, like,
blogging or something, or you could be a blogger, you could be something, a company that's like, we need you to type.
I mean, every company would be like jumping over hoops to try and get you. Like, whatever they need to make your life work, like, let's fucking do it. 270 words per minute. Come on, man. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you can knock out 1,500 word articles easy as pie. Like,
Well, that's, I saw, it was Zoomer. He likes Groff, And by the way, best wishes go out to you. I hear what's going on over there.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope power gets back on soon and all that. Just talking about oh gosh, I lost myself. What was I talking about? Okay.
Power, but you were also talking about typing fast with Vim and everything.
I completely blank. It's, besides that, Zoomer, yeah, Zoomer has Graph. He likes Graph, and he just types away essays on there and stuff like that. And the way that he could just do that, how fast he could do that and piece together an essay, I was like, I need to learn that for school.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta get hop on that bandwagon in programming too for Vim because the completion.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! Yeah, if I could, I didn't want to use Space Vim. If I could use because I was watching, I think it was like the Prime Engine, and he was just doing the Vim RC and doing it himself, and then doing the leader key and all that stuff. I said, see, that's what I want to get right there. Is if I can map my own RC file to where I can have my own leader key and all that stuff, and all of that's mapped to where my memory, my mnemonics, to where I can remember what's in there, instead of it having be like a huge Vim distribution or a Vim, you just, hey, curl this or download this and patch it to your Vim. And basically it just starts right up and you've got everything patched. You got all the plugins. You can press the leader key and get all these mappings, but these mappings, you might not know what they might do or how you can apply them to, everyday functionality and what you do. But when you can do that yourself and start building these files to where you know what's going on with them, with the keybinds and all that stuff, fully, I think it's pretty advantageous would be a good word, to go out there and go get it instead of trying to just piece together something to achieve that goal by piecing together. Just do it right the first time. That's I really got to keep digging in and keep. I'm trying to get the books to learn Python, C, the programming languages. I remember the first thing I learned back, I think it was 2012 or 2011. I went to a 2-year. There was a 2-year program for software and hardware in Florida, and you learn like hexadecimal and binary and all that. So we learned hexadecimal and binary. We had for our end product, we had to take the hexadecimal our teacher had and take a whole story and convert it to English. And so that's what we did as our final project, was to look at how we could decode a hexadecimal and what it's doing, and put his story of hexadecimal into English so we could read it. And it was his goodbye or something. I forget what it was, so long ago. But I'm happy he had us do that, because even so now, as complex as computer systems might get, as pieced together, someone might script something or something like that, you can't help but to notice the basics still there. There's always, that there's only so much we could do from the original operating systems, or what we've got. And it's amazing though how far we've come and what we've got to piece together from all that stuff. To be honest with you, I enjoy using the older programs than I do the newer ones.
I mean, that's what I tell a lot of people who are iffy about tiling window managers. The funniest thing that I hear from a lot of people is either I don't want to spend the time setting it up, or I don't know that I could learn all of the key bindings. For one, taking the time to set it up, dog, if you want something that's made for you, let's be real. Your computer is something that you're going to use all the time. Your window manager, or your environment in which you interact with, should be custom tailored to you. It's actually retarded to think that you should have something that works for most people and it's going to work perfectly for you. No, you can't go out and buy a hat. If my hat didn't have the strap here where I could resize it, this hat most likely wouldn't fucking fit me. For most people, I got a big ass hat, all right? Most people, their hats ain't gonna fit me.
But And another term though too, if that strap is still there though, like because well, it is pretty. All right, so there's two. I'm correcting myself here with also saying, wait, I'm also correct. Am I? I don't know. So I'm correcting myself saying, hey, i3. i3, that config, whether it be any of our configs, if you go in there and you look at that and you just go into that one easy section and you just look at 10 lines or like 15 lines, that's all you need to memorize to say, or even maybe less to say to get you started. That's it. Like, you could just look at like 10 lines and be like, oh, this is all the keybinds. That's it. Like, DWM might be a little bit more complicated, I guess, right? My opinion from a new person. i3 was so easy.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that I'll say for most people. Like, look, i3 is definitely easier to get into only because it's in plain readable text. Like, the entire config file, you don't need to know anything about coding in general at all. You can take one look at that config file and go, oh, I know what's going on here. Like, it doesn't, you can be brain dead. I'm pretty sure I could throw a chimpanzee in front of the i3 config and even that chimpanzee find out what's going on there. It's pretty simple. The complicated part with DWM is that it's written in C or C+, or I think it's written in just C. But either way, you go through the DWM config, and the funniest thing that I hear from people is like, DWM is complicated. And I mean, I won't necessarily disagree with you. It's not as easy as just popping open the i3 config and looking at it. Like,
especially for a new user.
Exactly.
Like, just coming over. You know?
Yeah, like DWM is much more confusing. But here's the thing. In the past few years, there are so many content creators like myself who have put out videos going through and configuring DWM from scratch, patching it, changing the colors, the fonts, all that stuff, where it is not, you can watch one YouTube video and perfectly understand how to patch and configure DWM. And even without a YouTube video, even without any coding knowledge, like before I went into DWM, I had the most basic C knowledge a person could possibly have. Like, I mean, I knew C was difficult. It was a little bit of a bitch to work with because syntax is highly important. You fuck up one little bit of syntax, it isn't going to spit out a compilation error or anything. Most likely you're just going to have to dig through it and see what you messed up. Like,
get this whole big thing, and it's for like one comma or like one semicolon that you didn't end off something with, and it's just like, bro, I thought it was like 20 freaking things, man.
Mm-hmm. Like debugging DWM can be difficult, no lie. But if you are going into DWM and, like, let's just say you like DWM, but you want to change the colors. If you cannot change the colors in DWM by yourself without any tutorials, I'm sorry, but I don't believe it. You can do it. You might mess up once or twice, but the third time, man, you're gonna get it. It's so easy. You load up the DWM config file, and guess what? With four or five lines down is where the colors start. If you understand if you understand what the fuck a hex code is, you're all good. You all good. Just replace the hex code with the ones. Yeah,
delete them, replace them, and be, oh shit.
Yeah, like, I mean, you don't need to even do the fancy stuff that I do where I, like, rename the color, like, what they're initiated, like the variables has. You don't need to even rename them. Like, just change out the hex codes. You're good.
And then you have to go in and change every aspect of that variable too. And
yeah.
You have to go change it.
I mean, it's just one of those things where, like, yes, DWM is more complicated than something like i3. But it's not complicated to the point where you can't understand it or you can't get behind it. It's very easy to understand. It just takes time compared to i3. i3, without any introduction, you can load up the config file and just start changing away and be fine. DWM is something that you need to take some time with. You need to take some time to understand it. But after you understand it, and not even in the sense like you can rewrite DWM, like that's not what I'm saying, but understand it enough to where you can change a hex code, you can add in
Manipulate.
yeah, like I mean you can just manipulate it. Yeah. Like you're fine. The thing with DWM though, that like why I am so hard on recommending it to people is like, look, if you're into FOSS and everything, the key thing behind FOSS is that you have the ability to look at source code. You have the ability to check the program that you're going to install and see what it actually does. DWM, I think, is the most core foundational thing in most people's repository of learning stuff. DWM is a fun to learn thing. You learn it, you customize your experience with your computer. It's very fun to learn it. And after 3 or 4 months of learning, tinkering around, configuring DWM to the exact way that you like it, hell, the best thing about DWM is it already has lines commented out for OpenBSD. If you want to install a BSD and run it, all you have to do is go into the config.make, uncomment one fucking line, and it's going to compile for OpenBSD.
And I'm over here on Gent. I couldn't even figure that out. Like, I saw that, but when I was on FreeBSD, I honestly was like, oh, this is pretty simple actually too, because I just changed the directories it was being installed to. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe it's a little different for this system. And changed that up. They installed just fine on FreeBSD, so it's probably the different. You have to uncomment though, because all I did was replace. I didn't uncomment anything. I replaced install path from like user xlib to like user local lib or something like that.
I mean, that's essentially what the line that you're uncommenting does, because earlier it sets a directory to, you know, something that's going to work on Linux. And then if you uncomment that line, the way C works, if you reinstantiate a variable a second time, it overwrites the initial one. So all you're doing is resetting the directory for stuff to get installed to.
I did it the hard way, didn't I?
To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised, as far as I know, if you uncomment the line for OpenBSD on FreeBSD, it should install perfectly fine. But then again, it doesn't matter, because what you're uncommenting is changing the directory. That's all it is. Like, once you understand DWM, the odds that you're going to be able to understand source code for any other program that you download is so much higher, because I mean, like, if we're being honest, most things are written in C too, so you have a much better foundation for interacting with FOSS software in general. It, like, DWM is one of those things where I don't care if you don't like the patching. It's something that you should at least spend time with, just so that you can understand how other things are written in general.
That's exactly like that's why I'm pressuring myself so much to say, hey, you've got to be proficient in that programming language. No matter how, if it takes little bites, little chunks, little here and there, over time, don't keep doing it. Don't give up, just keep doing it.
And that, I mean, that's an invaluable trait that most computer users will never actually build up and get developed. You need that type of dedication to just keep trying at something. Because, I mean, if you care at all about your security, if you care at all about FOSS software and what you're going to be installing, like, I mean, I've told people this before too. Like, when it comes to the Pokemon color script, I've gone through it. I know what it's doing. I mean, I don't know every lick of everything that it's doing, but the prime majority of the entire program, I know what it's doing. It's not connecting to some weird place that I don't trust. Like, it's everything that it's doing makes sense. And I wouldn't. Wait, what?
probably broke it down at the same time. Like, I don't know. I was
Mhm.
bored last week or something. I forget when it was. Like,
Mhm.
and that you're right. It doesn't connect to anything as far as all it does is takes. I think when I read it, from what I can understand, was it just takes the database of images, converts it to the sprite, or converts. And
Mhm.
it's all Python,
Yeah.
and it just converts. You've got a name list too. That's where you get all your names. .tsp, and you have a conversion engine where it converts that. It imports the certain imports too. When I looked them up, seemed pretty fine and awesome, and it seems like pretty simple code when I wanted to learn it.
Mhm.
And I tried it working on Mac. It's working on Mac. It just doesn't have the colors just right.
But see, like like that's the thing that I will tell people. It's like, look, if you, Brandon and Smoy, welcome boys. How you guys doing? Now, look, when it comes to those types of stuff, you understanding Pokemon color scripts, you most likely wouldn't understand it nearly as well as if you had spent time learning DWM, because even though they're different languages, once you understand how to break down and read one programming language, even though the other one might be different and you might not understand everything, you have such a good foundation for understanding it that, again, even though it's a different language and it's different in a lot of ways, the bulk of what it's doing, the most important stuff, you understand. You know what it's doing. And once you know what it's doing, you can download something random like Pokemon color scripts off of the internet and run it knowing that you're not downloading some piece of malware or something that's doing something malicious on your machine. And that's why I think DWM gets so little, it compared to what it should get, it gets so little respect. DWM is something that's not only is simple to understand and learn, but it's something that is a joy to change and interact with.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, like, when it comes to making programs, when it comes to changing different things about programs or learning about programming in general, a lot of it is not interactive to the point where it's fun. And like that's the thing about DWM, is because you're actively changing the environment that you work in. And there's
yours.
Exactly, like, yeah, at the end of the day, like, you have now made your system yours. I don't care how many patches you get. If you patch your DWM and then you change a few, key bindings and the colors, the odds that there's another person out there with the exact same config as yours is almost none. Like, unless you're doing something copy and pasted from somewhere else, like Smoy's fantastic. By the way, if anyone is like, I want to have a fantastic, really good looking DWM config, go over to Smoy's GitLab. If you need the link to it or anything, I'll be happy to share it to you in Discord. His DWM rice is fucking gorgeous. It is amazing. I highly recommend you check it out. But if even it, like what I've told people is, like, I downloaded his and then changed it like drastically. Even then, like, that, my config is completely different than his and the majority of people's out there. Like, I don't know. It's just one of those things where, like, DWM is genuinely, I view it as something that it's the most valuable tool for learning programming. It's fun.
I want to get I want to so bad get my Gen 2 system. I don't know. I'd say my Gen 2 or my Arch, like, because this is such an old laptop. This is running the Intel i7 second gen, so it's quite old. And so I'd prefer to run Arch instead of Gen 2 until I get a better computer.
Mm-hmm.
So even on Arch, I really want to get a full groove box setup to where I'm opening that terminal, I'm opening these things, I'm full functional, and I'm able to use DWM fully with Vim as well, and master Vim to where I can search, replace, function search, or function jump, or whatever, and do all that stuff. I like Atom for that reason, especially when I use it on Mac, because Atom I can really easily jump. Like when I broke down the Pokemon color scripts, I think it took me like all of 20 seconds to jump through all the functions. Like it doesn't have that many functions at all.
Mm-hmm.
So it really is awesome to be able to have that. And I know it's there. I just got to learn it. I've got to take the time to go into the documentation and say, all right, let's drink some coffee, take a breather, and read this and actually pay attention and say, I want to enjoy this, you know?
Mm-hmm. And actually, so this will bring us back to like before we left, we were going to talk about me getting you away from FreeBSD and onto the glory land that is OpenBSD. You hit it on the head there with documentation and learning how something works. The thing about FreeBSD that kills it for me is the documentation is good, but it's shit. I'm telling you, man, as soon as you go into OpenBSD and you start reading their documentation, every other distro, I don't care. I love Arch. I love Arch. The Arch wiki is fantastic. You can find anything you need to learn in the Arch wiki. OpenBSD, on the other hand, they don't have everything. Like, you're not going to learn everything that you need to know possibly under the sun from OpenBSD. However, the stuff about OpenBSD or the things that you can use on OpenBSD or can do on OpenBSD, the documentation for it is, I mean, it blows every other documentation source out of the water. It is unbelievable how amazing their documentation is. Their documentation is one of those ones, like, I read up on the entire audio system. Like, there's a program called AUCAT, like AUCAT, like you're taking audio and you're catting it out to a file or catting it from a file. Okay. So it, like, everything about their naming schemes for everything makes sense. The way in which you interact with the entire audio system in general, it's very straightforward. And then the documentation for everything, like SNDIO is the audio system.
Standard in and out, or is that
yeah. Like, and I mean, like, that's my thing. Like, everything there makes sense. Like, there's SNDIO, CTL, like the control for the sound in, sound out. Like,
yes,
like everything there makes sense. And the way the documentation is set up too is like, you can read the entire, like, all right, we've all been reading documentation on shit that we want to learn about, but it's hard to, because it's either laid out in a way that doesn't really make sense. Like, you have to bounce around from documentation. Like, we all know it happens where you need to go down a little bit into documentation, read this one part to understand something that's up here. Like, that's all too common in OpenBSD, and they're very open about it. Like, there are portions of their team that only work on documentation. I have talked to the guy who runs their FAQ there. His entire fucking job is just managing the FAQ. Nothing else. He does nothing else for the operating system other than managing their FAQ on their website and making sure the documentation there is perfect. And like, I mean, that's sort of the thing. Like, when you start reading their documentation, even for learning about an audio system, which I need to learn about because I want to be able to control audio and, you know, all of that stuff on the system, be able to record and read from a file, all of that stuff. It's important that I know that, but it's typically boring. Like, the documentation is going to be boring. They lay it out in a way where it's so basic and it walks you through it so well that you can read an entire man page, a very detailed man page on the audio system, and read the entire thing without ever getting bored, because there's at no point where you're like, I don't really understand what they're talking about. I don't really understand like this or that. Their documentation is so thoroughly put together and there's so much energy that goes into it. It is amazing.
I love their songs.
Yeah. And that's like, dude, they do some great shit over at OpenBSD. Like, I mean, like really, in all honesty, the emulation space in OpenBSD is fantastic.
Really, no joke. I've had to use, like, when I was on Gentoo, sometimes I had to use the Arch Wiki when I'm on. Sometimes I use the Gentoo.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing that blows me away about OpenBSD. Like, no lie, on Gentoo, I've had to use the Arch Wiki. There are most distributions that I've used, I refer to the Arch Wiki. Just do. I don't care how that sounds or how that comes across for anybody, but if we're being completely honest, even for fucking Void, there are quite a few cases where the actual Arch Wiki comes in handy. When it comes to OpenBSD, there is no other wiki on the earth that can come, like, even come close to touching what OpenBSD does. Because I'm telling you, I've talked with a guy who runs their FAQ and another guy who works on, again, he only worked on documentation. The amount of effort that goes into making their documentation concise, accurate, and the most important thing for me is easy to read and easy to understand for someone who doesn't know jack squat about what's going on in the system. It is by far the most amazing effort that has ever gone on I've ever ran into. It is beautiful, the amount of effort that is spent on their documentation.
I just don't think. How are the packages? Can I port Discord? Can I do a lot of things that FreeBSD is and just be and
so the thing about OpenBSD is once you get into the community, like I respect OpenBSD for a lot of reasons. Their documentation's amazing, but the mindset that the developers have. So OpenBSD is made for the developers. That's it.
I want to do that. I want to develop.
Exactly. So if you want to develop for OpenBSD, or you want to develop for an operating system, OpenBSD is probably the most worthwhile effort that you can go into, only because they need more developers to port over new software to OpenBSD. They're definitely in need of it. Their documentation for understanding the system and getting the foundation that you would need to be able to port over applications is super solid. And I've heard bad things about the OpenBSD community, but as someone who has made uneducated videos about OpenBSD and then come into contact and met a lot of the community surrounding OpenBSD, they are amazing people. Like, I don't understand how there are people out there who talk about how they're not good or how they're very abrasive. I've never had a more welcoming community and a more enthusiastic community than OpenBSD.
They gotta do what they gotta do to have a great, fully functional, secure operating system, which it really is. That's why I really want that thing, whether it be getting a ThinkPad with no NVIDIA and having a really, really nice ThinkPad to just develop.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, OpenBSD, if you want to develop, if you want to really get work done, OpenBSD, I don't think you're gonna find another better option. But I really respect them for the fact that the operating system is made for the developers, and they are very open about this. If you contact them and be like, hey, so there's not a Discord client for OpenBSD, can you make it? They make it out on their website like they're assholes, and they're going to be like, fuck off. Like, that's not really the way that they treat you, but they'll tell you straight up, no, it's not happening. Because if they don't need a Discord client on OpenBSD, because again, it's made for the developers. If the developers don't need it, they're not going to port it over. They're not going to make it. But they will give you all of the resources necessary to know how to port over that software that you want. If you want to make an Electron app for Discord,
and I want that knowledge.
Yeah,
and I want that extra knowledge.
And that's the thing too. Like let's say that you want to make a Discord client for OpenBSD. If you get into OpenBSD, you download it, you install it, you start running it, you start tinkering around with it, you start learning a bit about it, and then you reach out to some of the developers behind it, or just the community at large. The funny thing is you'll have a wealth of people coming out of the woodwork to not help you make it, but give you all of the resources necessary so that you can make it yourself.
Yes.
And that's what's amazing. Like, the only reason OBS is getting ported over to over to OpenBSD, and it's just now starting to come out of the work in progress phase. It's just now getting to the point where it's a stable port. The thing about it, the only reason that happened is because somebody who's like me, who likes to make content and everything, just wanted OBS instead of having to use AuCat and FFmpeg and everything to record all of their videos and everything. They wanted to make it easier for everyone else, and they were openly given all of the tools they need to port it over, and they did the work. That's how OpenBSD works. It's not something like OpenBSD will never get to the point where it's super popular, only because the reason why Linux is so popular is because Linux is open to the idea of, if you need something, tell us. We will try and devote as much of our time as possible to making it for you. OpenBSD works off of a total different mindset. If you want it, make it, man. We will help you make it. Like, we won't do the work for you, but we'll give you everything you need to know so that you can make it for yourself. And that's what I find beautiful about OpenBSD. Like, let's just say you wanted to hop on OpenBSD now, but like, the only three things that you do, like, I'm talking from my perspective now. You make videos, you like to play some old, like you like to emulate games, and actually like watch content. When it comes to OpenBSD, you have MPV, you have VLC. Those things have already been ported over. You'd be surprised by the wealth of stuff that is already ported over to OpenBSD. There's a site that you can go to. It's called openports.se, and it's a website where you can find, it's a database of all the stuff that's been ported over to OpenBSD. They have a whole games category where you'll find a whole bunch of emulators. I mean, like, the wealth of stuff that is available on OpenBSD is crazy.
I'm trying to, for some reason it's not getting up with this thumb drive, and trying to install OpenBSD, but it's not working for some reason on here. So when I go to CD download, LS,
I'm going to go ahead and tell you this: if you're downloading the ISO, don't okay, cool. Don't the image, yeah. That's what most people get wrong, is they download the ISO, which the ISO is still, like, there's a good chance that's going to work, but when you download the image, which is actually made, like, it's .img for, and it even says on their website for USB sticks and stuff like that.
I just can't. So what's it called? I really wanted, so always with this, like, the laptops, I always want to encrypt the laptops. So is there an easy option like FreeBSD has on its Incursus installer where you could encrypt your ZFS or whatever installation, whereas OpenBSD, can you just easily do that, or do I have to do what I did again?
So I'm going to search OpenBSD on a laptop. Give me 1 second. I'm going to find the article. I found it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to shoot it over to you inside of Discord, so that you can have it. But this little article right here will actually go through doing full disk encryption with soft RAID on OpenBSD. You're welcome. No problem. Now, the thing about OpenBSD that you do have to understand is they don't use a file system that most other distributions or distribution of Linux or something like FreeBSD uses. OpenBSD uses the FFS, so it's the fast file system, and it's a beautiful it's a beautiful file system. It's incredibly simplistic. There's not a ton of documentation on it. But as somebody who struggled with learning it, I can tell you, if you put your time into researching it through Wikipedia and everything, you'll understand how the file system works. It's not complicated. Again, it's called the fast file system, and it's one that original BSDs used to use. So it's not, yeah, like literally UFS went to FFS, and FFS is just, it's just a fast file system. That's it.
Be careful on the abbreviation of that fast file system.
Yeah, because it sounds like fucking fast file system.
For F's sake. That's the one I got.
Yep. And,
So the one thing is I'm thinking, so I didn't just install package, I don't think. I think I got ports working. When I was working with FreeBSD, I got my old NVIDIA graphics card to work somehow with FreeBSD. And I'm wondering, can I do that the same way with BSD, but just...
no. So, like, the way OpenBSD functions is they work under a very weird, and Crazy Chicken said, you're more of an OpenBSD simp than root BSD law, and that's 100% true. It's 100% true. I am a very big simp for OpenBSD. I love OpenBSD, and I will simp for them for the rest of my life. I will definitely do that. I love OpenBSD. Even though I'm running a Linux channel, I love OpenBSD. It's fantastic. But when it comes to OpenBSD, you're not going to, like, the way they function when it comes to proprietary drivers and like firmware blobs and stuff like that, is they work under a very, very different type of mindset. So to comply with the licenses behind, like, you know, Intel wireless drivers, AMD proprietary drivers, stuff like that. Like when you install OpenBSD, you actually do pull down, as far as I know, proprietary AMD drivers. You might be pulling down open source drivers, but I'm pretty sure because it does it separately that it actually does pull down, at the very least, bits and bobs from the proprietary AMD driver. But the thing is like when you download the OpenBSD image and write it to a disk drive and install it, what will happen is you're going to need Ethernet. Like, doesn't matter what device you're going to be using, you need Ethernet. Hook it up with Ethernet, and you're going to go through the install. I highly doubt that you're going to have some weird, obscure, proprietary Wi-Fi device that's not going to work. It will work. You go through the install, and even though you're hooked up over Ethernet and everything, it's going to detect your Wi-Fi device and go ahead and during the install set up, like, you're going to set up the Ethernet device, then set up the Wi-Fi device, and then you technically can set up your loopback device, but really, in all honesty, it's a loopback device. You don't have to set it up. You can just skip it, but whatever.
So I keep going over loopback devices. Let's go back over loopback devices, because I have to keep going back over. What does it do?
Essentially nothing. Like, I mean, in all reality, nothing. Like, I mean, you can look it up. Like, it does do stuff, but in all honesty, like, when it comes to setting up your operating system and everything, if your loopback device is not properly set up, it's pretty much not well, I mean, in almost no scenarios is it a problem. If you're running in an enterprise environment, and essentially, if you don't know what your loopback device is and you don't have a certain purpose set up for it, you don't really need to worry about it. It's sort of like one of those things, like, you know, when you install Arch, like when you go through the setup and everything, like when it starts building the kernel and it does that, like, MK init CPIO or whatever shit, it goes through there and you get those warnings about, like, you know, possibly missing firmware for AIC 99X or like whatever. Like, you get those like 4 different errors for possibly missing firmware when you build your kernel. Those are not a problem because you don't, the devices that those firmwares are used for are so old that they're not even included and built in the Linux kernel anymore. The odds that you need that firmware are on any modern, even an old ThinkPad, you don't need it. So like essentially your loopback device is essentially the same idea as those firmware blobs. You technically could need it set up properly and have it be in use, but the odds that your use case requires that is almost non-existent.
A way to like mount and unmount devices is where
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's essentially like it's essentially used for enterprise environments where you're
virtual. So you're hooking up a whole.
Yeah.
Hey, let me just throw a hole like 100.
Yeah. I mean, that's essentially all it's used for. But when it comes to OpenBSD, you're going to go through there. You're going to set up your Wi-Fi driver or your device. Go ahead and set it all up, and then finish the install. And when you reboot, the first reboot that you do on OpenBSD continue to be hooked up over Ethernet. And then as you boot, what's going to happen is the kernel's going to load, and then what it's going to do is you'll see it. It'll spit it out verbosely as it's booting, but it's going to pull down the firmware for your Wi-Fi device that you have set up, and it'll also pull down your AMD graphics and stuff like that. And download those and set them up during the first boot. And then after that, you're all set up and ready to go. The reason it does that is because the licenses under those proprietary firmware blobs don't allow them to distribute it with their software without, either paying them or giving up adding some kind of license to the entire BSD license, shit like that. And so it's essentially just a little loophole that they get around by doing that. And here's the thing, when it comes to, you're talking about NVIDIA devices, could you possibly get your, NVIDIA graphics card set up under OpenBSD? You can, but in OpenBSD takes even more of a hardline, stance than Linus Torvalds did. He said, fuck you, NVIDIA, but at the end of the day, there's still NVIDIA support on Linux. So there's something.
I saw it's really a way of your own accord. This person's got OpenBSD, but YouTube's not working with this graphics, video graphics. But this guy's got it working perfectly, and he's just assuming that his card's not working. Works perfect for me.
Mm-hmm.
But this person says, I am using OpenBSD with NVIDIA graphics. So it gives me hope that I would love to master that with the Mesa.
And see, that's the thing. If you are down for developing your own stuff or having a system that you can easily understand and have the potential to put your time into stuff like developing a graphics driver for your system that only supports the stuff that you're going to want to use. The reason people complain so much about the Nuvo drivers isn't because they're complete shit. The Nuvo drivers work. The open source NVIDIA drivers, they work decent. They're not the best things out there for gaming, but they work great. If you wanted to develop your own graphics driver for the specific stuff that you're going to be doing or using, or the use case that you have for your graphics card on OpenBSD, there's no better system to develop it on, because OpenBSD, even if you can't easily or readily find the information that you need available in documentation, the community around it, most of the people that are in the community of OpenBSD actively develop OpenBSD in some form or fashion. So you're going to have a wide community of people to reach out to and get the information that you're going to need. Because let's be completely honest, when it comes to Linux, finding someone who has worked on an NVIDIA driver or whatever for Linux is almost impossible. The few guys out there in the world who do it are pretty either reclusive, or it's hard to find them and hard to find out stuff about them and interact with them, ask them questions. When it comes to OpenBSD, it's a much more niche community, and the people who are doing things like working on graphics drivers, stuff like that. Like the guy who runs the FAQ actually gave me the email address for the guy who works on all of the AMD graphics drivers for OpenBSD. So I could reach out to him because I was having problems with my 5700 XT, and so I was able to reach out to him and ask him questions about whether or not support for my graphics card was even being worked on, or if the problem I have was due to something that I was doing, or maybe it was particularly due to my card, because I had a very finicky 5700 XT that liked a green screen from time to time. It was just all in all, it was an MSI card. It had some factory defects. It was not great, but there's no other community that I've ever entered into like OpenBSD, where within 2 weeks of me trying out OpenBSD, I had gotten the actual email address for the guy who develops the AMD graphics drivers there, and I could reach out to him and ask him questions. Like,
you needed help?
Yeah, like it's that kind of mindset that makes OpenBSD so crazy. Like you don't need the same type of hand holding that you're going to get everywhere else. Like the common misconception that I hear people talking about when it comes to the OpenBSD community is they're very abrasive and they're very rude, and I don't see that. I definitely see them being like, we're not going to do shit for you. Like if you want something that doesn't work on OpenBSD to work, do it yourself, work on it yourself. I get how that can rub someone the wrong way, but also at the same time, like, look, if you want, like, I can't complain. Like if I wouldn't have any ground to stand on if I went to Microsoft and was like, look, I've got this weird ass use case where I'd like to be able to do like this, and that, but Windows fucking sucks for that. For me to expect that Windows or Microsoft is going to put development time towards fixing an issue that only I'm dealing with, that's pretty fucking retarded. Like they might do it just because I pay them money, but
like a humongous million people need it.
Exactly, and that's sort of the thing that differentiates OpenBSD from Linux. Linux, if there's enough people asking for something, they will develop it. OpenBSD goes, no, if there's a ton of fucking people asking for it and we don't need it, we're not making it. One of y'all can make it. Like one of y'all can spend your time doing that, because it's, if you really want it and you really like OpenBSD, which if we're being honest, there's a lot of reasons to fall in love with OpenBSD. Like the thing that, to me, that really makes OpenBSD so amazing is there's so many people out there who have a deep desire to have a very secure system. And you're not going to get any more secure than, I mean, OpenBSD blew me out of the water when I figured out I needed to set kernel parameters to even allow the system to record from a microphone. It didn't matter if I had 16 fucking microphones plugged up to my computer. Not one of them bitches can record to the system unless I tell it to. Like,
that was my problem, wasn't it? Huh?
And like,
I
I mean,
was wondering, where's my video? Was it in dev video? Do I have to activate it or what? Like, I just couldn't find it.
Yeah, and like that's the thing. Like you could record from dev video, like no problem. That dev video 0 or dev video 1, whichever one.
Yeah.
You can record from there, but unless you've set that kernel parameter, you can't. Like even though that device is recognized, exactly, that device.
Didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, the OpenBSD system will recognize the device. It will mount it there. It will be. Typically, the way that you would look at it, it should be accessible. It should just work. But the way OpenBSD works is like, even though that device is plugged up, we're going to off the bat assume that we're on a server right now. We're on a headless server. And if you're on a headless server, it doesn't matter. If you think about it like this, there are plenty of people running, servers off of, like old Optiplexes and shit like that. And those old, business computers, they have microphones built into them, speakers built into them. But if you're running a headless server that you're just using for file storage or something that you SSH into and copy files from, or this, that, and the third, you don't need the system to be able to access that. And it's actually a security hole for it to be accessible in the first place.
Activating another layer or something, another intrusion point too for someone. It's activated and you're using it too on the system. Isn't it allowing a lot of permissions?
Mm-hmm.
Allowing a lot of permissions for programs too.
Mm-hmm. And that's another thing that OpenBSD goes, even like when you start like learning more about OpenBSD and getting more into OpenBSD, you'll start figuring out just how much of the good shit from OpenBSD gets ported to Linux in general, like DoAs. DoAs comes from OpenBSD, and the whole reason it comes from OpenBSD is because OpenBSD, like the developers behind it, couldn't stand sudo. It's a coding nightmare. Sudo is something that like a lot of sysadmins will talk about sudo and compared to DoAs, and talk about DoAs very negatively, because if you're a system admin who has to manage 100, 200 people's accounts on a system, like on a network system, yes, the sudo is better for managing that many accounts, that many administrators, or different privilege escalation methods. Sudo is much better for that. However, when you're one fucking person, and you're using your computer on your machine, it makes no sense to have a program set up that is so vastly extensible that it can manage 300 people on your system. Because to be able to do that, it needs a code base that can do that. So you're installing a program that, for all intensive purposes, you're most likely never gonna fully use. And the config file for it is much more stupid. You have to create a user and then put that user inside of the wheel group, or any other group that you specifically desire, then go into the config file and then remove the comment for that group so that they can have privilege. Why not just type out 3 fucking words: permit, persist, and then the username? That's it. Like,
Does persist usually work for you?
Huh?
It doesn't work for me for some reason.
Wait, hold on. System didn't work for you?
No, persist, because I keep trying to get persist to work for me, but it's not working. I think it's because I was on Gen 2.
Hold on.
I didn't compile it with.
I will go ahead and tell you what's going on. Most likely in Gen 2, the extra thing that you need to add is permit, persist, keep env, so keep environment, and then the username, and then you'll be set. That's the specific problem with Gen 2. From what I've heard, you need to add that third variable, and you'll be fine.
If they let me go in, Gen 2, if they let me go in there and change it, I would, but they don't want me to go in there.
When it comes to DoAs, like, DoAs is something that's, oh my God, dude, it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. Like,
I was just so used to it. I was so used to DoAs and instead of sudo, and I just don't like sudo for some reason.
Well, like literally, like, and like this goes back to our talk about OpenBSD. Like, everything there makes the naming schemes of things make sense. DoAs. What are you doing? You're doing as administrator. That's what you're doing. Like, so you do as administrator. Sudo. What does that mean? Yeah, exactly. Like
this is stupid.
Exactly. Like it's a much more confusing naming scheme. Everything in OpenBSD is meant to be where you can take one look at it, and if you have any type of computer knowledge at all, you'll be like, oh, I know what that does. Like AuCat. Like AuCat, to me, it's the most beautiful program.
It's catting out your audio. That's crazy. See,
audio
right,
cat. Like,
it's crazy.
it's that kind of stuff that makes me go, okay, I understand the developers behind this really know what they're doing. Like, they really do. Crazy Chicken was like sudo, super user do. And like, yes, you're not wrong, but to the average
Super user
person,
do. Super, I can't see. Do as. You know, I mean, it can be contemplated both ways, but still, super user do. First heard that, I was like, what?
yeah, and
Do as super user. You can
and-
do something as the super user.
and see, like, here's the thing. OpenBSD, they have a mindset that I genuinely think that Linux could benefit from. They have a mindset of, look, they take everything that they name and all of the documentation and assume you know nothing. Like, they assume that you're fresh out of the womb. You haven't even touched your first blade of grass yet before you've loaded up into OpenBSD, which is something I think is incredible, because even though to us as people who know about computers and stuff, if you're coming from Windows and you don't know jack shit about computers, do as makes sense. Like, do as just does. Do as administrator, do as super user, do as whatever you're doing something as. Like, it makes sense for sudo to make sense. Yeah, like for yeah. Like, super user do requires you to know what super user means. And for the vast majority of people who have only used Windows in their life, they don't even know what super user is, a new fucking word for them. They're like, what, so am I Superman now?
Right.
Like, yeah. Like, they're like, as far as I know, administrator is the only thing I even know about. Like,
or it's right click to them and run as administrator. So it's like, you know, so like do something as the administrator, you know, hey, you know, if we could say something to someone coming right off of Windows and say, hey, instead of super user do, because I remember when I first came off of Windows, like I was like, what the heck does sudo do or anything? And if I was explained to it like, hey, it's do as because you're doing as root or doing as the administrator, it's like the same thing as right clicking and doing run as administrator, but you have to type it out. It's just do as the administrator. It'd be that would have been a lot better mnemonic for me to remember than sudo, because even to this day, sudo just doesn't switch right in my brain. I know it's there, it's still fluent, still proficient, but for some reason it doesn't belong.
And I mean, like, that's the thing that gets me about OpenBSD. Everything that they name is like that. They know, like, I genuinely don't know how the guys who write the documentation, everything, are so proficient with this, with knowing what somebody who's not familiar with anything is gonna, what's gonna make sense for them, but they do. And that's what blows me away. They have documentation that you don't need to know anything to understand. You don't need a full background in computer at all. Like, you don't have to even use a computer to really understand what's going on there. Like,
I picked it up like that. I mean, I picked it up like that. It wasn't even a second of thinking when especially for, well, I guess for us, but for someone else, they might take what, 10, 20. I mean, it doesn't take long to go in there and learn how to make it. Even if you're on KDE or a brand new setup and you're in there in Dolphin File Manager, you just, even from Windows, you know how to right click and create a new file. And then put those couple words in there that might tell you, hey, you need to put this in there. Copy, paste. Sudo might be different because of how big it is. And on a per level basis, like someone might argue, well, sudo for all these administrators or a whole bunch of computers, 200 on a network. Well, on a per level basis for each one of those users that are using sudo, in my mind, I think do as can set up in that config file certain groups of certain particular ways and certain things like that. So that way, on a per user basis, when you're creating a new user in your business or something like that, you don't have to continue to keep adding them or doing this to the sudo orders file or doing that or doing that. I'm sure there might be a different way maybe for sudo too, but do as, it just seems so easy for me in my mind to go in there and add like certain script for work users home users and school users. And
Mhm.
anyone in the school users group that is so in 3 years from now, if someone's created on the system and they're anywhere close and you put them in that school users group, it's automatically set up. Their permissions, their things, their duads, their stuff, whatever duad is going to allow them to do, it's going to be there. You don't have to keep, well, I just created this new user. I've got to go back into its sudoers file and set that up and then make sure that it's connected to the server side sudoers file, or this sudoer is connected to the sudoer sides file by adding him to, I don't know, because I think it was different with adding, I think I did SSH gen keys anyways, or
Mhm.
SSH keys for switching, but it just seems like a pain for me. It did. When it was duas, it just seemed a little bit easier.
Mm.
I feel like I could just get those groups going, and each one of my computers, when I add them to the Arch Center group,
Mhm.
boom, I don't ever have to touch that duas config file ever again in my life.
Yeah.
Never again.
And like that's another thing. OpenBSD has its system is integrated so beautifully. Like, let's just say that you are someone who on occasion records from your webcam. Like very occasionally you do, but not most of the time. You could never add your kern.audio.record like dash or equals 1 or whatever to your sysctl. What you could do is write a little script that is just going to echo that into this etsy/sysctl.conf anytime you need it and bind that to a key binding inside of DWM. So whenever you're like, oh, I'm going to record from my webcam, you could press like mod shift W or whatever for webcam and just press a key binding, and then only then can your system start recording from your audio, like from your audio or your webcam device. And then let's say you don't want it anymore, you could have a key binding like mod control W or whatever to cat out that file and then remove the last line from it. Boom, bada bing. Like you all taken care of. Your system will never be able to access your webcam unless you actually want to. Like there's so much about the way OpenBSD is integrated as a system that it makes managing that type of stuff much easier. And
Is it worth it? I do want to switch to it, especially when I get like the new laptop or ThinkPad or something I get off like eBay or something like that. But right now I've got the whole setup that I want to use, and the video editing too that I got to do. I really wanted to use that NVIDIA.
and see, like that will be your main problem is if for the NVIDIA driver side, like you're either going to have to know somebody, or like, again, like when it comes to the OpenBSD community, if you start talking about OpenBSD on your channel and start talking to people just on like in general in Reddit and other places where people are talking about OpenBSD, you'll meet people who are actively developing those things for OpenBSD. So you're either going to need to meet the person who is developing or has made an NVIDIA driver for OpenBSD so that you can use that type of stuff. But I mean, the crazy thing is like, let's say you did, like, let's say we took NVIDIA out of the equation. If you need to edit videos on OpenBSD, Kdenlive works fine. Kdenlive is ported over. So you can already run Kdenlive.
Really?
Yeah. The only program that I use all the time that's not ported over to OpenBSD is Alacrity. Alacrity is not ported over.
Can I run KDE with Open? I wonder if I probably can. KDE with OpenBSD, and
I won't say yes, only because I haven't done it. I haven't tried running KDE on OpenBSD, but as far as I know, you should be able to either just install it from like the ports tree and it be there, or if it's not there, I guarantee there's someone who has gotten KDE. It might be a slightly out of date version of KDE that they've got working, but you can I'm like 99% sure KDE is perfectly fine on OpenBSD. Again, it's one of those things like where once you start looking into the ports that are available for OpenBSD, I'm telling you, man, you will be blown away. Like, I got into OpenBSD and talking with a guy who runs the FAQ. He was the one who gave me openports.se, and he was like, dude, just go there and check it out. And I mean, I was on the call with him while I was going through there. I'm like, holy fuck, dude, I did not like the Dolphin emulator, like I even when I saw that on the like games list, I was like, wait, does it just sort of barely work? And he's like, no, it works fine. Like, just install it and you can play your games. Like, I mean, that's the thing about OpenBSD. It's one of those things where it's niche, so you expect a lot of stuff to not work or not be ported over. But the majority of it is. CMUS works over there. FFF, which is my fast file fucking fast file manager. Fucking fast file manager. Yeah. It's fantastic. I love it. Most of the Pokemon color scripts works fine over there.
I just can't get the color. So I got the sprites coming out. I got them blocked. I got them in all nice, but the colors don't display. I got to fix that for some reason on the map.
Well, I think it might have something to do with the color, like the way the colors are coded in there, because I don't believe they're just regular hex codes.
And I'm not using the regular term or iTerm. I could try iTerm out on them and see if it makes any difference on iTerm, because I'm only using one term.
Oh, okay.
All colors to the
that might be it, but I mean, like, really, in all honesty, like when it comes to Mac, I don't know a lot of the issues that you might run into over there. But like, I mean, I can't say enough good things about OpenBSD. And when it comes to FreeBSD, I won't ever use it. I've touched it once. I've touched it once, but it was terrible. Terrible. The installer is just like OpenBSD. It's very simple. It's very straightforward. However, it on an NVIDIA graphics card where it should have worked, didn't work. Tried it on another machine that had just an AMD card, didn't work. And then when I was able to boot it into FreeBSD finally on a machine, I ran into more issues. I can't remember what it was, but I ran into an issue that really pissed me off. I can't remember what it was. Something that should have worked. It worked on OpenBSD and it didn't work on FreeBSD, and that one pushed me over the edge. I was like, fuck this, I'll never try it again. Because FreeBSD,
it's vice versa for me. I find OpenBSD harder for me to, plus I did the install. I have it on my VM ready to go. So I can log in right now, ready to go. But that was such a tedious task for installing that encrypted. I always do encrypt. And so FreeBSD, I like that because it's so easy in the installer. It's like automatic. And for some reason, it was opposite for me because it was so, once. That's it. It was just, I think it was for when I posted that picture of FreeBSD with KDE. I got it working that night perfectly with the NVIDIA drivers. And I was like, oh, pretty sweet. Okay, cool. And I didn't think anything of it. And I switched back to another operating system. I forgot what it was, though. But I don't know. I got everything working. It worked pretty decently. I don't think Discover or any of that worked at all. I don't think anything was hooked up. I think it'd just be a base. Got to use the terminal, install through terminal-based packages and all that stuff. Other than that, I think I would rather use DWM with the BSD.
Yeah, DWM when it comes to BSDs, it's pretty much the best thing out there. Only because it's so easily portable between any system. Like, you can take your DWM configure that you got now, transfer it over to OpenBSD, FreeBSD, change one or two lines, you're set. Like, you're ready to go.
What other program can you do that with? Can you do that with Windows?
Yeah, like there's no other program that you're going to download and be able to change in 30 seconds and have it compile for a totally different operating system, no problem. And again, like
That's
that,
why
back to us talking about open or DWM, like that's why I think it's the best thing to learn, because no other program are you going to set up, install. It literally is how you interact with your computer, and you like it, and then you can easily take it and transfer it over to a completely different operating system within minutes and be on your way to go, just the way you were set up somewhere else. I think that's it. It's so understated in its value there. And that's also what pisses me off about the way the suckless guys act and behave. Like, look, I love suckless software. I think it's great. Pretty much everything other than Surf is like.
I like Surf, and I'll speak on that in a minute.
Okay. So we'll definitely talk about that. Okay, because we definitely need to elaborate there if you like Surf.
Oh yeah.
But Surf is slow as fuck. It hurts my soul to use it. But then again, suckless software in general is fantastic. The way in which the people behind it act gives it a horrible name. And that's what I hate about it. I hate the fact that developers are assholes. Like, look, I understand not wanting to spend development time or waste your time helping people who don't know what they're doing. But there's an elegant way of about going doing that, and then there's the dick way. And OpenBSD goes the elegant way. Like, look, if you want something, you work on it. We will give you everything that you need to do it, and we welcome you to do it. But we're not going to do it for you. Suckless just goes, fuck you, bitch. Like, no, you ain't getting shit. Like, we ain't doing nothing for you. We don't care how many times you ask us. You want anything? Don't talk to us. Like,
read the code.
Exactly. Like, they have a very dickish way about going about it, which I don't like. That being said, they still make good shit. Still, I don't care.
Good though, if they did, and they just cared to everybody. You know, I can't help but to think. I hope they don't do the opposite then, because I don't want them going downhill either. You know.
Well, see, here's the thing. The way I view it is it's a very simple change. They don't even have to change the way they develop. It's the way that they word shit and the way that they talk about their software. If it was, hey, we're not going to develop a feature or add a feature to the software that just you need, or a minority, or even a close to majority of our people who use our software want. If we don't need it, we're not adding it. I think that's fine. The thing though is you have to be willing to help, or at least give people the option of developing their own stuff. Because the way that the suckless people talk about their software is essentially they sort of degrade their own patches for their software. Because the way in which suckless goes about patches, or at least talks about patches for their software, it's almost as if they're degrading the patches, because the way in which they talk about them is like, well, I mean, like, yeah, you might need it, but you're gross if you do, or you're stupid if you do, or, you know, the way in which they word things is like you're essentially a troglodyte if you use a patch. Like the way
complicated when it comes to you need to do it yourself.
Yeah, like just give us the resources to make patches, or at least word things in the way where it sounds like you're inviting patches into the ecosystem. Like that.
I always to do it myself. Like I don't know how Matt I always hear Matt say that he's able to patch, and I don't know if he's patching with patch P1 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I don't know about you, but I have never got past one patch with patch P1. Never.
I have gotten past one patch. I've gotten the best time, like, I'm not kidding. I almost had a sexual experience installing 5 patches and them all working. Like when I got past 4 and did the 5th and it worked, like I'm not kidding. I was probably about seconds away from like having a full body tingling like type of orgasm. Like that shit never exactly, you never have that happen. Like it is like up to God whether or not you make it to 3 patches without patching or without having one fail. I
think DT I don't care. I've got to go back and watch one of his videos because I'm pretty sure he went like he was an animal with his patches, and I was like, how you doing this right now?
And see, like the thing too is like the weird thing about patches is like the more you patch and stuff, the more that you'll learn. Like the more basic patches are the ones that you want to apply first. Like the alpha patch is one that I always do first, because if you've installed a lot of patches and done it in different orders and stuff over time, you'll learn the alpha patch is so simple that it won't fail and it won't cause issues with other patches unless you do it after like 2 other patches, because then it'll fail.
The lines and all that. And the thing, you know, I got so tired of it that the thing now that I do is I just go in and I keep such a basic DWM config that all I do to it is basically I add scratch pad. That's all. And I do it myself. Copy. And I do the code myself so I can remap the keybind to Alt-Shift-Enter. Alt-Shift-Enter and Alt-Enter is my keybind for Alt-Enter is keybind for terminal. Alt-Shift-Enter for scratch pad terminal. I usually do things like my updates in the scratch pad terminal. And quick VIMs or something that I want to come back to later. You know, it's quick and easy in my mind. But for some reason, I've never gotten patches to work. So I've always got to go in there and look at the things myself. And typically, it's not just in the config.h file or the config.def.h file. It's in other files too.
The DWM.c or some shit like that. You got to dive into. And see, like, here's the thing. Like, when you first start on DWM, like, those patches failing and everything is the most annoying thing. It's terrible. But
especially for a new user.
Exactly. And here's the thing. As somebody who used to be a new user, I understand how upsetting and how annoying that is. But as somebody who's used it for a long time, like, that's how you fucking learn, man. Like, that's how you learn, because it's going to spit you out a file that you know what to copy and paste, you know what to edit in that file. And after you've done patches, 5, 10, 15 different times manually, you know exactly what you're doing. And to be honest, even in something like the DWM.c file where it's got a whole bunch of fucking functions in it, you know what's going on there. You can read through it and you're like, I see what you're doing right here. I could change this and change the width of my borders default and just have it like the most interesting thing that I think that to me was the breaking point of where I realized like just how amazing DWM is and how valuable it is to learn how to read source code and stuff is inside of I think it's the DWM.c file. I might be wrong about that, but there's a function in which you can go in there and change, and you can just add a ×2 to the value, and you'll instantly be able to take, like inside of your config.h file, if you have 3 like as your pixel like width for your borders, you can automatically have whatever you put in there ×2 and doubled. So like if that's a feature that you want where whatever you put in there, you have it instantly doubled, you can have that. Like you can make those small changes throughout DWM's code and have nifty things going on that no one else has going on in their configs or their file. Yeah, like I don't know, it's just one of those things where like that to me is where DWM comes in clutch. It comes in, it makes itself so unique, stand out so much. But we've talked about DWM enough. We have to go back before I forget. I have to hear it. You like surf. Elaborate.
Okay, And so only like, again, the learning though, like, especially with how I was so frustrated with service line funny. I still am, to be honest with you, but I like it a lot because, you know, with how they're just, the aspect you saying, like, you got to learn why don't the patches just work? You know, we're going in there, going in, spitting it out, and you can learn a little bit. The browser was like the same, I guess, the kind of the same way for me for that, because when I ended up just stripping out DStreamer and stripping out everything from the system and going, all right, let's have nothing. Let's have no WebKit. Let's have no GStreamer. Let's have no plugins. Let's have nothing. And let's see if the so I've gone on like a base minimalist system and gotten Surf working really nicely when it comes to YouTube. I could log into YouTube; it saves my things. And that was, I think it was on Gen 2, but it was where I could see an easy selection of the GStreamer libraries, and it was easier to see the GStreamer libraries on Gen 2 than it was on Arch. I could do tab completion on Arch, but I didn't see a whole selection of the GStreamer library. I could just do like a auto completion. So I did and looked it up. YouTube not working on Gen 2 with Surf, and there's actually like, hey, this is a certain GStreamer libraries I'm using and all that, and like one of the main ones is the AV library. When I piece them together, I always saw this would work or this wouldn't work, and then vice versa, or this would be the opposite. So I finally got it working though when I went in there and pieced together all the libraries myself, and it just worked like a charm. I was like, whoa, the browser is working perfectly now. And I also wanted to use Luke Smith's browser because he kind of made it like cute browser, but not visually. But I could press like the insert the same way and get into insert mode and all that stuff, visual mode. So I like the Surf browser when it comes to because I've seen people too use W3M and be just happy with it, you know, especially in the text or in the terminal or using a full DWM setup. And I saw, I think, a video last week, someone using MPV with W3M and all that. I'm like, as much as that seems like, what? It actually looks so sexy. It looks so nice. And I was like, damn, I'd actually really want to use that. Like if I could go to a link-based browser right now with all my terminal see-through stuff and I'm not using any kind of thing that's blocking my eyes from that same kind of wallpaper. Oh man, and then MPV, if I could script that to open up to screen 2. So if I go to a link and it's like, oh, I wonder what this new notification is on YouTube. Boom, open the video and it opens up on screen.
Dude, like, I mean, that's one thing. Like, no, this isn't about Surf, but when it comes to Qt browser, figuring out that you can just set a specific thing in the config.py and then just literally open up any single video from YouTube in MPV and skip all the ads and everything.
What? Are you joking?
I'm not kidding, man. I'm not kidding. Like, go watch. So Matt's got a video. If you go back on his channel, you'll find one where he's talking about Qt browser. And if you watch that video, in it, he talks about how his config set up so that he just has to press the key binding, and then he select, like, you use a key binding, or you use the I think it's F. I'm not using Qt browser right now. I've been using Firefox for the past little bit. But in any case, you press like F or something like that to show up all of the like link highlights, and then you just open up the video link with, like, you know, like let's say it's JK or something like that. You type in JK, it's going to open that video up using MPV or VLC, like whatever you got set up. But like, let's be honest, use MPV. Like, come on.
That's why I like i3 though. i3 was really easy to use with Qt browser. I like the Python. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, like that's also the reason why I tell people learn Qtile, man. Like, if a lot of the people out there who are looking for something like i3, but they're like, I love Python. Like, if you love Python or you're interested in learning Python, fuck i3. Like, and it's not because i3 is bad or anything, it's great, but use Qtile, man. Like, if you want to learn Python,
really? Okay.
yeah, like, I mean, if you want to learn Python, use Qtile. It's written in Python, and the config, while not
used this.
yeah, like, dude, like, I highly recommend it. Check out Qtile. You'll love it. If you want to learn Python or anything, you'll love it.
Bro, this kind of looks like DWM, I think. Like,
Mhm.
well, the base one does, and
Yeah, you'll really like it, man. I'm telling you, you'll really like it. Like, it
I
is.
took 2 years of Python in college.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, you'll love it. It's
Forgot
fantastic.
everything about it.
Well, like, Python or Qtile is a great refresher into Python because it's just like i3. The config is very simple, but again, it's written in Python. It's not plain text, so it's not as simple as straightforward as i3 is, obviously, because it's written in plain readable human text. i3, on the other hand, or Qtile, it's written in Python. Like, you know what you're getting into. If you want to learn Python, there's no better way to learn it. You're going to have something
right? Tkinter. I can use TK. I can use TK that I've been learning for the. Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah.
I'm definitely. You just opened up another door. Explosions. Just another month of diving into Qtile.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, you'll love it. Like, I loved Qtile. Like, my first ever popular video that got, like, it was my first video that ever reached and surpassed 1,000 views was my video on my first original video on Qtile, which was, I mean, I would shudder to go back and watch it. It's so fucking bad. But at the same time, it got a lot of people loved it. It got a lot of people who didn't know anything about Qtile interested in Qtile. And still to this day, I will tell people to go and use Qtile. And the funniest thing about Qtile and also Ranger that I hear to this day is dipshits being like, it's Python, it's slow. Like, eat my coont. I have used it for long enough to know Python is not slow when you're using it for a file manager or for a window manager. Like, yes, DWM is faster than Qtile. I can objectively say that. I know it's faster than Qtile. But unless you're running an Intel Core 2 Duo, the speed difference, if you notice it, you're on way too much cocaine. I need you to cut down on your addiction, take care of yourself, because it ain't that bad.
So what's Ranger? Is Ranger Python based too?
Ranger's Python based, yeah.
Get out of here. Ranger's my favorite too.
Dude.
And that's must be because, like, I'm so easily able to, like, get Uberzoo working with Python and all that.
That's why I love Ranger, because Uberzug works so good with it, like, so good. And it's like, Uberzug is one of those things where it's so much better than W3M, so much better. I do not understand the people who are like, W3M is better. Like, no.
W3M, what? I've never, like, I could not get W3M working for the life of me.
Same.
For days. Like, I was just like, all right, well.
It's so finicky. Like, compared to Uberzug, like, Uberzug, you install it, and then you set it up in the config file, and then guess what? This is probably going to be revolutionary for some people, but guess what? It works. Like, wow. Like,
especially on, like, almost all the distributions I tested on, right out of the box. And the only one I think was Gen 2. All I had to do was add it to the path. That's it. Add to path, worked immediately. But W3.
Dude, I have never W3M, in the history of every program that I've used, I've never had a more, again, W3M works. And when you've got it set up properly and it's working, it will continue that way and it works fine. Like W3M is not a bad piece of software, but it is the most finicky piece of software I've ever worked with. If you miss something, if you don't read through it completely, or if there's some use case that you're not familiar with using W3M in already, you're gonna have problems. It's just, you're gonna have it. Wait, hold on. Crazy Chicken said, I've got a problem with Python. PyPy better. Might be able to compile it with PyPy and run as executable with makefile configuration. I've never heard of PyPy, but I don't really have any problem with Python. I don't know what your issue with Python is. Really.
Window Manager?
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Is PyPy
Window Manager?
I have no idea. You said PyPy. It's a highly no. It's hold on. So PyPy is a fast, compliant alternative implementation of Python. So it's essentially, on average, PyPy is 4.2 times faster than CPython. So it's essentially just a faster version of Python.
That's so sad. Like, why?
Well, I mean, but see, that's
with Python.
Yeah,
Python even better.
Well, see, here's the thing that blows my mind about a lot of people when it comes to Python. Like, look, Python is not a fast programming language, and it wasn't built to be. If that's your complaint, yeah, like, look, if your problem with Python is the fact that it's slow, look, you're trying to use Python in a use case where Python was not made for. Python is not made for a use case where you're building a fucking game. Like, that's the thing that pisses me off about a lot of game developers is they use Python. Like, dude, fuck off. Fuck off. There is no acceptable reason to use Python for a game. You have way too much data. You have way too much simulation going on at once for Python. That's not what Python was made for. Python was made for making a program like Ranger, where all you're doing is indexing files and displaying them in a terminal to somebody. Like,
I used to use dimensions and used to love indexing with information and data structures in Python instead of everybody's trying to use for it.
Exactly. Like, there was one guy I used to know, he was using Python to develop a program that he was using for, like, he would take Blender, like so he was making movies and stuff in Blender, and so he made a program in Python that had a very big, like or not big, but a very good UI, like a GUI, with fancy buttons and stuff like that, where you could drag in like project files from Blender, plop the blend file into the program, and like visually track, like it was essentially like a storyboarding program for making movies and stuff using Blender as your development software. So it was very heavily integrated to Blender. It's a very interesting program, again, for a very small niche amount of people who are making movies using Blender. But
or like I hear good things about some of these programs to make such good editing, and I'm like, actually, that would be pretty cool, because in the beginning, it really was like, it's something that some days it does irritate me though. But then some days when I'm on like a good streak and I'm like waking up, I feel great, I got my coffee, I'm like, I could spend all day today editing a video.
Yep. And so like one of the things that he was running into with this program was the fact that like it was very slow and it had a lot of bugs, and the bugs were coming from the fact that Python was so slow. He had written it all in Python, and like that's what I was having to tell him. Like, look, man, like it's not like your program's bad or anything, but you need to write it in a whole different language. Python is not meant for a graphical user interface. It's just not. It's meant for messing around with data, which, look, he was doing in a lot of cases. Like, he was messing around with a lot of data, which like, and that's what I told him too, because I mean, he was telling me, he was like, well, you know, when I first started developing and everything, I'm messing around with a large portion of data. And I'm like, yeah, like at first, like I understand why you went with Python, because for one, it's a very easy language to work with and to understand and to get started with. But also at the end of the day, like you're not just working with data, you're working with a lot more than that. You've got a lot of visual stuff going on, and that takes a lot more power than just parsing data in and out of a system. So like the people who will complain about Python speed really upset me, because I'm like, look, Python is not slow. It's just people use it in a lot of areas where they shouldn't. Python, yeah.
Couldn't you implement, like, let's say we're game or something. I mean, couldn't you implement a certain library or a certain thing that utilizes, like, if you, all right, hey, I've got to have something that keeps track of certain indexes from the person. Use Python for that, and then implement it into your program. I mean, can't you do that still? Mix it up with C and...
You can, but the problem is a lot of people don't a lot of people are not developing their own game engines where they're making games and stuff like that. And if we're being honest, for a lot of graphical programs, you'd be surprised to know this, but a lot of them are made with game engines. A lot of them are. You'd be surprised at how many, like, studio level. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of a lot of graphical pieces of software that are made with stuff like Unity game engine, and you would never know it at all. And the thing is like when it comes to using a game engine, yes, you can use other languages, but it requires much more knowledge. It requires much more testing and a lot more debugging, which a lot of people aren't going to do. So for a lot of people, it doesn't make sense to use anything other than what the game engine uses. And for stuff like Godot uses GD script, which is, even though it's not Python, it's heavily Python based, and it's very similar to Python. So you have a game engine that's open source, that's fantastic, that a lot of people use, and a lot of people don't fucking understand this. Godot is not meant to make a beautiful, heavily, like, you know, like AAA game. That's not what it's meant for.
Yeah. It's sprites or some kind of...
Exactly. Yeah, it's meant for 2D game development, where most of the shit that you're going to be doing graphically is very simple to handle, and a lot of what you're going to be doing is going to be managing data in the background, you know, like lives, power-ups, all of this shit. Like you got a lot of data, different items, pickupables, all of that shit, like the drops that you're going to get from enemies, all of that data that you're going to need to handle in that 2D. Python is fantastic for that, or GD script, which is essentially Python based. It's fantastic. If you're gonna build a 3D game where you're gonna be running around slaughtering people like Doom style, yeah, no, you shouldn't use GD script or Python for that. Hold on. Well, I was just gonna say, so Crazy Chickens commented quite a bit. He said, people like the syntax, he's talking about Python here, people like the syntax and then use it for everything in their uncle. Yes, you're not wrong at all. At all.
Or they learn it as their first programming language and then are like, I've got to envelop everything in this.
Yeah, like... The upsetting thing to me is, I don't know if you know this or not, but did you know that there's a DWM port that's made in Python? Like it's a remake of DWM, but completely in Python. Like, here's the thing, that it shouldn't upset me for any reason, but it upsets me because, like, you're duplicating effort that doesn't need it. Like,
I agree with you 100%. I mean, you could have put that effort to maybe build, like, I agree with maybe DWMs or suckless, you know, organized or whatever they are, the devs, their decisions. But at least have the decision, like you said. If all that effort and work was made for the Python, if we could have scripts or installer scripts for the people that they can have choice. Do you want to learn? Do you not want to learn? Do you want the red pill? Do you want the blue pill?
Yeah.
So, you know, and I'm sure. Guess what? I'm sure a lot of people will take, you know, the red pill. But the people that do want to take the blue pill will, or is it? Did I mix it up? I don't know.
No, you didn't make it up.
Okay, awesome. So, at the end of the day, they could be like, hey, it's as easy as installing an operating system, and you could, and I don't know, because they could do all that work to package it in their repositories and package it efficiently to where it's like any other operating system, or not operating system, any other tiling window manager. That might just be out of the box. You might have to do some configuring with it, but I mean, sometimes people right now, they might install DWM and go package install or apt install and be like, what the heck am I looking at? What am I doing?
And see, here's the thing too. Like, so if I take DWM and package it in Python, how the fuck you gonna patch it?
Yeah, with more Python?
Exactly. Now you have to redo all of the patches in Python so that they'll actually apply properly.
Broken record.
Exactly. Like you're duplicating effort for something that doesn't make any. You're not benefiting anyone. Like, sure.
I tell you, the only time I would do it.
Okay.
Project, an end of course, end of master's degree project.
Yeah.
That's why I would do it. Not for any reason.
That makes sense. If you're doing it for a project to show off what you can do, that's like that. Yes, that is a great. But the thing is like, if you're developing it so that you can release it out to the public, like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like,
especially for free too, because you worked hard. Like,
exactly.
You get a little coffee or some steaks for that for the rest of your life.
Ain't nobody gonna give you $2 for porting DW into Python, because why? What am I going to use with that? Hold on, Crazy Chicken said, and it's also not necessary that Python is slow. The fact that Python has extremely fluid syntax allows for extreme inefficiency of memory from the VM. Bad devs make Python slow. You're not wrong. But compared to other languages, by default, Python is going to be slower than something like C. Now, again, in the amount of time that we're talking about here, not slow enough to like the human eye where you're going to be like, this is terribly slow. Like, no.
They call it log in when you log in at Google?
Yeah. Like, it's not slow to the point that people make it out to be. But I mean, like, your point there is completely right. Like, bad devs make Python slow. And the thing is, and see, here's the thing. The reason that's so right is you have to think about it. Who is Python made for, man? It's made for the beginners. It's made for the people who are just now learning. So if you're getting something made in Python, the odds are that the person making it is new to programming, or at the very least, this is their first year making it. They've just gotten to the point where they're very proficient with Python. You're not getting a program from some seasoned developer who's been doing it for 25, 35 years, typically. And that's really the thing about it, is it's not necessarily they're bad developers, but you're talking about developers who are new to the game. They're doing something fresh. And like, I don't think that is what gives Python the slowness that it's given. Like, for one, it is slow. Like, compared to other languages, as much as I love Python, I have to be honest about it. It's slow. It's slow compared to other languages. However, the problem with it is not necessarily bad developers making it slow. It's the fact that people are using it in places that make no fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah. And I do watch this Python, this lady that codes in Python. She's on there. She's on YouTube. She codes in Python all the time. Forget her name. But I always watch it, and it's actually awesome. But she's coding like certain kind of I think she does attach the tkinter or certain things of Python to applications to make them better or something like that. So she's a really good developer.
That's the funny thing too. I have literally seen someone not download a program because it had about 8% of it was in Python. And the funniest thing to me is that dipshit didn't understand Python is great for parsing in information.
I totally agree with you.
Like,
yeah, when I see 8%, I'm like, woo-hoo.
Exactly. Like, that means they're using Python where Python was meant to be used. Like, a seasoned developer is probably still going to use Python in some places because Python was not made just so that somebody who knows nothing about programming can get into it and learn the syntax. That's not what it was made for. It has a specific use case, and it's also a great beginner tool. Like, to me, I will never understand the person who is like, I don't touch Python because it's slow. I'm like, look, man, you just don't know what you're talking. Like, to me, like, that tells me like you just don't know what you're talking about. Like,
when it comes to multi-dimensional or like indexing and stuff like that, I'd say give it a try.
Yeah.
I say like when it comes to, I forget what it was because I had this I finished 2 years of Python, and it really was great when it comes to, like you said, parsing all this stuff out or just doing something it needs to do. When it comes down to it too, when I was needing to take information, a bunch of it, I could just import these libraries that were already done for me. But also, like we were saying, that might also add extra time. Like when you're importing a huge library that you might not need to use because you want to use one thing out of that library.
And I mean, like, let's be honest too. If we're being completely honest, if you start downloading Python programs just off the internet, like randomly, you'll start to find that there's a lot of developers who port in libraries that they never fucking use.
Really?
Yes, in their Python program. Like, there's one, I won't name its name, but you can easily find it. It's a very popular Python program. But they import a pretty decent sized library and never use it inside anywhere in the code base. Yeah.
Why not just remove it?
Exactly. And like, I mean, like, Crazy Chicken's right. Like, yes, they're bad developers make Python slow. And like that, I mean, like, yes, you're not wrong. Typically, that's not the case. Typically, it's just Python being used in a place where it definitely shouldn't be. But there are still those developers which give Python a really bad name.
I wonder Arch Linux. I would definitely want to get better into programming and stuff like that and all that. So I wanted to learn master Vim. I don't know if I can master that. I'm very proficient in Vim. Like super proficient. So now we're like, hey, I've got my own Vim RC that I've set up all by myself that does all my keybinds, leader key, file mappings, all that stuff, buffer mapping, and do all that myself so I could just hop in and out of files.
Well, and see that, like, that's the thing about too, like when it comes to Vim that a lot of people I think don't understand is like Vim is a text editor that you can take and turn into a full-blown, fully fledged, fully featured IDE, and it's with
That's what I want.
Yeah, it's like that. I mean, like, that's the thing too. Like, you could take a shortcut to get there too. You could download NeoVim or Space Vim and get a Vim that's maybe not fully set up for your use case when it comes to an IDE, but will make it so in 5, 10, 15 minutes at the most, you can get your plugin and your final 1 or 2 plugins installed that make it your fully fledged IDE for you. But Vim, the reason I love Vim compared to something like Emacs is Vim is highly extensible. You're going to be able to turn Vim into exactly what you want it. No problem. Emacs, on the other hand, like, we can go off on a tangent here. So do you like Emacs at all?
I like, I try to use both. So I wanted to use Space Vim and Doom Emacs with the Groovebox theme.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, really
well, we're going to go ahead and we're going to have to go ahead and address this right here. Doom Emacs is not Emacs. I'm just going to go ahead and say that.
So I probably won't like original Emacs then.
As somebody who has tried out Doom Emacs and Emacs, Doom Emacs is not Emacs one fucking bit. Emacs is, so Doom Emacs is like Emacs but made usable. Emacs out of the gate, like I guarantee if you were to download right now as we're talking, if you were to download Emacs and install it right now and then load it up, you'd be like, what the fuck is going on here? It is the most disgusting text that, like, all right, look, let's have a real talk here. I don't care who's watching this right now. I don't care how many people I piss off right now. Emacs, go ahead and download it and then open it up and try to convince me, try to tell me convincingly that it looks good or is usable. It is the most atrocious looking text editor I have ever seen, ever, hands down. It looks so fucking bad. The key bindings for it, like, let's be honest, we all know Vim here, okay? You're gonna install Vim, you're gonna be like, how the fuck do I get out of here? Like, what's going on? Like, yeah, within an hour of watching videos on Vim, you're a master at Vim. If you spent the 30 minutes and just typed out Vim tutor in your terminal and ran through the tutor for it, you'd be fine. Like dude, as somebody who's used, yeah. How do you use it? How
I'm loading up so much stuff.
Actually, here's the most real thing. I will bet you money in the next 2 minutes. I will give you $100. I will give you $100. Hold on. Let me go ahead and get ready to start a timer on my phone after I tell you this. I will give you 2 minutes. Because, all right, so if you wanted to change your font inside of Vim, or let's just say your text color, you could do it inside of Vim in 2 minutes. Load up the Vim RC, change it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, it wouldn't take time. Like, now, I'm saying that as someone who's used Vim. Actually, fuck it, I'll go ahead and raise up my timer. I'll give you 4 minutes. I'll give you $100 if in 4 minutes you can change the font size. I've started it. I will send you $100 if you can do it.
The font size in Emacs.
Mm-hmm.
ls minus LA. There's a .emacs.e Vim. Can I use Vim? Do I use Vim or do I use Emacs?
You have to use Emacs.
All right, cool. Vim.emacs.d. What is this? Oh, that's a directory.
Oh, Crazy Chicken said, "Whoa, S expressions alone are why Emacs is inherently better than Vim with customizability. Actually, there's a key binding to do that. I'm not surprised, but see, here's the thing about Emacs. Like, when it comes to Emacs and everything out of the gate, like when it comes to Vim might be confusing out of the gate. It very well could be. But here's the thing. When it comes to Vim compared to Emacs, Vim might be confusing, but it is remarkably easy to learn how Vim works. Emacs is one of those things where if you don't have somebody who has like got a hard on for Emacs, who worships in the church of Emacs, who snorts, Richard Stallman's toenail like dust every little bit, there is no fucking way that you're going to load up Emacs and within 30 minutes know a majority of how to change and edit and mess with Emacs. You're just not.
Wait, what do I do? Change it to default
font size. Yep. Not changing the font size. Yeah.
Got it.
Hey. All right, brother. Well, damn, dude. If I hadn't have raised the timer, you wouldn't have gotten it. We're at 1:45 right now.
I just wanted to see if I would make it. Plus, you're all good. You're all good,
dude. Like if I had stuck, if I had stuck to 2 minutes, you wouldn't have gotten it.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that was definitely over 2 minutes.
Yeah,
but that was what's it called? I had to go into tools, or I went into tools. What did I do? Options, set default font, and then it's right there. But
I don't know. Like Emax's, this seems all right.
Seems all right. All right. Well. All right. Well.
Saying,
How about this?
Don't you challenge me to something?
Yeah. Well, I was just about to say, I challenge you to this. I mean, I dare you to use the fucking default key bindings for a week and tell me how your fingers feel after that. Like, dog. I'm not. So if you don't know this, Richard Stallman has problems with what is it called? Like when you type wrong for too long.
tunnel or
carpal tunnel. So he suffers from carpal tunnel, and everyone knows why. It's because he uses he's the one who decided the default key bindings for Emacs. So that's what
I'm already with the control key.
Yep. Dude, just keep.
You gotta be on the home row, bro.
Dude, I'm telling you, if you spend some time and you learn key bindings for Emacs, I'm telling you, within 15 minutes, you'll be like, "What the fuck is this?" There are some key bindings that you're going to use for Emacs where the default key bindings, it hurts your soul to actually use.
I hate the control.
Mm-hmm. Oh. And here's the thing. So Scraft, the moderator here on the Discord channel, he'll tell you. So he's got a really messed up keyboard. His is I can't remember if it's Dutch or whatever, but he's got some weird ass keyboard layout it's terrible. If you ever get into talking with him about it, he'll go into great detail about how terrible his keyboard layout is.
It's so loud too, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he'll tell you there are some key bindings for Emacs that physically, if he was to do them on his keyboard, he'd break fingers. He can't do it. The way that his keyboard is all laid out, there's a key binding that he'd have to use two hands and then twist his right hand over with his thumb and hit a key.
It's impossible. My fingers already hurt from trying to do the control tutorial on Emacs. I uninstalled it already, by the way.
Yeah. Well, and see, here's the thing too about when it comes to Doom Emacs takes so long to install. I don't know when the last time that you installed it was, but it takes quite a while to install because it has to download and install so many Lisp, not necessarily patches, but different add-ons and stuff for Emacs.
Vim. Immediate.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. When it comes to Doom Emacs, the funny thing to me about Doom Emacs is you're installing Emacs, but then you're installing on top of Emacs everything that makes Vim great to make Doom Emacs great. Why?
I totally agree with you, but do you want to know why I use it?
Why?
Okay. I could tab when I use it, I could tab. So I don't know if I could find a way to do this in Vim, I'd love to do this too. But I could do certain things of the bullet points with different fonts, and then I can set this bullet point as a certain font, and then set instructions or a script down below it of what to do or say for the video. Mm-hmm. And then I could literally have 25 tags, and then just open up each single one of those as I go along and close. So it's different font in each one. That's why I kind of like it, so I can use different fonts in it. But I can't not stand that keybinds. If I could use that in Vim, I so would.
Well, and see, here's the thing: in Vim, you can't.
What?
There's look. I know for a fact that there is a plugin for Vim that emulates different things about org mode. You might have to get 3 different plugins for Vim that emulate org mode, but at the I would be heavily surprised if you told me that there was no way that you could get a similar org mode experience in Vim. I would be heavily surprised. You can definitely do it. It won't be straight up org mode, obviously, because it's not fucking Emacs. But at the end of the day, you can emulate it just like you can emulate all that Vim has inside of Emacs. You can do it.
I just want to get to 200 words per minute.
Well, see, here's the thing. Getting to 200 words per minute is an insane undertaking. Take it from Matt. His job is writing. That's what he does all day long. He writes. And even him, he's like the highest that he's ever gotten up to is like 147 or something words per minute. Like getting to breaking the 150 words per minute barrier on a consistent basis is almost impossible. Because the people who can write at 200 words per minute, like around there and plus, are the type of people who can write as fast as their brain can think up stuff to write. And that is an insane undertaking. That's
insane to do.
Mm-hmm. It takes insane amounts of practice. Like if the guy who's the number one on Monkey Type, or I think now he's number 2, I can't remember, but he's got a YouTube channel where he shows himself typing at like 270 or 250 something words per minute. And that poor guy, man, dude, like when you see him typing, bro, like you can tell his fingers hurt. Like there's no fucking way they don't. Like the way, like every finger moving is a blur. Like every finger moving. It's incredible to watch. But realistically hitting that point for yourself is pretty much, it's not impossible, but it's definitely unnecessary. Like since I've talked with Matt so long, I know for a fact that you don't need to be able to type that fast to be a productive individual and to also be very competitive in the market, because the number of people that can type over 150 words per minute is tiny.
Really? Okay. That's
my
goal then. 150 plus.
Yeah, I mean, if you can hit around about 150 words per minute, you're much faster than a majority of the world. I mean, it's the same thing if we go back to what we were talking about earlier with like the 1%ers. Like, dog, most people are, especially if you live in the US, like you're part of the 1%. Like the funniest thing to me is here in America, like we are the number one country pushing for like, you know, the taking away money from the 1%. And like, dog, most people don't even understand that, like, hey bitch, you're in the 1%. Like, I don't care if you support a family of 4. To the government and to the world in general, if you make over $30,000 a year,
you are the 1%.
You are the 1%. Like you are them. Like it's sad to hear so many people talk about them not being good enough, or, you know, other people keeping them down, when in all reality it's really not that. It's really like, out of the grand majority of people, like a lot of people don't understand statistics. Statistics are, as somebody who's taken a statistics course, most people don't understand that statistics are used almost always improperly. Almost always. Like the person who tells you that you only use 10% of your brain. Like that is the biggest myth out there. You use more than 10% of your brain. It's only 10% of your brain that is connected to each other and talking to one another at a time. You use all of your fucking brain. Like, duh. Like, why would your body have a big brain that none of it gets used? Like, that's retarded. Like, come on now. Of course your brain uses all of your brain. It's just 10% at one individual time is communicating with each other. Still, more than 10% is getting used at once. It's just not communicating with other parts, sending signals. Like the amount of statistics that are improperly used is insane. And the amount of statistics that are used to judge yourself improperly is way too common. The amount of people out there who are like, dude, if we could only just tax the 1%, 60% of their income, like, dog, you're one of the 1%. If you if you're making $30,000 a year, you're part of the 1%. If you tax yourself 50% of your income, 60% of your income, the odds of you paying bills for the month are like none. Like, we all know how expensive rent is in the US. The cheapest rent you're going to get in the dingiest ghetto is like $700 a month still. If you're making $30,000 a year, most likely your checks are right about $1,000. If the government took 50% of that, in a month you couldn't even pay your rent. Like,
yeah, even people right now, like that's crazy to think almost $1,000 a month of rent. If you're making 30 grand a year, you're literally paying almost 15 grand to your rent. So you're only making $15,000 a year.
Mm-hmm. That's as insane as that is. That's like, that's why I feel bad for, like, the reason California is one of those places where I look at them as a very interesting case study. They are what at once was considered to be, and still some people still consider it to be, the like Mecca of American culture. Like if you're wanting to rise in entertainment, or just in general be part of the culture of America, you typically want to move to California. And California is one of these places where, yes, the culture of America is definitely there. But the problem with it is you're moving there to seek a better life. And the problem with seeking a better life in California is you're moving to a place where it is so expensive to live there because so many other people are moving there to seek their dreams. If you move to California, I shit you not, if you wanted to go to LA, do you know what the cheapest apartment you can get in LA is?
I used to live there. I used to live around there.
Okay, so
Horrible.
what's the cheapest rent you've ever heard of someone that you knew or heard of in California?
To be honest with you, everyone I knew didn't even have their own place. They were living with 600 people.
There you go. There you go. Because the cheapest rent that you can get in California close to LA is $1,200 a month. That is the cheapest you're going to get.
Yeah, I believe it.
Mm-hmm. And even that listing that I saw was for a 600 square foot apartment.
I think the people probably got to pay $650, $700 each for the apartment or the places that they live in, but they're paying like $4 or $5 grand a month to live in the houses or the places that they're paying for. Like, it's super expensive.
Yep.
I'm like, holy smoke. So yeah, I knew anyone that owned them.
And like, and the thing about California is it's this place that gives off the air of like, hey, so if you want to come and be successful, come here, like move here, take your life, come over here. And the sad part is for most people, they don't understand, like, if you want to go to California, you need to be wealthy. Like you just do. If you move to California with nothing, the odds that you are going to make it are so not in your favor.
My bad. I do know someone that lived and owned their own house. And what's it called? They didn't even have neighbors, or they had neighbors and they were like 2 feet away. They're 2 feet away and they spent all this money on the house.
And I guarantee you, if they bought it, that mortgage was so expensive. So expensive. If they're renting it, even then, so expensive. Like I've known a lot of people that have moved to LA, and it is really, really expensive.
I was there. I sold this kid that just came in the army. I sold him my vehicle, and I didn't think anything of it. He was just coming in. I sold it to him, and we went to the DMV, and I went to go help him. I'm like, holy shit. To register it there and everything cost him $2,000 on top of it.
No.
$2,000.
$2,000 to register the vehicle?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was like, I think it was like, definitely above $1,000. I think it was like $1,400. But plus, maybe the tax and all that too. But it was to register the vehicle, because I sold it to him. So he had to put in his name, he had to get his things, his things. He had to drive it too. He had to go to work and shit. He was buying a vehicle. But he couldn't finance that or nothing, so he had to come up $2,000 at a time. I remember I helped him. I wish I know, but it was so dang expensive.
You cut out there for a second. What did you say? after you
I
helped
wish
him get
him-
the.
I wish him well and stuff like that, but like it was so expensive for like the you know, because with the vehicle, what you're spending on, you're basically spending a vehicle on the registration.
Yeah.
You go buy another
Dude,
vehicle. Another
here
state.
for me to register my vehicle, it cost me $120.
Yeah, that's insane. Like $2,000 it almost cost him. It was like $1,600, $1,700 after taxes or whatever. And when I would go shopping at the grocery store too, that was pretty. I don't think that was that bad. Everything else was super expensive though, like trips or going up to Fashion Island. I'd go up to Fashion Island, and I went and ate. The last time I ever went to Fashion Island, I was like, I'm never coming back to this place. I went and stopped at a PF Chang's. I think it was a PF Chang's, and I ate inside there. And they wanted to charge for a meal and a beer. The beer was $30 draft. I was like,
No fucking way.
oh yeah, $30 without the tip or anything. So it's like $30 just for the beer. And then it was like $100 for the meal or something like that. Crazy, $80
At a
for the meal.
PF Chang's? The fuck?
Yeah, it's like you're spending over $100 just for yourself. You're spending over $100 for yourself.
Oh my
Just for a meal
god.
at PF Chang's.
If
If you want a good meal with a beer,
look,
definitely
I mean,
20 bucks.
I like PF Chang's. Don't get me wrong, one bit. But there is no fucking way I'm spending $100 at PF Chang's. No way. No way.
I agree. I don't agree. It was bomb.
Fuck that. That is crazy. Like, and I mean, like that's what gets me about. That's what gets me about California. Like, it's sold to people as the way that you're going to go make yourself. And if you go out, like, dude, I know way too many. There was a guy that I knew in high school who, I mean, he was really up and coming. He was taking acting classes. Like, he had a very bright future ahead of him, acting wise. Moved out to California, and still to this day is struggling to make it by. Like, I mean, look,
And that shouldn't be, especially when you have a future. If you've been doing your whole life,
you're talented. Like, you have a place. Like, you definitely have a place in society. Like, you should not be struggling to pay. Like, to live on your own should not be something that costs most of your income. That's nuts to me. But that being said, I understand it because everyone's moving out there.
well, a lot of too, they're so wealthy too. I mean, the tax is high out there. It's a reasonable thing towards the wealth that's out there. I think it's around 9% or 10%.
Well, see, here's the thing. It's not equal to the wealth that's out there at all.
Imagine though, for what they're buying, though. Like, let's say a millionaire goes out and buys $20 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine 10% of $20 million. That one person's got to pay now.
Mm-hmm. And that's why the laws are set up that way. But see, the thing about it is, the thing that you're neglecting is how many people are buying $1 million properties in California.
Over there, so many people. Fashion in LA.
No, there's not a lot of people. There's a select few people buying up almost all of it. Like, if you go through California's actual like property like registrations, like what property belongs to who, you'll find out a lot of the property out in California is owned by a very select few individuals. Like, I'm not talking like 5 individuals, but I'm talking like
bastards.
Well, but see, that's the thing. Like, when you can buy, all right, when you have a regular property, like let's just say the house I lived in here now, this house is, let's just say it's worth $600,000. Now it's definitely not worth this out here. I live in a rural area, but if it's worth $600,000, you can't afford to buy it. Like, just me and you probably couldn't just walk out and spend $600,000 on a property and not think anything about it. But as an investor, as somebody who has millions of dollars, you can go out and you can purchase that property and rent it. And when you start researching property in California, you'll realize this: almost all of the land there is rental property, because you can't afford to buy any of it. You like, dude, I'm telling you, the most dingiest fucking house in LA is going to cost you $250,000. I don't care if the foundation is rotting and there's been a homeless dude pissing on the foundation itself for like 60 years. That bitch will go for $250,000. Easy.
That my dad was telling me about houses. Like, my first home should be like in Alabama, because, well, like, the home I should get is now, like, I should go to Alabama because they're like 40 to 60 grand there. Like, the cheapest places to live is in Alabama. I was like looking it up, but that's, well, like 40 to 90 to $100,000 for a brand new home. Okay, right. Work over your life, you know. I'm okay, but not especially for everyone that grew up there and getting stuck in it now. What are they gonna do?
Yeah. Well, and see, a lot of people also don't understand this. Like, all right, so you were talking about a $60,000 house there. How much do you make a year? Like, well, I mean, actually, we talked about this earlier. It's about $30,000 for both of us. normally a little bit higher, but let's just go with $30,000. Did you know at
we'll go with that.
At $30,000 a year, did you know that you can never afford a $100,000 house?
You cut out. What'd you say?
At $30,000 a year, let's say that's your income. At that much income, you can never afford a $100,000 house. Did you know that?
Shit, really?
Yeah. Most people don't understand this. All right, so like, let's say if you ever hear Shaq or very rich, and not rich, but actually wealthy people talk, they'll tell you that you can only afford to buy what's 10% of your income. So if you make $30,000 a year, the only purchase that you can afford to make throughout the entire year, your largest purchase that you can afford to make is $3,000. Because let's say at $30,000 a year, you take on $100,000 house. Let's say you buy a $100,000 house. At $30,000 a year, you can't spend $30,000 a year on that home. Because you need to buy other stuff. You need to afford to take care of yourself. You can't afford, like, most people will look at a $100,000 house and be like, okay, look, I make $30,000 a year. So that means at the earliest, theoretically, I could pay it off in 3 years, but I need money to live. So that's not really, ever going to happen. So in 6 years, I could theoretically have paid off half of it, but in all reality, you're not going to pay it off in 6 years, because you're not going to spend half of your income paying off your house. You're just not. You're going to have other bills come up. Your car is going to need to have something fixed. All of this stuff. Essentially, if it's not 10% of what your current income is, you can't afford to buy it ever. Because what a lot of people again don't understand is, so there's inflation and interest on a purchase like that. So you're going to purchase a house for $100,000. Inflation means that about every year, your dollar is going to lose about 2% of its value. Normally it's about 3%, but let's just go with 2%. Especially with all the money our government just printed out, you're looking at more of like a 4 to 5% inflation value, but let's just say it's 2%. You're going to end up having, I'm having food brought into me. Thank you. You're amazing. Hey, Mom. I love you.
That's right. There you go.
Oh my God, I just had pizza delivered.
What? I'm about to go make some pizza later. What's it called? Black Arch Linux. Have you heard of that?
Black Arch Linux. No, I haven't.
End the stream and go eat?
Oh, no. I can wait.
Black Arch Linux. Have you heard of it?
No, I never heard of it.
Black Arch Linux is a pen testing distribution. And I was thinking about just, but it's so big. So I was like, nah. But I was thinking about doing that because I could go to the conventions with it.
Well, I mean, like, if we're going to be completely honest here, if you're getting any proper pen testing distribution, it's going to be big because it needs all that software in there. Like, you're just going to need it. Parrot OS is probably one of the more smaller desktop distributions that's also meant for pen testing. But no lie, you're no matter what, if you're getting a proper pen testing distribution, if it is very tiny, very minimalistic, very lightweight, you don't have a proper pen testing distribution. You need all of that different software to be able to properly pen test.
Arch Strike, you heard of that?
Arch Strike?
Yeah, Arch Strike.
Never heard of that either.
Arch Strike is Arch Linux repository for security professionals and food. So I was trying to get my master's degree in cybersecurity and then go for a doctoral in, I guess what they said, in computer science. So I've been trying to make that my goal, and I've been looking up like over the past few years, like a lot of my classes were in security as well. And so I found out about Arch Strike and Black Arch Linux, and they're just like pen testing tools, and they're pretty cool. They're a lot better. I like them more than Kali Linux and all the other ones for some reason, just because they're like more terminal based. I can use DWM with them, and it's got everything. Metasploit, it's got all that stuff right there and with it. And
see, like, that's the one thing why I don't use Parrot OS is just because, for one, I don't need the pen testing in general. I'm not doing pen testing, but if I was doing that, Parrot OS, like, the reason why I use Arch, and most people who watch me long enough will know this, I use Arch because I can pick out everything that I want. I don't have anything that I don't need or don't want or need to go through and remove. Like, I know it's the smallest gripe on the earth, but I hate having to go through and remove a whole bunch of shit that I don't need. Like, that's my main problem with, like, Microsoft Windows. Like, it's not inherently that Microsoft is just a shit company and can't make a product good worth a damn. Quite frankly, Microsoft is a company that I view it with despicable look. I hate Microsoft. Microsoft is one of the most egregious twat companies that have ever been made. But like going through and removing, I'm definitely gonna go off here, but I'm just gonna fucking do it. I cannot understand, or I will never get to the point where I feel bad enough about myself where I feel like I should deserve having to remove Candy Crush Saga from my computer before I use it. I don't care. I don't care how many grandmas out there enjoy Candy Crush. If you install something like Candy Crush on my operating system, fuck you. I will never enjoy using your software. Fuck you. You deserve to rot in hell. That is the most disgusting thing I have ever seen in an operating system.
I knew someone who played Candy Crush too.
Oh, my mom plays it. But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. My mom runs Ubuntu on her laptop. And even her, when she first got her Windows 10 laptop, she had to use it for something. I can't remember what it was, but like right when we got home with it, she needed to use it immediately. So she loaded up Windows 10. The first question she had for me is, why is Candy Crush on her computer? She plays on her phone. She loves Candy Crush. But why is it on my computer? Was her first question. Like, I didn't install. Exactly, dude. It's advertised in the start menu. Right. Like, what? I never in my life have I ever bought a computer and been like, oh, thank God, there's Candy Crush here already.
Right. And the craziest thing though is you're paying for it. You just paid for it.
It's included in the price of the operating system.
Yeah, to be annoyed, to have junk that's, I mean, in all respect, yeah, maybe in a because I like how Mac OS does it. I agree in some sort of way, maybe prevent it or present it in a professional way, maybe in your browser, like, because I could actually do agree sometimes it might be important for the person that isn't technically advanced, that's just the Joe Schmo doesn't know what the heck he's doing. He's going on there to Amazon and he orders every once in a while, and he does want the analytics because he's not a good tracker of internet or things and stuff. So he needs to be offered certain things like, hey, this is what's new. This might help you out, and who knows, that might work for them, and it might make someone else money and happy, and something else that works for that to help someone. But it's opposite when it's just shove it and you just paid all this money to, and you're just shoving it all in there. You're putting it to where it's, if it was easy to where it was like, boom, here's KDE, and then you start adding it.
Yep.
Then that'd be like, wow, that's the best. That's what's up. And if it looked the same way, it would be great.
Yeah, and like what gets me about Windows or Microsoft in general is I feel like they don't understand this. Like, look, if I want it on there and you make it easy for me to install, that's fantastic. That is beautiful. I love it. When you tell me that it needs to be on there or it's gonna be there no matter what, and it's something I clearly don't need, or a majority of people are not playing Candy Crush on their fucking computer. Let's be real. Even if you play Candy Crush, you're probably playing it on your phone. Like,
never played it ever. I've heard of it,
and again,
like,
from everyone that I know who plays it, they play it on their phone, not on their computer. It's a different thing. I will never understand adding it in there. And here's the thing too. A lot of people will come back at you with this comment, and this is the one that I fucking love. Well, Windows is free. Like, all right, look,
wait,
man.
is it? No, it's not.
It's free. It's free. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. Now, if you want a Windows, let's say you buy a computer, you're going to get a free copy of Windows with it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or let's say you already have, let's say you buy a computer, it's got Windows 8.1 or Windows 8 or whatever installed on it. You can update to Windows 10 for free. If you buy a computer and it's got Windows 10 on it, you'll be able to update to Windows 11 for free. Whatever. So for all intensive purposes, technically speaking, Windows is free for the end user, which I can elaborate on that in a second. But even then, when it's free for you, like, look, don't be a dipshit. Like, free doesn't exist. No one gives you something for free. Nothing you get is for free. If you get a pen, a piece of shit mechanical pen, you didn't get it for free. The only reason you got it is because someone was able to talk to you for 5 minutes while they handed you the pen and make their sales pitch. Like, you don't get anything in life for free.
Yeah, your time. Time is not free either. I mean, people have time to go by their lives, man.
And that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, most people exchange their time for money, not even understanding they're giving up their most valuable asset for $12. Yeah, their life. I mean, that's what you're giving. Your most valuable asset is life, and part of your life, or what we most consider our life, is time. Like, our time to do stuff, and you give it up for like. For me, I right now I'm giving up like 6 hours of my day, 5 days a week, for like $7.25 an hour. Not worth it at all. I just enjoy the people I work with. It's that, like, that's the thing. Like, most people do not understand free doesn't exist. You don't get your copy of Windows for free. That $80 or whatever the manufacturer was charged, even be it $15, your manufacturer who made your computer, your laptop, whatever, that manufacturer took out the cost of the OEM copy of Windows for your device. So whatever you bought, $15 of it could have gone to somewhere else. And, like, let's be completely honest. Let's say you're buying a laptop. The keyboard that goes in that laptop, no fucking lie, if they put 5 cents more into it, you could have a RGB backlit keyboard compared to no backlit whatsoever. 5 cents. 5 cents.
But Python, when that's stacking up though to the CEOs, they're like, we want to make that extra buck.
Yeah, like, and that's what I'm saying too. Like, if companies that make products are that stingy, just imagine how much better of a product you could get if they weren't spending $15 on that license. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. And you're paying that license for a piece of software made by a company who genuinely believes that you have killed enough brain cells in your life to truly believe that Candy Crush should be on your operating system when you install it. Like, but
it should be Super Tux card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it'd be much better.
Tux card was included with every OS of Linux. That would be awesome.
That would be amazing. Super Tux card is such a good. There are so many people out there who have never played Super Tux card. Think about it like it's a meme, and if they played it once, they'd be like, "Damn, this is actually a really good game." Like, yeah, there's a reason why it's a joke and sort of a meme in the community, because it's been a good game for such a long time, and it's just a rip-off of Mario Kart. Like that's really all it is. But
I downloaded Lamborghini in it, the Volkswagen GTI, or the.
Mm-hmm. I mean, dude, like, and that's another thing when it comes to Super Tux Kart. You can just make your own fucking cars for it. You can do that. You can. Yeah. Like, I mean, you can make your own cars, and
well, I'm assuming that's how they did that with the cars that I got, but
yeah.
I didn't think it was anywhere reachable for me.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it now. Again, you need to learn something like Blender or some 3D, design program. Whip up your own design. Know what format to put it in to import it into the game, or you might have to replace one cart that's already in there. Like, yeah, you'd have to do some work for work yourself to get it ready to be ported in, but yeah, you can do it yourself. And like, that's the thing, like when it comes to proprietary offerings for somewhere like Microsoft is a company that genuinely doesn't care about you one bit. And the mind-blowing thing to me is that people genuinely think that Microsoft cares about you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, plus, they didn't upgrade their terminal. They just kept it in their system.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And like, so I said earlier that I'd go back on to talking more about Microsoft. Because again, everybody here, I know on the channel, anyone who watching this is like, holy fuck, he's about to go on a Microsoft rant. This is about to be gold, which is totally true. Like, Microsoft to me is a company that I cannot stand and will never stand. They have business practices that are, quite frankly, like world ruining. Their business practices are the worst that capitalism can breed out.
Roundup?
Yeah. Dude, all right, so as dangerous and as horrible as Roundup has been for the environment, Microsoft this past couple of years has been far worse on the environment. Like,
are you serious?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about this. So with Windows 11 and everything, they made it to where if you have anything older than an 8th gen Intel or a 2-year-old Ryzen chip, you need to upgrade your entire computer so that you can run Windows 11, or at least your processor needs to be updated so it has TPM in it.
No.
Mm-hmm. If you have a 7th gen, a 6th generation Intel processor, you could have an i7 or shit, bro. You could have an Intel Extreme Edition, 4th or 5th generation processor. And Windows 11 is going to tell you that you're going to need to update or get a new processor or a new computer to be able to run it. And the thing about it, which I think a lot of people don't understand, is Microsoft is a very bright company. They might do stupid shit. They might also be the most disgusting company. Like their business practice is like dead honest. I don't care if I was pulled into and forced into a Microsoft like business like head executive meeting. I'd be this honest with them. I find their business practices disgusting. I think the way that they run their company is it genuinely, to my bone, disgusts. I've never found a company that would spit on, like the executives at Microsoft, I would spit on. They're disgusting people. They deserve very much to not earn the amount of money that they make.
They make humongous amounts too, huh?
They make way too much money. The thing about Microsoft is so they understand that they don't make money from you as an end user. They understand that. Like, as an end user, you might think that Microsoft makes money off of you because when you go to look at, like, you know, a Windows Pro license, it's going to cost you $200. Again, a lot of people don't even know this, but when you buy that Pro license, you're not buying Windows 10 Pro. You didn't buy it. You bought the right to use it. You don't own that copy of Windows 10 Pro.
You just own that license.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and see, here's the thing: you don't even own the license. What you have just purchased for $200 for that Pro Windows copy is the right to use the Windows 10 Pro copy. You did not buy the license. You did not buy the copy of Windows 10 or 11 Pro. You didn't. The only thing you bought was the right to use it. And in the license statement, it explicitly states that at any point, for any reason, Microsoft can revoke your access to own that copy of Windows 10 11 Pro. Read the fine print, people. Like, come on. Read it. You don't own it, and at any point it explicitly states in the Microsoft agreement that they can revoke your right to use that copy of Windows 10 Pro or 11 Pro at any point.
And also, how hard will it be if they can revoke it like that? How hard will it be if they give support, you know, or something?
Exactly. And the thing is like, so you buy that copy of Windows 10 Pro or whatever. Microsoft made money off of you, but you're a very small portion of people. Most people are not going to pay Microsoft money to download Windows. Most people are either going to pirate it or they're going to go to some sketchy online retailer that sells OEM copies that are meant to go to manufacturers, but they flip there instead. So Microsoft doesn't really make any money off of the end user, and they know that. So, as Microsoft, let's just say that like last year or the year before that, you sat down in a board meeting and you know good and well that you don't make money off of your end users, but someone asked you at the board meeting, how can we make money off of the actual people who use Windows? Do you know what idea you would come up with off the top of your head for making that money? Like, how would you make money off of people who aren't going to buy a Windows 10 copy but still use Windows? How are you gonna make money off of them?
Well, I would assume the $200 you just made off of them.
Well, we'll see that. Here's the thing: most people aren't buying Pro licenses, so that $200 that you're gonna make,
they're still not. You know, these people aren't making anything in whether it be the community. We're not making. You know, we're definitely not Microsoft.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes down to it, they get something that the community does not get. Maybe. Oh, I joked around with it. Firefox is maybe the only exception. Google, really, but.
Well, I mean we could definitely talk about Firefox for a while and their money from Google, because that shit is a good conversation right there. But just to go ahead and end it off here, the way that they make money off of, like, the genius idea that they had is, look, they don't make money off of selling you a copy of Windows. Like, you most likely are not going to buy a copy of Windows. Even if you were a hardcore Windows user, you most likely aren't going to pay them for a copy of Windows. Pretty much, because you've already got one and you can upgrade for free with that copy of Windows. Because again, most people, even if the reason they don't charge anymore for updates, like to update from Windows 10 to Windows 11, is because they tried doing that for a long time. Guess what? It didn't work. People just kept running Windows 7 for years while Windows 10 was out. So what they do is they go, hey, well, how about this? How about we convince people that they need to upgrade their computers. So people will go out and buy new computers, and
with Windows 10 on it.
Exactly. We sell copies of Windows 11, Windows 10, whatever, to the manufacturers. And because everybody will be buying new computers, we are selling more copies of Windows. That is how Windows 11 came to be in the way that it is now.
I'm sure if Linux had that, they'd be doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm. And see, like that is the thing that makes Microsoft egregious to me. They, in the effort of making more money off of the Windows branded product, they have caused a massive amount of e-waste. Because, again, to us, we know I don't need to upgrade my fucking computer. Like, I know goddamn well TPM is not going to be my lifesaver when it comes to system security at all. It's nice. It's a good security feature, but it's
physically though.
Yeah.
That's physical security for someone that's going to daily breach your computer.
Exactly.
That's what they do for the user, and that the user is the most weakest part of the computer when you're on it and unlocked already with the TPM module.
Exactly. And like the thing about it is I see it as the most egregious rant or egregious attempt of making money that there's ever been come up with. Yes, Microsoft is going to make a killing off of Windows 11 only because there are so many people out there who are not like you and me and know that TPM is not necessary. But for most of the people out there, they're going to look at it and be like, well, I need to upgrade my computer so it'll run Windows 11. And even if they do some basic research, they'll be like, well, the reason why Microsoft is requiring it is because of TPM. TPM is this great security feature. It's going to keep me safe. And so to the average layman, they go, oh, well, Microsoft is just out like for my security and they care about me. So I do need to buy a new computer. Like, no, motherfucker, you don't need to buy a new computer. You don't at all. Like Microsoft is just trying to sell new copies of Windows because they're pieces of shit. Like
there's no they could also put a subsidiary piece of code in there that said also doesn't have, or no, you know, they could do a
TPM is not necessary for system security at all. It's again an added bonus, but it is not necessary. And on top of that, you are not ever going to convince someone who knows shit about computers to ever believe that I need to go out and buy either a whole new system or a whole new processor just to be able to run your Windows 11. Like, fuck right on off. And the thing to me, why I have such a big problem with it is I know if you're unfamiliar with how we treat waste in first world countries, is we ship it to third world countries and they make money off of melting it down and reselling the actual like core like resources like gold, silver, PCBs, stuff like that. That's how they make money. Third world countries have already stopped accepting trash trash from US, UK, China, because they can't afford to keep taking it in. They don't have space for it. They don't have the they don't have the work power, the manpower to be able to sift through it fast enough. And so what Microsoft has done with Windows 11 is created millions of pounds of e-waste that is going to get shipped to countries that already don't need it and don't want it. And so the only thing that Microsoft has done is literally poison the environment with their new Windows 11. So I won't use Windows 11, not because I think it's a bullshit excuse for a major update. Like Windows 11 is a piss poor excuse for a major update. It's a UI overhaul that was needed 7 years ago. GTFO. Like come on, man. We needed one.
I showed my mom KDE and she likes it.
Mm-hmm. My mom loves Ubuntu. Loves it. My grandmother loves Pop OS. You can't tell me that like Linux can't be used by your grandmother. I won't believe it. Yeah, it takes a little bit of getting used to, but in the day and age of Linux that we live in, my grandmother uses Zoom on Linux. There's no use case that you can give me for your grandmother where she's like can't use it. If she needs Google Docs, all she uses is Google. She can still use Ubuntu. She can still go online and access all of the Google Docs, do all of her editing from the browser. There's no excuse. Like all of Microsoft products are now online. Microsoft 365, you can all access it from online. In the day and age that we live in, there is no excuse to say that my grandmother or whoever who is out of touch with technology can't use Linux. They definitely can, 100%. But to me, like when it comes to the argument of whether or not you should be using Microsoft, it's not a question of whether or not you support the company. Because if you support Microsoft, I genuinely think you have some type of mental deficiency. I cannot believe that you truly support Microsoft and you're well in the head. I understand if you work for Microsoft or you're a Microsoft engineer and you know the quality, because here's the thing, I've said this on my channel multiple times and I'll say it again just so no one gets the wrong idea. I fully understand and will definitely shout from the rooftops that there are very talented engineers and developers that work for Microsoft. 100%. Very talented, top of their game developers. Here's the thing. You are being organized and your course of development is being chosen by people who are, for all intents and purposes, retards. Like, I'm not talking about like they're mentally ill. No, retards. You are being ran by people who cannot make good decisions if they tried to.
And the decisions aren't for you. They're for the company or for the money.
Well, I mean, like, that's sort of what I mean. Like, it's not even... I understand trying to make a buck. I 100% understand making a buck. But when you make a buck at the cost of millions of pounds of e-waste, like, I don't understand how you can justify it. I totally understand being like, look, we can make an extra $15 or $25 if we forced everybody to pay for the new Windows 11. Or I could totally understand being like, look, it's a mandatory $50 payment so that you can upgrade for Windows 11, but you get Windows 11 Pro. Like, the only thing that we're selling is Windows 11 Pro. I understand that, and I think that would be a great business move. The problem is that's not what they're doing. That's not at all. They're trying to be clever and trick you into thinking that you need to, like, that's what I find egregious about Microsoft. It's not that they're out to make a buck, but they are willing to lie to you and mislead you to make that dollar. And then what pisses me off even more is in the industry, in the software development industry, they are viewed as the go-to. They are viewed as the industry standard, and they're a company that makes the most asinine decisions, and a company that truly does not give a fuck about the end user, and they're blatant about it. Like, I will never get it. And that's my rant about Microsoft and Windows for today.
Trying to install KDE. Yeah, let's do that.
Wait, where are you installing KDE at?
On a 12-year-old laptop with the i7 2nd gen.
Yee. It might take a little bit, just a tiny bit.
It's actually surprisingly silly fast.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's silly fast for some reason. This laptop, like, when it comes down to installing packages, I also have gigabit Ethernet.
Oh, you lucky bastard.
So it's actually extremely fast.
I wish I had gigabit fiber here.
Yeah, I got really, really lucky with it here in Colorado because they offered it for like the same deal. Like I kid you not, I think I was paying $90 to 100 something. Maybe no, I think it was like $90 a month. I think it was that for like $150 or 150 megabytes per second internet. Either it was like 80.
Damn, that's expensive as fuck.
Yeah, it was expensive. It was like 250 megabytes per second, but it definitely wasn't more than 250 megabytes per second.
Mm-hmm.
And here it's like $70 for the gigabit Ethernet, so it's like extremely affordable.
Mm.
And like my mom down in Florida pays, I think it's 70 or $80 a month too for 150, 250 megabytes per second. That's from Spectrum.
Yeah, and so here it's $70. Like we pay $70 for 300 megabits down and like 100 megabits up or some shit. And the funniest thing is my mom is still talking to me. She's like, I feel like I should get fiber here, and I'm like, I had to tell her, I'm like, all right, so the cost is going to go up like $30, so it's going to be like about $100 for us to get fiber internet. Do you need it? And she's like, no. Like, I mean, she doesn't say no, but I'm like, do you need it? And she's like, well, you know, like internet would be faster and everything. I'm like, but hold on. When you load up Netflix and everything, does it load up fast enough? She's like, yeah. I'm like, all right. When you go to websites and everything, is it too slow for you? No. I'm like, why the fuck would you upgrade? Like, we don't need it.
Filing? Are you doing stuff? Are you like?
Like you only need to pay $30 more a month if you're actually going to use it. Don't pay more for nothing. Why?
I find it real good when you're pulling from meters that are so far away.
Well, and see, the thing though is like when it comes to a lot of services, like I had to tell my mom, I'm like, look, like the best example for me is or at least for here too, is Steam. So like, let's say you're going to install something from Steam and play a Steam game. If you download from Steam, I don't care if you're paying for gigabit fiber Ethernet, depending on where you are, most likely you're not ever going to get that speed. Only because the data center that's going to send you that download from Steam is being limited. So you're probably, even if you pay for fiber internet, you're most likely going to, at the fastest, get 100 megabits down or something like that from, you know, like 100 megabits a second or something like that from Steam. You're just not going to get the fastest shit possible.
Yeah.
And
Steam,
so
rough. I've been trying to get my games working, but they just have not been working.
Well, hold on. So Buddy is whining right now. I'm gonna go let him out. I don't know if you're gonna stay here and talk, or you gotta go. Huh?
You want to continue?
Oh yeah. I'm down to continue for as long as you want to.
Hey, I'm up all night, man. So what's it called? Want to go to bed in an hour or two? It's up to you.
Fuck yeah.
I gotta take my dog out too. Then, so we'll take a quick break.
Dude, let's do it. Let's go.
Right.
Also,
I was gonna install or do something with this, so I need help. I need your help with the decision on this Cast Talk to talk about what OS, what Linux, BSD. I want to stick to Linux because I want to be a part of this community for the next forever.
Dude, all right. So like when we get back, that's what we're gonna talk about: Linux or BSD. Which one?
Sounds good.
All right, man. All right. And anybody who is popping into the live stream right now, I'm just going to go ahead and say, go grab yourself a snack, drink, whatever. We'll be back here in 5 minutes. All right. Hey, Lumal. How's it going, dude?
What are you doing? What are you...
Okay, so Crazy Chicken said preemptive, going to say Linux 100%.
What'd you say?
Crazy Chicken said preemptive, going to say a Linux 100% to this conversation between Linux or BSD. And I mean, I'm not going to straight up disagree with him, because let me go ahead and say this. Do you like to play video games?
No.
Okay, well then, never mind. Fuck it. Go to OpenBSD or BSD in general.
OpenBSD. Video.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're not going to be playing Steam games and everything,
I couldn't even play any of them. This laptop is so old, and it's like, ugh.
see, in that case, just install OpenBSD on that bitch, because you're gonna have a good time.
I think about going free BSD because I can get the NVIDIA driver set up with that nicely.
Okay, well, hold on. To answer that question, we have to step back a little bit. If you're not going to be playing games, the fuck are you going to be using a Nuvo or an NVIDIA card for?
Oh, the proprietary drivers. I'll use the proprietary drivers.
Okay, NVIDIA, but for what?
I don't want to use those though.
But I mean, like, so. But here's the thing: if you're going to be using the card at all, but you're not playing video games, what are you going to be using it for?
Oh, probably like having OBS up and having video editing and all that stuff.
But even more to the point, NVEC has a lot of issues compared to H.265 or H.264, whatever, encoding using your CPU. You're more likely to run into problems with the NVEC encoder on Linux than you are just the regular H.265 or whatever. Now,
OpenBSD, huh?
Before anyone comments on this, I'm just going to go ahead and say, yes, typically NVEC is fine. It works just fine. But if you're going to have an issue with it, or if you're going to have an issue with an encoder, it's typically going to be your NVEC encoder.
And I can do Vulkan Intel as well.
Oh, Crazy Chicken did have he had a really good comment. Dude, thank you for pointing this out. He said he'll use the GPU for a GPU accelerated terminal. And that is definitely true. If you're using something like Alacrity or Kitty, which are GPU accelerated, yes, you'll definitely benefit from that. But let's be completely honest here. Do you need your terminal to be GPU accelerated? No.
And I use Alacrity when I'm on i3, but I use ST when I'm on DWM. So,
as someone who's used Xterm and Alacrity for the past few months interchangeably, no, you don't. You don't.
I can't tell the difference. Like ST so much, like so fast. So,
I mean, and that's sort of the thing. Like Alacrity, like yeah, it's fast as fuck. But the thing about it is you'll never notice it until you're running a tree command on your entire root directory. Like, yes, then you'll notice it. But the odds that you're doing that through the terminal is none. Like,
I love doing that, the tree command.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. You're not going, like, there's no real workflow where you're like where you're going to be doing something. You're like, oh, I need to tree out my entire root directory. Like
home directory, maybe. I like doing my home directory to do something, but whenever I do the root directory, it's just to show someone like, hey, watch this.
Yeah, exactly. It's just to show off. That's it.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Yeah, and if you're trying to show off to someone like that ST or a terminal like ST that's not GPU accelerated, it's probably better anyway, because they're going to get to see all that verbose output as it goes. instead of like, I mean, Alacrity, you run a tree command on your root directory, and in like a fraction of a second, it's already finished with the entire, like, yeah, you see stuff list out, but it lists out so fast that it's
really. I like it when it like lasts forever.
yeah, and see, that's the thing with Alacrity and Kitty and stuff, because it's GPU accelerated. You'll get all of that verbose output in fraction of a second. You'll get it so fast.
Never used Kitty. Never. I've only ever used ST, Alacrity. Someone was talking. I think it was Zoomer was talking about using XFCE, and I was like, "What?" So I don't know, because a lot of the installers.
You mean URXVT?
No, XFCE as like a whole environment, so using the DWM or anything, and I was like, "Really?" I was like, "He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go to use XFCE."
Wait, you mean the entire desktop environment?
Yeah, the whole desktop.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I don't know what terminal he would probably like. The terminal that just what is it? What does come with XFCE? Is that URXVT or whatever?
No, actually, I think Matt just put it in chat. He's like, I think TFL uses XFCR4 term, which I believe.
Okay, yes, he'd be using anything that comes with XFCE4.
Mm-hmm. And like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it doesn't matter what you're going to be using. We're like, really, in all honesty, when it comes to terminal emulators, most of them are going to be fine. You might just have a preference out of them. When it comes to GPU accelerated terminals, you don't need them. You just don't. You might be that 1% of people out there that's very rare that needs a GPU accelerated terminal for some weird obscure use case that you're using it for. But most people don't need it. And so when it comes to actually ending up with like what you're going to use or what's a deciding factor, if Alacrity or your GPU isn't going to work because you want to use GPU accelerated terminals, like, come on, bro.
I don't know. It's like there, so I don't.
I mean, it's there, but here.
I used it. Well, I guess how much power would you save too if you weren't using?
And see that, like, that's why I'll go ahead and tell you should at least try OpenBSD on it, only because you might try it and find like the battery life on that Huawei laptop there was much better with OpenBSD on it compared to. I mean, it's running Arch Linux right now. The battery life was much better. Like, I'm not talking like 6 hours or some shit like that, but compared to Linux, I got an extra hour to an hour and a half.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good for not having to do like anything other than just installing a different operating system on it. That's pretty nice.
Windows 11, I couldn't believe the really the hardware. You gotta really buy something new. You weren't kidding.
Yep. And so you figured out how stringent they are about TPM and the devices that they'll take. Like, Doc, you need at least a newer than 2-year-old Ryzen CPU to work with Windows 11.
Great. And most people, that's like buying a new car every 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
System specs and system requirements. Oh, man. I can't even do that on this laptop, and I got an i7 on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
hey, upgrade.
Oh, see, like, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to Windows 11 Pro, like, or Windows 11 in general. They're creating an operating system that to the layman looks like you need to upgrade a whole bunch of shit. Matt said, "Sup? Is this the 24-hour live stream?" I hope not.
Yeah.
This Linux Land podcast with Jeff has gone on so long that Jeff had to dip to go ahead and take care of his own stuff. this will slowly turn into an 8-hour stream. I know it for a fact. There's no way this is going to end before it's an 8-hour live stream. I'm just hoping that eventually it ends. I don't want it to end soon, but eventually it ends. I have done those. I don't know if you've watched me long enough to know that I have done 12 and 24-hour streams before, but as somebody who has done that, you'll do it once as a creator and then never again, especially a 24-hour live stream. A 24-hour live stream, you, in the back of your mind, you know, it sounds crazy and everything, but you're like, I can do it. I could do a 24-hour live stream. Then you try it and you hit like the 12-hour mark and you're like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, what am I doing?
Yeah, you weren't kidding. They require a TPM, a trusted platform module, and your PC might be in the how your PC might be able to meet this requirement.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Garbage.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, dude, I'm not kidding. Like when I say I do my, or not when I say, but now when I say I do my research, don't disbelieve me. I do my research when it comes to that shit. When I bitch about Microsoft, I don't want anybody to misunderstand. I'm not somebody who just hates Microsoft and doesn't know what I'm talking about.
Doo-doo. They are forcing people on this, and they don't need to. They don't. Mind you, they absolutely do not need to do this.
Yeah. But again, that's the only way that they can guaranteed make money off of you as an end user. And like, again, I understand they're profit. They're a capitalistic company. They're driven by profit. I understand that. But I think profit at the cost of the literal environment in which allows you to continue to exist is probably fucking stupid. Like, I mean, we haven't killed the world yet, but with stupid decisions like Microsoft's making, it won't be too much longer. We'll get there eventually. Like,
I agree. We could literally be building things that last our whole lives, or that we don't have to keep recycling, or say that we're recycling, but we're really not. Just I'm not.
Well, I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but in the 40s, there's a very popular paper that you can get your hands on. And it was a coalition between a whole bunch of different major corporations. Like, we're talking about the big steel company, or companies, there's two of them. But like the light bulb manufacturers, all of these big companies got together and they agreed to follow this document. And it has planned obsolescence in the title. Like that.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They actually had to re-engineer the light bulb to make it worse.
Yeah, to make it break, because they realized they couldn't make money if they only could sell a light bulb every 40 or 50 years. Yeah. Like, and see, here's the thing with battery technology. Like, here's the funniest thing. Thomas Edison invented the nickel iron battery. And you can go online from a company called Thomas Edison. They're actually called the Edison battery. You can buy nickel iron batteries. You can get them in sizes up to 800 milliamp hours. They cost a lot of money. They cost about for a 100 amp hour battery, like the one that I've got in there, that one cost me like $200. For a Thomas Edison battery, it's going to cost me about $1,000. Again, it doesn't need to cost that much, but it costs that much because there's a coalition of companies that anyway have set up business practices in which make it cost that much, but whatever. You can pick up a Thomas Edison battery. There are batteries, Thomas Edison batteries from the same brand that you would buy them from today, that have batteries that were manufactured in 1940 and are still running to this day, never had a down day in their life. And they still function perfectly with less than 10% of battery life lost. The idea that you need to buy something every 5 to 10 years is stupid. It's stupid. You don't need to.
On the other hand, for the economy, for the But how much does that? And also, I find it as a joke because we have the news that are saying, we've got this surge and stuff. We only have this surge in ordering because our government's allowing all this pay and stuff like that. And then there was all the stimulus checks and all these things. And then there was the, apparently my stepdad's telling me everybody's like on unemployment. So it's really hard for him to find like employees to work for him. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, it's really hard to find employees right now. And I'm like, really? That's all that. They, all these people are apparently getting all these things they could order things with. And that's just my...
Well, I mean, I completely agree with him, because as somebody who is currently working at a place that is very understaffed, I can tell you, yes, it is very hard to find people to work right now, not because people aren't willing to work, but because when you're making $600, every 2 weeks off of unemployment, why the fuck would you go and get a job that pays less? Why? Yeah, I mean, you just...
Yeah, that's what he said. And they're just sitting at home. The orders are backed up, man. That's it. But then we've got people on the news go, look how great our economy's doing. That was money that needed to be spent to help families and protect you, not to look how good our economy's doing.
But the thing is so when it comes to the stimulus check, the reason we gave out stimulus checks was as with everything when it comes to government, it was under the guise of we are helping you. We are helping the average American pay bills and get everything and get everything you need, which, to be honest, is not wrong. Stimulus checks definitely helped out a lot of people.
I agree.
Especially people who are living in California. Like, that money, at the very least, kept you from getting evicted. I definitely will not say that they didn't do some good. But the thing about...
I agree they did a good thing. I'm just saying, they're saying on the news, I don't like how they're turning it now into an influx of saying, look how good our economy's doing now.
Well, see,
you can't turn that around and say, look how good our economy's doing, because now it's going to crash 2 years from now with you thinking how good it's doing.
Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, a lot of people don't understand. Like, what we did with stimulus checks is exactly how Venezuela burned and died as a country. Like, what we just did is devalued our own. Like, all right, so most people go out and when they want to save money, they get a savings account. Not a lot of people know this, but so inflation is about 2% a year. Normally now it's gotten up to about the point of 3%. With all the money that we just printed out the past couple of years, but really just the past year, we now will have inflation at about 5%. That's just what it should be here in a couple of years. Inflation should hit about 5%.
The most we've ever seen?
Most we've ever seen. And here's the thing. A lot of people don't understand. When you print money, you devalue money. And the U.S. didn't have money to give out stimulus checks. Like, dog, we don't even have the money to pay for the shit that we already got. How the fuck can we give out $1,000 to every single American? Like, nah, we can't do it. We just can't.
And multiple times too, or.
And so we just printed out all of this money that's going to rise inflation. Like, dude, you're like, let me just ask you this basic question. Do you have a savings account?
Yeah, with nothing in.
That's pretty much every one of us can agree with. Like, yeah, right, I got a savings account, but it don't have nearly what it should in it. But here's the thing. Your savings account that you treat as a savings account, it's called a savings account, so you think that money's getting saved. Did you know that next year, if everything goes as according to plan, your savings account will actually devalue in money?
Instead of increase in money, because it's supposed to have a percentage, right?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Your your bank probably gives you, best case scenario, they're giving you like 1.75% APY or APR, whatever. Well, inflation, we've already just talked about it, is around 2%. It's around 2%, but last year was about 3%. It was pulling closer to 3%. Now, with your inflation at like 5%, dude, your money is devaluing the longer it stays in your savings account. So what we're going to end up with here in 5-10 years is an inflation rate that we can't keep up with. It's gonna, and see, here's the thing, like, not a lot of people know this about inflation, but it snowballs. Exactly what happened in Venezuela. It's going to snowball out of proportion and get to the point where it's like in Venezuela, Germany back in the day, where you could have piles of fucking cash in a wheelbarrow, but it's not
That's
worth
what I was
dick.
about to say. I was about to just say, you better start owning your stuff. You better start owning your things, so when the cash starts rolling around in barrels and it means nothing, you have things that you own that you can, in my opinion, barter, stuff like that. Worth, materials, livestock, food. I mean, everybody needs to eat. Everybody needs water. Everybody needs to eat. Everybody needs water. Everybody needs to go to the bathroom somewhere. That's the three things we can never. And there's four things. I guess we wake up, we live, then we die. We need water. We need food, and we absolutely need those things. Absolutely. We absolutely, guess what we don't need? Money. Absolutely. Like you said, there's food all over the place. We're made to think that we need money when it comes to getting materialistic things like the computers or these new, things that are coming out, technologies, and how they portray them in commercials and things like this to just keep winging in quarterly customers so we can get these stocks up. And I like to put it like this. I think I even told my everybody I can tell this to. I'm glad I can say this. It's like a big table, and we just keep adding plates to it. Instead of making this table bigger and doing the right thing, we're just gonna keep the table the way it is and just add a whole bunch of these plates until one day these plates are gonna crash along with the table, and we're gonna be left to pick up the pieces.
I mean, I think it was on Joe Rogan's podcast where he talked about this, but he's like, there's an old axiom that's very true. Hard people make easy times. Hard times make hard people. Hard people make easy times. Easy times make soft people. Soft people make hard times. And that's the most true statement ever. Like, we are living in a time now where soft people are making the rules and making big decisions. And they're only setting us up for a hard time. And the good part about it is hard times make hard people, and hard people make easy times. And I can't remember who I was talking about. I was talking with somebody and I said that. They were like, I don't think that's true. And I'm like, oh, dude, like we went to Wikipedia and I started going through history and stuff. And I'm like, are you starting to see the cyclical cycle? Like every 20 years, hard times. Like,
absolutely agree.
Like it's the thing. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand, like, dude, we are always constantly in a cycle of good times, bad times, good times, bad times. And it's something that you're not going to necessarily fix. We have a whole bunch of people now the people who are making decisions right now are the type of people who haven't faced true adversity. Like, the person, like, I think it was Lil Wayne that was talking about it, and he was talking about it. He's like, I don't think racism actually even exists. Like, and now that's a blanket statement. That's definitely not true. Racism definitely exists. But like what he's talking about there is he's like, the racism that people make out to exist does not exist. The systematic racism that a lot of people will make out, like the world is all evil, it's filled with racists, the people making decisions are all racist. Like Lil Wayne was talking about, he was like, I had, so when he was a kid, he shot himself in the chest on accident. And when he shot himself, he was like, I was laying there covered in my own blood. And he goes, cops busted through the door. And he goes, a whole bunch of them jumped over me, and they're like, let's find the drugs, like whatever else we can find in here, pin against this guy, like let's go grab it. And he goes, the one cop who came in, and he goes, he stood there, and he goes, what the fuck are all you guys doing? Do you not see this kid laying here with a bullet in his chest? And he's like, that guy picked me up, he took me to the hospital, and he waited there until the doctor told him that I was going to make it. And he goes, that man was whiter than snow. He goes, all the people that hopped over me and went to go get drugs or find out where everything was in the house, those were all, he goes, every single one of those people were blacker than I am. And like that to me is like the biggest example that a lot of people need for the fact that yes, there are problems that we still struggle with, but the idea that racism or any of the social problems that we deal with right now are the biggest problems we have, it's just not true. The amount of people out there who care about someone else, doesn't matter who you are, it way, way, way outweighs the amount of people that don't. I mean, like, come on, like, let's be honest. Like, we all get out there, we all talk to people. Can you truly tell me that you meet more racist than average Joes who just couldn't care less? Like, yes, racism still exists. Yes, bad social shit still exists. But the idea that that's the biggest problem that we need to deal with, it's dumb. It's the idea that the biggest thing that we need to tackle this generation is whether or not I call you Zim, Z, or Zer is fucking retarded. Okay, I could care less. Look, if that's what you want me to call you, guess what? I'll do it. Probably because I'm not a dick. That's probably why. Like, most people aren't assholes. Like, just most people aren't. Yes, there are plenty of assholes out there, but guess what? You're not going to create a law, or you're not going to change the world and just wipe out assholes. You just can't. Like, everybody has a portion of their life where they look back on it and they go, "Damn, I wish I hadn't been an asshole at that point." Like, everyone has been an asshole.
Yeah, you are right. Definitely don't want to install Gen 2 with this with this second gen. The compiling is.
Oh, that's a problem.
It's horrible.
I mean, so are you gonna spend another 3 days compiling Gen 2 on all your machines?
Yeah, definitely not. You know what? It'd be funny. I put the SSD in the laptop because all I could get was $100 desktop. That's what I've been using the whole time. But I've got this really old laptop. So I had a SSD, and I ended up putting it into this because it's got an i7, and both were second gens. Everything second gen. Intel. So I figure I would prefer to use the laptop because I bought new RAM for it. I got new thermal paste, and I changed it all, did all that work for it, and cleaned it all out as best I could, like almost perfectly. And it still did nothing. It still runs like horribly. It still is like 90 degrees Celsius, even with switching the thermal paste. I'm just like, this thing is, it's doing it though. It's doing its job.
Crazy chicken, man. Have a good day, bro. Take care. And yeah, like, to be honest, when it comes to those second and third gen to a degree, Intel chips, dude, like when they age, they will start to run much hotter than they used to. I've heard some different people talking about different ways of keeping the thermals down, especially in like what you're talking about, laptop form factor. pretty much, from what I've heard, the only way that you're going to get a decent temp under load on those chips is if you liquid metal your laptop. That's, from what I've heard, that's about the only option that you have for really bringing those thermals down.
You gotta like saw conductivity.
You
gotta make that thing one.
And I mean, here's the thing too. Like, have you ever fucked around with liquid metal?
You cut out for a second.
Have you ever fucked around with liquid metal at all?
I don't think I ever have. No, just the Arctic or the thermal pastes.
If you ever do, here's what I'll go ahead and tell you. It is the most nerve-wracking experience you'll ever have. It is terribly, terribly nerve-wracking because you have to spread it around very finely. You have to, the process of liquid metaling a processor is very, very, I don't want to say time consuming, but it's very exact. You have to do it proper. You have to spend your time doing it. You have to do it right. And the entire time, I don't care if you do it right or not, the entire time it is the most nerve-wracking thing, because you know, if you fucking sneeze at all, if you jitter, your entire PC is ruined. It's just done. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, liquid metal is so, I mean, it's liquid metal. It's conductive as fuck.
All over the crap. You're done.
Dude, I mean, all it takes is one slip up, and that entire motherboard processor is done for. Yeah. I mean, why not take the risk?
On something else, I got something I'm willing to get rid of.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If the 10 degrees Celsius is worth it to you, like if you're constantly running at 90 degrees Celsius, like 80 degrees Celsius, much better. Much better.
Well, let's see. It's only when I'm under load. Like right now, let's see what I'm at. I even have Stream Fetch. Awesome. And this is on the ISO. So actually right now I'm at 57 degrees Celsius.
That's not that bad at all.
Yeah. So whenever I'm like installing something or something and it becomes like an airplane, it goes up to like 90 degrees Celsius. Yeah. It's just like, oh gosh, it's all like, yeah.
Like liquid metal would help with that, but here's the thing. The actual nerve-wracking experience of doing it is probably not worth it. And then here's the next thing. It's going to kill your chip. Like,
really?
Yeah. So when you put liquid metal,
like not right away though, right?
No. Like we're talking in 3 to 5 years, you're going to need to replace it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Because like cleaning up liquid metal and then repasting liquid metal to your processor might as well be impossible. Like, I mean,
especially right? Heated over that many times and.
I mean, that liquid metal has become like essentially one with the heat sink and processor. So again, you can do it, but typically the way that you're going to liquid metal a processor is you're going to remove the IHS anyway. Because if you want true liquid metal performance, you're going to remove the IHS and you're going to put it straight on the die and then connect it to your to your heat sink straight from there. Because that's going to get you the best performance humanly possible. And especially if you're doing it in something like a laptop. I mean, your laptop processor shouldn't even have an IHS on it. So
I have been using this TM30 stuff from Corsair and Performance thermal paste. I still got a whole bunch left, and I've had it for a really long time. So it's been nice to use that. I redid the laptop a while ago, and it was so bad. It's not even funny. Like when I first got this thing, it's like 12 something like that years old. So like it was
pretty crusty.
Yeah, it started. Well, oh my gosh! Like when I opened her up, it had thermal paste all over the sides, over around the CPU, and I'm like, "Who did this? The company?" I'm like, "There's no way." I'm like, "What?"
I would hope not.
Right? I hope not either, because it was all around the CPU like crazy, pulled up, and it was just gunked up everywhere. I'm glad I cleaned it up. It took a while to clean up this laptop, but I'm glad I did. Put the SSD in it. Only thing is the mouse button's broke. I can't dang mouse button. I gotta tap to click and put a 30 dot dash tap touchpad into Xorg or 50 dash touchpad. Tap to click.
Is it a ThinkPad?
No, it's a Sony Vaio, an old Sony Vaio.
Oh, okay.
Real Intel i7 with an NVIDIA I think. Yeah, it's got a it doesn't even show what it has as the I think it's got a 720 mobile NVIDIA and like a really old the i7 second gen. It says full HD though at 1080p, and the only reason I like it and still use it is because it's got a VGA and an HDMI port.
Oh,
so
shit,
I can have
all right.
3 screens.
Yeah. I mean, like, dude, here's the one thing that I will say about VGA that really ticks me off is just how many people don't understand how VGA, like, how good VGA is. Like, VGA is so underappreciated. It is so good. So good. For the time that it came out in, the amount of quality that it could put out for the era in which it came out in is incredible.
I agree. I still use it, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing. Like people still to this day complain about DVI, and I'm like, come on, man. It's not anyone's job to educate you on how good DVI and VGA are. Like, yeah, the connectors are big. Like, yeah, I understand that, but that's not a gripe against them. Like,
you know what I don't understand though?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why we had like they are big. Like I have the Raspberry Pi 4, and that thing is so small when it comes to the HDMI, and that has 2 4K display ports or whatever.
4 micro HDMI or 2 micro HDMI. Yeah.
Why don't we put that on the MacBooks? Why don't we put that on like something else? Like,
well, but see, here's the thing: you have to understand this, man. If they were to put a micro HDMI port on the MacBook, you wouldn't buy their $60 USB-C adapter.
That's absolutely. That's why I'm not gonna go get one of those. But I wish that'd be cool if the laptops or any of the laptops did come with them, because then you'd be able to easily. They'd be so thin still.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be able to take the 2 cables and run it to 2 monitors and ultimately have a 3-monitor setup.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, here's the thing, though. And here's exactly what an Apple executive would tell you. Look, man, you can have fucking 6 displays if you wanted. Like, you can have as many displays as you want on that MacBook. Just chill out for a $60 USB-C adapter, you cheap fuck. Just do it. Like, that's what an Apple executive would tell you. Like, come on, man, you got $1,000 for the laptop. You're telling me you don't have an extra $100 for a couple of USB-C adapters? Come on now.
What's it called? I only like got that too for school and like try to make videos with it. And I'd much rather spend an extra like $200 on a ThinkPad, get it used from eBay, and install OpenBSD on it. So I have a whole plethora of. Well, then I guess I couldn't do Microsoft either. I couldn't do Microsoft Windows because Windows 11 has that restriction. I'm not ever getting another laptop that costs that. Like, nope.
You wouldn't be able to do Microsoft like actual Windows on it, but you would definitely be able to access all of your Microsoft software, like Word 365, PowerPoint, all that stuff from inside of your browser. Which again is why I think it's absolutely endlessly hilarious that people still argue that, like, well, I mean, I would use Linux, but you know, I need all of this fantastic software from Microsoft. I just need it. Like, cool. You can use Zoom in Linux. You can use VS
Right?
Code in Linux.
I actually find it harder to find software in Microsoft than it is.
Dude, install fucking Windows and convince me that the Windows Store is easy to use. Convince me. I won't ever believe you. It's disgusting. The Windows Store is just grody. I hate it. It's disgusting. Like, there's so much about like the Windows Store where I hate it. Crazy Chicken said he's still here. F Society is going to school. Oh, okay. Well, Lewis hopefully is having a good day at school. Hopefully. I mean, I don't know how you have a fantastic day at school, being somebody who went to school, but
Well, I would enjoy school if I could have a fantastic day at like maybe a good place that's comfortable, you know.
I mean, that's not how school goes.
But when you're forced to go there and you're paying for it, and you're like, oh gosh, I gotta pay attention now, and
yeah,
or else.
And you also have the constant worry of like, well, okay, so I'm paying for this. What happens if? Oh, hold on. I need to text my manager and tell her that I'm not coming in tomorrow. Hold on, give me 1 second. Just remembered that. I need to do that. So here's the real question. And I have no idea what I'm going to tell my manager. I'm just going to text her and be like, yeah, I can't come in tomorrow. I really can't. It's not because I'm sick or some shit, but I got too much shit around here that I got to do and take care of. I don't know. The funny thing is like I'm so used to like having working at places where like if I called out, like they'd really fucking fight me on it. Here, I don't have to worry about that. Like, I mean, if I can't come in, the people that I work with don't really care. They're like, I mean, they like having me there and it helps them out, but they've done just fine on their own for forever. And I've also made it very clear that like if I can't come in or can't make it, I won't. But still, I'm so used to having jobs where they like fight and complain and try not to have you call out ever, or I'll put it off. Yeah, like it's just weird. Like even though I'm working a job now where if I need to call out, all I need to do is just text before, you know, like even if I text like an hour before I'm supposed to come in, it'd be fine. But I still wouldn't want to do that to them. Because Vicky, my manager is the type of person where she, like if I tell her I'm not coming in, she's probably gonna wake up early, go in there at like 5 o'clock in the morning, get the whole store. Dude, like we had a inspector coming, and it turned out not to be an actual proper inspection, but inspector coming in. She woke up at 3 o'clock before 3 o'clock in the morning, got to Subway at 3 o'clock in the morning because our night shift crew does jack all, like they don't do their job or a damn.
What a team player.
Showed up at 3 o'clock in the morning, got the entire store clean, looking real nice, everything prepped and ready and everything before I even showed up. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? And she was telling me, she's like, yeah, I've been here since 3 a.m. I'm like, I don't understand how you can do that. Like, I'm not going to say how much she makes, but like, let me just make it very fucking clear. Subway is not paying her enough to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I'm sure not enough to wake up that time.
And she's salary, so it's not even like she made more money coming in early. But Gulag,
Yeah,
good morning, man.
Nope.
Yeah, no, I'd pass on that.
That sounds like, well, that's too. It's like, I was working too hard too. He's working extra or on the bus. I was like, go home, take a break. You're always working, you know. I'm tired.
I mean, that's one of the things that like my manager's told me. She's like, as long as I have heads up, she's like, I really don't care. And Like, I mean, in my interview, I made it very clear, like, I don't need the job. Like, I'm here to help out, and I'm here to help. Like, that's about it. Because I mean, dude, they desperately need the help. Desperately need the help. But it's just one of those things where I feel very bad for a lot of companies right now because to be honest, unless you're paying damn good money, it's really hard to find people to help out because I mean, so many people are drawing unemployment now. Like, why go and get a job when you're all taken care of and you don't have to work? Yeah. And to a lot of the people out there who are going to have this type of remark, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, look, it ain't because people are fucking lazy. It's because people are smart. All right. Like, I don't care if you're some workaholic. Like, look, it's logical. If you don't have to work for money and you get it, it's actually smarter to not work and get money. Like, it's not because you're lazy. It's because you're smart. Like, it just is. Even
People
though
are thinking like COVID, they have families to protect, forced to be worked, forced to be around people that they knew they could possibly get them sick or kill their family. You never know too what they are going through their minds.
Yeah. And, well, I mean, logically, I mean, if you think about it for a second, all right, look, if you go out and get a job, the dumbest thing that I ever hear, the dumbest fucking phrase is job security. Can you tell me? Right. Yeah. Can you tell me what the fuck that even means? Like, what is job security? Exactly. Like, it's some ethereal thing that we've made up and consider a real thing. Like, you never have job security. You never will. Like, even at the subway even at the subway that I'm working at, where they get by on their own without me, they desperately need help. They don't need me. If I, like, let's say I'm doing constantly what I'm about to do right now, where I call out, they can fire me at any point. Like, there's nothing stopping Vicky from responding to my text and being like, yeah, don't worry, don't show up tomorrow and I'll take you off the schedule. We don't need you anymore. There's nothing stopping anybody from from firing you. It can happen at any point. Job security is not something that even fucking exists. I will never accept that job security is a real thing. You don't have it. But that being said, even though job security is not a thing, it's still, as a person, when you're needed somewhere or you fit in perfectly, like you're an essential part of a business, it does feel good because you're not only working, more than that, you're a vital part of something going on. You're a vital part of something bigger. Which there's definitely something to be said for that. However, it's stupid to think that people shouldn't, I don't want to say exploit, but take advantage of a system that is set up in which they don't have to worry about that. It is very smart for somebody to not go out and work. And still get the same amount of money that they would if they were working. Not just because you don't have to work, but on top of that, like, when it comes to unemployment, if you're doing what you need to get unemployment, the odds that you're going to stop getting unemployment is pretty fucking low. Like, actually, like, non-existent. Because if you're doing the stuff you need to get it, guess what? You're going to get it. Like, job security. I don't want to leave my job, and I hope they don't fire me. And like, that's why I'm going towards the more, not more, but the off-grid, self-sufficient lifestyle. I'm not, for me, the anxiety of constantly, like, I hope they don't fire me is
because you've got a mortgage.
You got health insurance, you get hurt. Let's just say you get hurt and you got a $300,000 surgery and your company.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, I'll go ahead and share this for anybody who's made it this far into this 8-hour live stream at this point. And for you, just in case you don't know this, when it comes to medical bills, file for financial assistance. And when they ask you, because they're gonna ask you different things about financial assistance, you're unemployed. If you put on your financial assistance for whatever medical bill, like you get a medical bill, a lot of people don't understand this. In the U.S., there is free medical care, but it's not free health care like it is in other countries. It's not just free. You're going to get a bill. If you know how to play your cards right, it's free. But then again, you got to know how to play your cards right. If you get a bill, like let's say you go to the ER, you go to some hospital, you get a bill after your visit. That bill that you get, what you're going to do is you're going to call the hospital or go online and you're going to file for financial assistance. Then inside of that financial assistance, you're going to put that you're unemployed. And for a hospital, what they're going to do is they're going to go, oh, this bitch is unemployed. Write off. So your entire bill just gets written off and vanishes into the ether. Because for that hospital, there are other people who are employed, probably can't pay a $5,000 out of the blue hospital bill, but they've got a job and because they don't know how to play their cards right, will pay the hospital over time. They'll come up with some, payment plan that they can work out with the hospital and stick to, and they'll pay it. But if you're smart and like me, because I've been asked this, like, well, how are you gonna pay for a hospital visit if you, I don't know, like break your back while you're out, walking sheep around? Which if I break my back walking sheep around, I've got bigger problems. But okay, I don't have to pay for it. Like, I will just do financial assistance. Unemployed, guess what? It's a hospital write-off. I never have to pay the bill. It's fine. It's just a lot of people don't know that. So if you're living in the US and you didn't know that, look, save yourself some money, file for financial assistance, have the hospital write it off, and go about your day.
I think there's like taxes too. You can write it off on your own taxes too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's always an option that you don't. There's a law too they passed, I think like 30 or something. It's quite a long time ago. It was something for that to protect people too, but they'll just abuse it. The hospitals still abuse it. So much money in MRIs and scanning and insurance companies and.
Well, see, the funny thing that a lot of people don't understand is also too with the lifestyle that I'm going to be living. Like, let's say worst case scenario, I didn't know how to do financial assistance and have stuff be written off by hospitals. As somebody who lives off grid and who doesn't need credit ever, like if I'm going to buy something, I've got the money for it. If I don't have the money for it, guess what? I'm not buying it. If I have some bill come in and it goes to debt collection because I can't pay let's just say I had $100,000 like MRI bill and a whole bunch of other shit that I had happen at the hospital come in. If that goes against my credit, it's only going to stay there for 7 years and it's only going to affect my credit score. And here's the thing. If you're living an off-grid lifestyle where you're only buying what you need, if you have stuff against your credit, it doesn't affect you. Because you're not looking to take out a mortgage or some other thing. Like, you don't have some big ticket item that you're going to need credit for. Because
Credit just something like I hold over my head for like years. Especially when I think they were giving out so many things to people that they shouldn't have been giving out. Mm-hmm. Loans, homes, all that stuff. And, we're really seeing that negative impact of that. A lot of people losing their homes. I mean, not just for COVID. Like that, definitely COVID was definitely a strenuous thing that affected that. But I realize, like, if it was for people, if the banks did the right thing, if the right thing was done in the beginning,
see what people could afford or what was manageable to have a great savings and a great family,
Mm.
it probably would have been fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like
They were house broke.
I mean, that's really the thing when it comes to housing and stuff here in America. And to be honest, in a lot of other places, a lot of other developed countries, the credit system that we work off of is very stupid. Because essentially, if you're good on paying your bills, you can buy stuff that you can't afford. And that to me is the dumbest thing. Like,
and die with it. Like, die still owing money.
Yeah.
Die still owing that you just been paying the whole life with nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You own.
And see, here's the craziest thing that a lot of people don't understand. Like, guess what? Yeah, your kids won't inherit your debt, but guess what? If you die and your house is still, like, until you've paid off the debt on your house, until you've paid off that mortgage, the bank still owns your house. So if you die and in your will you leave your house to your kids, but you didn't pay off the house, it doesn't matter that you left the house to your kids in your will. The kids still don't own it. The bank does.
Oh yeah.
Like, that to me is like, dude, I've seen a lot of people who feel like they got robbed when it comes to inheritance. And the sad part is they didn't get robbed. Like, because your mom who left that house to you never actually even owned it because she couldn't afford it. Now that
whole time she thought she could.
Exactly.
The whole time she's on this false narrative from our. And that's what bugs me too, is that we've got this whole false narrative that we're telling, or we can retire, we can do this, do that, and then that happens.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, the craziest thing to me is I don't know when we manufactured this idea, but the idea that you're going to work for a majority of your life, give up a majority of your life doing something that most likely you don't enjoy for the chance, and again, I will stress this, the chance, not the guarantee, but the chance that in your 60s and there on after, you'll have a leisurely life that you don't have to work the entire time for. That is the most insane and stupid idea I've ever heard of. Like, I was talking with my mom, I'm like, because she has a different total perspective than I do. She sees it as worth it, working your entire life and retiring. Which, again, I'm not saying that's a stupid perspective to have. I think it's stupid that we perpetuate the idea as the only answer, but it's not necessarily stupid. The sad part is the amount of people out there that realize that a good retirement life is a chance, not a guarantee. It's very far and few between. Most people believe that when you retire, your life is going to be great. You're not going to have to work. You're going to be able to live the same lifestyle that you've built up and continue on and die happy. I've seen way too many people in retirement still working to know that doesn't fucking work. It doesn't. You might get 10 years. If you're lucky, you might get 10 years of not working and enjoyable retirement.
Max, I've seen 5 years. I've had a bunch of older friends too that right there with you. And they're like, if they could do it differently, they'd do exactly what, And so it's like they have 5 years and then 10 years max of enjoyment, what they spent 60 years of their whole life working for what? The 10 years they get to enjoy a little bit of. But
and
my buddy,
at that point, you're 60 years old, man. You can't go hiking. You can't travel the fucking world and go on beaches and see hot chicks and fuck models. Like, you can't do that. That's not even an option at 60 years old.
He said most of his family was passed away. So, I mean, he could 90% of his family's passed away. Couldn't do it with anybody.
he has to spend the last 5 or 10, basically alone.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that crazy.
Yeah, and
people make it out to be.
I was talking with my mom about this. I'm like, look, I know what I'm doing sounds crazy. I totally understand that. And I definitely understand that what I'm doing, it's going to, in some ways, make my life much more difficult. The small things about my life are much more difficult. Washing clothes is much more of an intensive task. Taking a shit requires that I go and pick mullein, like mullein leaves off of a plant.
You're good. I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Worst of the worst for taking a shit.
Yep.
And it's all right.
And so that's the thing. Like, it's more difficult for small things in my life. I understand that. But the payoff is definitely where I don't have to worry about the anxiety of losing the job that I have to be able to support my lifestyle. And also, I get to spend a lot more time with the people and the things that actually matter in my life. I really want to get through. There's a whole bunch of content, media, and entertainment that I'd love to spend my time to get through. I don't have the time to do it now because I have too much shit that I have to get. I have to take care of the house. I have to go out and I have to work. I also do my YouTube stuff, so I have to do that. And I also want to fit in some free time to be able to watch TV shows or music, or listen to music, watch movies. But then I also need to go play and have good times with Buddy, enjoy the time that I've got with my dog. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you need to do to keep your life, together or moving ahead. And the sad thing is like, me doing this, I'm going to have much more time to spend with my grandparents. And like, my grandparents are now, like, my grandfather's over 70 years old. I probably at the most have 20 years, again, most, to spend with my grandfather. And the sad part is the way that most people look at it is like, oh, I still have 20 years to spend with my grandfather. That's great. But
I don't think my grandfather, he was 74. I think he just passed away. They're not even having a. I don't know if it's because of COVID. Taking him up to up New York State, up north. So yeah, cherish it. I think it's like, maybe it's like 74.
Sorry to hear that.
Hey, it's better than being younger. What's it
That's
called?
for sure.
You just, people think that they've got till 80, 90, or this or that. They get these hope, and sometimes they don't even make it till tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Well, the best conversation I've ever seen about this stuff is there's two guys who were doing a podcast. I can't remember their names, or what the name of the podcast was, but this one guy, he's sitting down from across someone else. And he goes, look, man, the way that most people look at spending time with their family is very warped. He goes, so how many times a year do you see your parents? No, so they're both in California. He asked the other guy, he's like, so where do your parents live? They lived out of state. I can't remember what state it was, but they lived across country. He's like, how many times a year do you see your parents? And he goes, once or twice a year. He goes, all right, well, let's go with twice a year. And goes, so how old are your parents? And they were both like up in their 60s. And he goes, all right, so look, like, most likely you've got at least another 10 solid years with your parents. He's like, yeah. And he goes, so the way that you just now thought about that is I have 10 more years to spend with my parents. He's like, yeah. And he goes, well, you don't. You only see them twice a year. So you have 20 times to see your parents. And he goes, what? And he goes, you only see them twice a year. So you have 20 times in your life that you have the opportunity of still talking to your parents. And like, you could instantly see on his face, like, the worry and the like drive to go see his parents. And he's like, I mean, do you see what I'm talking? Like, most people don't view it that way. Like, if you started viewing your time as valuable as you should view it, the way in which you think about the stuff that you do or the things that you think are important in your life would completely change. Because if you think about it, if you're giving up 40 hours a week of your time, if you actually were to do the math of how much you actually stay up during the week, minus 40, you're giving up a large portion of your waking hours going and doing something that you, again, most likely don't enjoy, or at the very least doesn't make you straight up happy. All in the hopes for money, so that one day you'll be able to purchase your way out of doing that. And even then, you know good and well in the back of your head that the odds that you're going to be able to purchase your way out of working for the rest of your life is almost impossible, especially when the lifestyle that you live now, it costs too much. Like you just can't. When you're
it always meet, like, let's say this, the expectations of a business person, of someone working at a bank. You have those expectations to need to spend that extra money to drive that car or to wear those clothes or to go to that job with the certain expectations your boss holds you to.
Mm-hmm.
And that'd be with the lifestyle that you'd enjoy from that work, car, all these things. In my opinion, it all balances out. They'll get the money from you eventually, somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you won't get ahead continuing the lifestyle that, like, even as a banker, like, I mean, I've tried to talk with different people about it, but you can work at a prestigious bank and still into retirement and screw yourself over. Like, I don't care what type of high paying job you have, how wealthy you are now. If you don't play your cards right, you can end up with retirement that fucking sucks. Like, I'm not kidding. I know an ex-banker who worked at a very prestigious bank. Very prestigious. It starts with a J and ends with Morgan. I'm pretty sure you can imagine what it is.
I used to work there.
Mm-hmm. And still, to this day, is working at over 60 years old because they need to. Like,
hey, I got fired.
What'd you get fired for, if you don't mind me asking?
I had a real bad roommate at the time that didn't do his dishes for like what was it, forever, and he kept arguing with me. He swung to punch me in the face, and I shoved his dad aside, like hit him, and they called the cops, and they came and questioned me at my work when I was working the next day, and I said, yeah, man, well, listen, I was just arguing with him about him doing his damn dishes. He didn't do his freaking. I pay all this money every month, and it was expensive too. And I said, the kid lives like a slob. I go, his room had like, it was disgusting. Clothes like 5 feet. You couldn't even go through. He would open his door, and you would see just, dude, it had at least been like 10 years worth of clothes. I mean, come on. I mean, sometimes we're men. Sometimes we leave our clothes around, but dude, it literally is probably 10 years worth of clothes that piled up in that room. Like, never done.
Disgusting.
Horrible, disgusting. And I'm sitting here paying like 10 times more than him because it was his dad's place. And, I just was like, I got to get out of here. I didn't take it too seriously. It was just a horrible. If you want to hear some funny stories about that, I'll never forget it. Like, and he deserves. Like, he came back and tried to sue me, but like couldn't because like he started the fight. He started it. I was just like, because his dad. I had a witness there too, and both his dad and him were there, and I didn't know whether or not his dad was going to jump in and beat my ass too. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
So I just did everything I can right away. Right when I got swung at, or I thought it was going to go south, I shoved his dad and I just swung as hard as I could at him. And then his dad was like, whoa, 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 when I started to go. So apparently I broke like 12 bones in his face.
apologize for that, but you shouldn't be swinging at people.
Yeah. Well, so the funniest, so I love that you said he tried to come back into it. Dude, I'm not shitting you. I had a fight with the only person that I've ever really, truly gotten into a physical altercation with. Swung at me first. Swung at me, and again, missed missed by a mile. I decked that. I beat the ever loving, and if anyone here watches me for a while or gets to know me at all, you'll know I'm a very laid back person, and I do not like it. It would take an insane amount to get me very angry. I beat the ever loving shit out of this dude. I beat the fuck out of this guy only because he, even getting his ass pounded, he was still throwing back punches, and so it was just a gnarly fight. Beat the fuck out of this dude. Dude, he tried to sue me, and the first witness that was questioned was like, yeah, he started it. Like,
yeah.
Like, your entire case falls apart.
Exactly. You cannot attack people, right? You can't just attack people and not expect to get your ass whooped or something, or fucking get defended against. Like, you're lucky people don't pull out a gun and shoot you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they have the right at that point when they feel threatened or something like that, and you're trying to attack and physically threaten someone. I'm pretty sure you got the right in certain states to shoot them.
Oh, well, here in Tennessee, dude, like, we have the castle law here in Tennessee. Like,
yeah, but then you also have 7 years worth of bullshit after that. So that's last resort always. Your life definitely has to be threatened to ever do that. But that's what's scary on the other person's part, though. That's what you got to think, though.
Mm-hmm.
You never know if the other person's got a weapon or something, and you're sitting there going to attack them.
And also, you don't know that it's worth it, man. Like, that's the thing about people who like will swing or get very angry and get into a fight very quick that I never understand. I'm like, just because you're muscular or very athletic does not mean that you can win a fight. Like, I've seen way too many people try and get into it. Like, look, I don't fight much, but I do know how to fight. Like, I grew up on a farm. I've seen bare knuckle boxing. I know how to fucking fight. Dude, the amount of people that are very muscular and think, oh, because I'm fit, I can win a fight. Dog, you can't. If you don't know how to throw a punch, if you don't truly know how to fight, dude, somebody who knows how to fight will beat your ass. Like, the funniest fight I've ever been witness to was one outside in the Starbucks parking lot. It was beautiful. Two women getting into an argument, got very heated, and then their husband stepped in. Oh, God, best thing ever. Both these dudes come in, they're gonna beat the fuck out of each other. They're gonna have they're ready to do it. And there's the one guy who's like big, muscular, clearly is trying to be a bodybuilder. He's a big yoked black dude. Like, I mean, he is for all intents and purposes, he looks like a guy. Like, he looked like
he looks so football.
Yeah, he looked like DeAndre Wilder, man. Like, he looked like he's a big MMA fighter, and like he's a destroyer. He looked like that. But the other guy was a skinny, like, I mean, not super skinny, but a pretty skinny, not very tall white guy. It didn't look like he had really ever been working, but this dude knew karate, bro. They got in this fight. This fight was over within a minute. Like, the big yoked guy threw a punch, and I mean, it landed, but the other guy spun around, put his leg around his neck, dropped into the ground, and then just started punching his face into the concrete or asphalt. And I'm like, like, we were all watching it from inside the Starbucks, like, oh, this dude's dying now. Like, he's dead. Like it was, I've got to be honest. I don't like seeing people get into fights just because I'm like,
I just grabbed my gun now, to be honest with you.
Well, and also I live in the South too. Like, dude, the craziest thing for me about seeing fights where I live is like, I mean, I live in Tennessee, man. Like, we just got rid of our open carry permit stuff.
Oh
Now,
yeah, no thanks.
yeah, like
No thanks. Yeah, we're open carry here where I live. And
well,
this is
but
my
no, but
part of
see, here's the thing: we are open carry here, but we got rid of the permit. So like now you don't even need to go get a permit. You can just open carry. Yeah, as long as you pass the background check and you get yourself a handgun.
Yeah, I remember Tennessee did that with the I support that. What's it called? There's so many times where I've de-escalated twice in North Carolina. There was a time where there was a guy at a Hooters, and he was almost getting physical with the waitress, and he was screaming at her in her face because it was when COVID first happened, and he was real mad that he had to do the drive-through, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, hey, and I'm just trying to eat. He's screaming and spitting on me, and I'm drinking, and I'm sitting there trying to eat. And I turn around, like, hey, man, it's just trying to do her job. It's not her fault.
Mm-hmm.
He's just cursing up a storm with me, almost getting physical with me. He touched my mom. My mom was there, too. All he had to do is touch my mom, and I grabbed my gun.
Mm-hmm.
My gun stopped the whole fucking thing. Nobody died.
Exactly. Like, dude, here in Tennessee, like the greatest thing is seeing fights stop on, because I like one of my favorite things is to go down to Broadway and like be drinking with buddies, because you'll see fights like start to happen but then instantly fizzle out. Like the best thing about being in a southern state is you'll see two people with handguns start to argue with each other and then realize both of them have handguns, and guess what, the argument pretty much dies and ends there, because both of them realize like whatever the fuck they're arguing about isn't worth dying over.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
and sometimes too, it's crazy because a lot of the states where they think the opposite, or they'd be like, we don't have weapons here, or something like that. I've seen so many times worse things happen there than states where it's just like, hey, either you don't have it or you have it, or what. I've seen so many oppositions to the fact. But at the end of the day, I've seen so many places where it's so hard to get a weapon, or it's impossible to get a weapon. But guess who has them? The bad people.
Yeah.
The bad people.
And see, here's the thing too, like look, let's say me and you get into an argument, and I just let's just say I really don't like you for some reason. Guess what? If I really want to hurt you, I'm gonna do it. I mean, as horrible as
I told my mom and everybody in the family, I'm like, listen, people can kill people with spoons and knives and so many different things. Like,
even worse, like, dude, now in places where you can't get a gun, like, there's worse things happening. Like, there are acid attacks now, where if two girls get into a fight, like, guess what? They can't get access to a gun, but what they can definitely do is fill up a bottle full of fucking, not citric acid, what's the acid?
That's where they need the death penalty. They need the death penalty for people like that.
Yeah. I mean, like literally acid attacks are one of the worst things that I've ever heard of happening, ever. And guess where they exclusively happen? Places where you can't get guns. That's the only place that it happens.
Okay, I thought you were gonna be like U.S. I'm like, no. Because I mean, that's the thing. In the U.S., if you really gonna hurt somebody, guess what? Get a gun. But here's the thing: you also live in the U.S., so guess what? The other person probably has a gun too. Like, yeah.
I mean, it's just one of those things where I understand the argument of like, well, in other countries, you don't have school shooters. Like, and the reason you don't have those is because, well, you don't have
so many stabbings, though.
Exactly.
You got so many alleyways, stabbings, robbings, muggings, killings, still murders.
Me and Dylan were talking about. Yeah, like me and Dylan were talking about. So he's from, I can't remember where in the UK, but he's from somewhere in the UK. And I mean, you can't get guns there, but he's like, yeah, like we don't have school shootings, but you should just look up the number of knife attacks in our schools, because people don't compare those. Like,
let me just tell you this. I would rather be shot, to be honest with you.
Oh, hell yeah.
I would rather be shot and dead right away than stabbed and taken out and all that stuff. No, I'd rather be dead right
Dude,
now.
as somebody who, so like, I was writing down, like, I just picked up a Ninja Star on, like, it was some, like, I can't even remember what it was. It was like a church trip or something that I went on with a whole bunch of, like, friends. And we ended up stopping at some place. I bought a Ninja Star. So, like, a three bladed, like, Ninja Star that folded out. I got that. I handed it to a girl who was sitting in the seat in front of me so that she could look at it and check it out and everything. And then she passed it back to me, and that, oh, good Lord, that girl handed it to me with a knife sticking out towards me and like was going to hand it to me. And we hit a bump and she stabbed me in the leg with it. As somebody who has been stabbed in the leg, like, no, I would much rather get shot than be stabbed and have some sloppily handed person pull it out at the wrong angle. I don't care how painful getting shot is. I've never been shot, but I can guarantee you it is definitely less painful than having a knife pulled out of you at
And
the
the
wrong
person's
angle.
not going to do it once. I mean, if they got hatred towards you or freaking something, they're going to freaking, yeah.
They're going to play around with that knife 100%. 100%.
What's it called? That's the thing too. Is people are like, oh, I'd rather have no guns. Look at all the other countries with no gun crime. Well, they've got no gun crimes because they have no guns, you stupid fools.
Yeah.
But look at all the other crimes they have, like the knife murders or all the other crimes.
Yeah.
You know, that's like saying, how many ice cream murderers do we have here? There's no ice cream murderers here. There's no such thing.
Yeah. Well, as ironic as this might be, there is actually
ice cream truck or something like that.
Yeah, there was an ice cream serial killer, but like, again, we're the U.S., man. All the crazy shit happens here. Okay, like we have had the most the one thing that America can export out to the world better than anything else is not just culture, but crazy stories, man. We have crazy shit happen here in America that you'll never see somewhere else. Never. Like, never in any other country will you see someone go in and get a meal that is guaranteed supposed to give you a heart attack and walk out alive. Like, never. Like, dude, so there's a restaurant here that you can go to.
I don't mean to cut you off. Like,
No,
remember the restaurant thing though. I've been trying to get my identity card or my identification card for a year here in Colorado. It's the hardest thing in the world because of COVID, because of different things, because of employment, because of this baloney crap, and I can't drive either. So I've got to take every so often. I can only get up there, and I've given up. And it's easier to get a weapon out here than it is to get your license. To be honest with you.
Yeah. Like, dude, I was talking with Dylan and like I had to get him to understand. I was like, look, dude, like, here's how easy it is to get a gun in America. Like, let's say your grandma goes out shopping. Let's say she's going to go by Walmart. She's going to pick up some, like a water gun for the, your cousin who's coming over, who's 8 years old, to play with. And she's going to pick up some salt. While she's there at that Walmart, there's a good chance that she could walk by the part of Walmart that sells guns, like a nice shotgun, and grandma could walk out of Walmart owning a shotgun. Now, if she's never done the background check before, that's fine. But 2 days later, when she needs to go to Walmart again to pick up some other random shit, she can pick up her shotgun while she's there. Like,
how long do you think the background check is out? Well, listen, I am not like back and forth with this because like it's either too hard or it's not that hard. Like, come on. I understand with it being a detailed weight. I think all weapons should be 1 to 3 days weight. All of them. You go buy some weapon, it's going to be a 3-day weight. All of them. Because I know no one should have the right to be able to not have the access to it. Because you have the access to a weapon and you've had continuous access to a weapon over the years, you're fine. But if you are the person that doesn't have one and you're wanting to go get one that day, there's a reason for that. And typically the reason 50-50 maybe is not either good or it's bad. I'd rather do 50-50 and wait. How long do you think a background check out here, Colorado, the place that where it should take the longest, or you should wait 3 days, in my opinion? You should wait 3 days out here with all the shooting.
I'm gonna guess you guys do the express background check that takes about like an hour or two.
Took 20 minutes.
Damn.
20 minutes. They were done with they were done with everything and all the stuff before I was like, all right, thanks. And then I walked out of there and got an Uber home with, it was the easy. I'm like, this should not have been this freaking easy. I go, I should have been it should have been this easy to get my damn license or my damn identification card. And it should have been a little, I enjoy that it wasn't as difficult, to me at least. But, you know, thinking in the proper way of thinking, you're like, it should not have been that easy. Not at all. Yeah. Especially here, of all places. In other states that don't have maybe as many problems, okay. But, you know, I remember North Carolina, you had to get a permit, you had to get proof, you had to do all this stuff. You had to go up to the sheriff's office, pay the money. You had to do all this stuff. Oh, it took so long. But once you get the permits, though, it's fine. But it was a pain in the butt. And they did a long process. And Florida, if you're prior service, you could bring your DD-214 up there, and you could go get your concealed weapons license. So there's certain aspects of certain places, certain states that have their certain rules and regulations. But when it came to here, and they said 20 minutes, and I'm like, I don't even have my state license here. Like, what you talking about? 20 minutes. I thought like 3 days. Like, what? What in your right mind makes you think that an out-of-state person or someone that's losing their mind or going crazy can go get a weapon that day within 20 minutes and then go do something nefarious? That's crazy. They should be able to have to wait, because let's say you have those permits, or it makes it just as hard. North Carolina, I could stock up on 5 permits, but there's no reason I needed 5 weapons. They were $5 each. So all that hard work I did to get background checks and all that stuff, I could get 5 permits and be like, hey, I'll save these. I think they lasted for a very long time. And, you know, you could just bring those up to the store and get your weapon that day. That's just proof that you're capable of having a weapon and not going out and doing something stupid with it. You know? And I think I actually like that. I think it should be a mix in between the two.
Like, see, I think guns should be accessible for everyone. I think the dumb thing is how easily it is to get it in a lot of cases. I mean, in a lot of cases, the background check database is not even tied into the mental health field. So if you've been admitted to a psych ward, unless it's been a actual hospital psych ward, if it's been something like we've got different asylums or institutions around here that you can go to.
I would hope it would be. I would hope it would.
Well, again,
for a while till you're, you know.
And so that's the thing. Like, it should. It doesn't matter what institution you've been into. They should all be tied into the database. They should, but in a lot of cases, it's not. And then again, like, the people who are going to make the biggest arguments against guns in general are the same type of people that don't really understand. Like, look, as somebody who has lost someone close to them, who was a paranoid schizophrenic, like, look, if somebody wants to get a gun, like, I don't care whether guns are illegal or not, they're going to get it. My buddy got a very illegal handgun with the serial number scraped off of it and everything, and he wasn't even in the right mind to go and get a different job. Like, but he was able to go out and get an illegal gun from, I know where he bought the gun from, which, by the way, if I ever find that homeless dude, I'll beat his fucking ass. But
my neighbor tried to give him that that makes me feel like, my neighbor, like my old neighbor when I first got here, when I was having such like manic and real bad episodes and real bad depression and all sorts of things, like offered me an illegal weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Why would you, like, no? And I didn't explain to her why or no. I was just like, no thanks.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's, I just was astounded. That's crazy to me that you would even offer somebody a weapon. You don't know what they're going through or something like that.
Mm-hmm. And that's what really pisses me off about the people who are anti-gun control. I'm like, look, what you're telling me is you're for prohibition. And here's the thing, like anytime someone tells me they're for prohibition, like you've literally just told me you're stupid. Like, I mean, like if we're being honest with each other, that's what you've just told me. If you're for prohibition, you're stupid. Because there's no way. Oh wait, what?
For what?
For anything. Prohibition in general doesn't work. Telling somebody that you can't do something isn't going to work.
I just think it makes a good illegal drug. I think it just makes a good illegal trade. When you do prohibition, it makes a lot of people very wealthy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, no matter what, people are going to sell each other guns. No matter what, people are going to sell each other drugs. No matter what, people are going to sell each other food. Like, it doesn't matter what you make illegal. Somebody's going to sell it. Somebody. And the idea that prohibition is going to stop it is just flat out dumb. Like what you're trying to do is you're trying to take the easy route. And like, I don't care what other justification or mindset that you try and throw behind it. You're taking the easy route because look, it's much easier to be like, we're going to pass a law and we're going to stop people from using drugs. Like that to me is the most funny government type of shit. Like, hey, guess what? We just passed this new law. Nobody's doing cocaine anymore. Huh? Yeah. Okay. All right. Sure, bud.
That works, huh?
Yeah.
It'd be so much better if that, certain synthetic stuff or certain things that would be administered to the public, whether it be if they do need that, because they do need medical help.
Well, see, the thing is like when it comes to just about anything, regulation and balance is like really balance through regulation is how you get everything right. Like nothing really should be illegal, especially when it comes to drugs like heroin. Like the dumbest thing that I hear is people being like, well, heroin can't be legalized. Hey, guess what? I'm just going to go ahead and let you know a little secret. Guess what? When you go down to the hospital and if they give you something for a surgery and it's not morphine, guess what you just got? You got liquid medical heroin. If you went in for a surgery for, a very rigorous surgery that was going to require some extensive, healing or recovery time period, they gave you heroin. Heroin has medical value. Cocaine is used medically. Every single illegal substance that you think of has been used medically.
That's so surprising for me. Even like I could see much. Like I've definitely seen a lot of these natural remedies, but it's so surprising for cocaine because if it's so synthetic, I know there's also synthetic things that we use. Like people take Adderall.
Mm-hmm.
That's one molecule off of methamphetamine.
Yeah.
It's literally an amphetamine.
Well, actually, methamphetamine is one molecule away from amphetamine, which when you buy Adderall or
Adderall is an amphetamine, I think, right?
Well, no. So Adderall is a little bit pure amphetamine, and then dextroamphetamine. A majority of Adderall is dextroamphetamine and amphetamine. Methamphetamine is the way meth is made is you're essentially trying to make amphetamine, but the problem is you're making
They're
it.
both
handmade though, right?
Yeah, but the reason methamphetamine is so bad for you and so dangerous is, for one, the method in which they're cooking it and making it up, like chemistry wise. When you're making meth, it's much more difficult to be able to remove the impurities, which would be the meth part of methamphetamine.
Oh, yeah.
So the methyl ring that's tied to the compound amphetamine, that methyl and
Isn't there like meth?
there's a couple different versions of amphetamine that are very toxic. Methyl it's a chemical ring that your body actually can't process. It has no method of dealing with it. So that's why it causes free radicals in your body that spiral out of control and cause stuff like tooth decay and mouth rot and gum disease and a whole bunch of other stuff. Also, when it comes to methamphetamine, there's no real way of dosing it out. Pretty much people just smoke it, and so there's really no way of getting an accurate dose, which is also a big problem because you're taking an amphetamine, which is a pretty potent drug.
So a note would be to stick to legal things.
Well, but see, here's the thing. Like the funny thing is, like, when it comes to sticking to legal things, like anything can be legal. Like, so if you go to a country like Norway, Norway has a fantastic way of dealing with it. They don't have any illegal substances in Norway. If you want to get heroin. Yep, they have centers set up. So if you want to go do heroin, you go and do it in a supervised environment. Like,
and I agree with where it's administered, dosed. You have things. You're not ringing up or charging ambulances, doing all this thing, all these. It's just better, it's safer.
And because of the system that they have set in place, like the thing about it is, like, if you hear doctors talk about it, you'll hear them specifically say that when it comes to addiction and drug abuse, that is a symptom of an underlying issue. The addiction itself or the drug use isn't just happening. It's not. That's, no one decides, like, all right, tomorrow's going to be a beautiful Wednesday. When you wake up tomorrow morning, you see that sun coming through your window. Do you think that there's any chance at all that like you're gonna look out that beautiful fucking window and you're gonna be like, oh, today is the day I try meth? Like, it's exactly. There is never a day in which that you wake up and you're like, oh, it's a beautiful day, I'd love to try cocaine today. Like, that never passes through your head. The reason that you get addicted to a substance, or the reason that you start taking a hard drug, is because of an underlying issue, something that you are trying to bury down deep and not deal with. And the thing is like, in Norway, they understand that. Like, if they understand that if they can give you the drug and get you in a place where you can enjoy the drug, you have a safe place to use it, you have things like, when you go to a center, it's not this clean medical environment. It is clean. It is a very medical environment where they can administer drugs to you, but they also have like a very nice couch set up, TV area, snack center, multiple vending machines and stuff like that. So you can get all the stuff that you might want while you're fucked up and high and enjoying yourself. But they have a center there where no matter what, when you go in there, in the rec room, in the room where you're going to be enjoying your high, there's always a therapist on call there. Always. So at any point during your high, you can sit down, you can talk with a therapist. You have access to someone who is really going to be attentive and help you with your underlying issue. And to me, I think that's a really big issue with the way that we treat drugs here in America. We truly do treat it like, okay, look, even if we treat you with human decency and want to help you, we still stigmatize you and make you feel like you're less of a human because you're addicted to something, or because you're going through some real struggle. And I think that's the real sad part. We just don't treat people like humans who are addicted and struggling with stuff.
I agree. And they're more outcasted instead of accepted for help, and they're scared to go get help.
Mm-hmm.
Or there's a whole bunch of things running through the mind,
I mean, I think a big part of being scared to go get help is the fact that it's so stigmatized. Because what if your work finds out? What if your family finds out? What if, and the thing is like, if we as a society would treat drug addiction and addiction in general the way that we should treat it, like, the dumbest idea is that drug addiction is by itself a problem. Like, no. Like, drug addiction is a symptom of a much bigger problem. You don't like, again, we were just talking about, there's no point in which your life where you wake up and you're like, today's the day I try some hard drug. Like, it's never, I don't think that's happened to anyone ever. And the idea that that's the way that drugs work is terrible. Also, the idea that taking some person who is already, again, there's an underlying reason, there's an underlying symptom that is causing their drug addiction, and you're going to take them, make them feel like a piece of shit, literally in society, call them a piece of shit, and throw them in jail for what they're doing. That is you didn't solve a problem at all.
Yeah, they're gonna come out. They're gonna be, we're just demoralizing, demeaning, treating. Not good.
Yeah.
Not good.
And a lot of those people are forced to go through withdrawals while in prison. Like, I don't know about you, but like, the worst thing I could imagine is going through some type of hard drug withdrawals in a cage with Bubba, who's eyeing me up and down, who's like, dude, you a hot piece of ass. Like,
I did. It sucks.
Dude, I would not want to do that. Like, that is fucked up.
I wouldn't say withdrawals, but I was in jail, and I was just like, getting off the buzz, and I was just like, this sucks so much. Give me home. Like, I'll be anywhere. I told myself I'll be anywhere but here right now. I go live in the woods. I don't care.
Like, I don't know. It's sad that we treat people the way that we do. Crazy Chicken was like, I went from studying structure and interpretations of computer science to listening to two guys talk about meth. As you should.
Man, I'll never go. That was back, almost 10 years ago. I got arrested for a DUI, smoking a joint in the Florida parking lot. That's why I won't live there too again. That's why I just, it was, I think, when Ted came out, and I just was driving to the movie theater, and it wasn't even like I was trying to even be safe. So I wasn't trying to be stupid and smoke while we were going to the movie theater. No. Got to the movie theater. I was like, all right, now we're safe. We go out in the back and we go smoke. All right. Thought we would be good then. I parked all the way in the back, started smoking a little bit. I said, all right. We finished up. I started pulling up to where we would get closer to where I could go into the movies. Because we were pretty far away from the movies. We were all the way in the back of the parking lot.
Yeah.
Before I could even turn left. So, like, I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. And he just was not having it. His buddy was like, bro, let him go. It's his birthday. It's his 18th birthday. He'll just go watch the movie. Let him go. And I was like, dang, this is horrible. And so I had to spend the 8 hours in the jail, and it was not a good experience. Especially with the people. The people were horrible. They were joking around. I was like, this sucks. I just turned 18 too. I was like, what the heck is this?
That must have been one hell of a fucking birthday.
Oh, it was the worst. I wish I could go back and have a new 18th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And what's it called? The fact of the matter, though, is his son smoked marijuana. Like, the officer that arrested me, I know for a fact that his son smoked marijuana. So when he asked me, he goes, what would your dad do if he knew you smoked marijuana? I go, I don't know. How about you ask your fucking son? And he shut up for the rest of the way there and didn't say anything else. And man, I still to this day, I do not like you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, those types of police officers are also the ones who give police officers a bad name. Because, like, I was talking with one police officer and he was telling me, he's like, look, a lot of people don't treat it this way, but like when it comes to being a police officer, like, yes, you are supposed to uphold the law. But the thing is you also, part of your job is using discretion when it comes to the law. Like, an 18-year-old kid who is smoking weed is probably not worth your time. And also, you're not safe. Like, dude, I had one officer dump out like weed and everything. I got pulled over. I had like a gram of weed on me. Like, again, not, like, if they were going to take me down to the jail and imprison me for like essentially $15 worth of weed, like,
yeah, that's what he did. He didn't even have anything on me. And the worst part about it was I ate a McChicken earlier and I had to prove in court that it was freaking lettuce. And everybody thinks I'm the dumbest person in the world because really it was freaking lettuce, man. On the way there to go to the movie theater, we stopped at McDonald's, and we stopped at McDonald's. From what I can remember, I got a McChicken, and I ate it on the way to the movie theater while I was driving, and the lettuce got on the floorboards of the driver's seat. My buddy didn't have a McChicken; he had something else that didn't have lettuce on it. And what's it called? I remember, I'll never forget this. He comes over to me when he searched the vehicles because I was like, he also swallowed it. So I knew we didn't have anything. We took the heat. And so he goes, I found the marijuana. I'm like, no, you did not. I was like, first of all, it's a brand new car that I just got from I don't remember when it was, but I was like, and I did not smoke in this thing. Or have marijuana in this thing, so there's no way you found shit in this car. And I go, I've never rolled in here, I've never done anything. And he goes, yeah, here it is. And he shows it to me, and I'm like, I started just laughing in his face. I go, did you find that on the driver's side on the floorboard? And he goes, yeah. I'm like, I got it from my McChicken earlier, you doofus. And my dad, my dad's an officer too. At the time, and he goes, Tyler, he's a fully trained freaking officer, and so I'm like, oh my lord, Dad, if he's a fully trained officer, then why did he's a fully trained DUI officer too, that's supposed to be trained in not only drugs, but I think he was a drug officer or something like that, but what the hell he's freaking looking at, but he thought the lettuce was marijuana. It wasn't marijuana. And it just was astounding. And he showed it to me too. And I got to look at it, and I was like, I'm 100% certain that was lettuce.
You're like, that's Taco Bell foot lettuce right there, man. You're like, that ain't my weed.
We need to go get retrained if you're arresting people for freaking lettuce, man. Because and
I mean, did you hear about the cop who arrested somebody because
cut out a little bit?
Oh, did you hear about the cop who pulled over somebody for having and arrested them because they thought they had crack in the car, but it turned out just to be Krispy Kreme donut glaze on the floorboard?
Oh Lord!
Dude, like that.
What happened to the day too? Who gives them? Is there a kid in the car? Are they in date? Were they driving fine? No, get out of here, go home, man. Like what is the day? Buddy. Real old. The one we were talking about him earlier. He didn't care. He's like, things that put coke up their nose. They're not alive anymore. He had a joke and sense of humor about it, knowing that they were professionals and they weren't bad people because they did cocaine or because they liked drugs or because they drank alcohol or did this stuff
ate too much food and are obese. It's not the person, it's how you perceive them or how you can make their life better or have a good life with. And and his aspect, he had a great life with all his buddies that he just joked around and said, "It's not alive anymore."
Mm-hmm.
I think I never did it. Put the one thing up my nose because I'm still alive. I'm still here.
Mm-hmm.
So what it is.
Mm-hmm. Like,
I forgot what I was saying about like the old guy. What was I saying? I had a real good point with him too.
the old guy.
Yeah, man, the old man. He's the real old. It was different back in the day. You used to be able to. He used to joke around and say you used to be able to drink, have a couple drinks, have a bonfire, and the cops would drive race you home to make sure you get home safe.
Mm-hmm.
Right, just to joke around with you. And it's like we've lost so much of even that, or calling your parents saying, "Listen, your kid's stupid, he got too drunk, he needs to get right home. Don't let it happen again, or he's getting arrested." All right, that's your final warning. What comes to this day that we're arresting a person? A kid that just turned 18, just became an adult, first day, and you're like, "Hey, you were gonna get the hammer to the whole," certain things, like maybe if it's unethical or if it's murder, it's.
I mean, like, there are special cases when the law needs to be used to the fullest degree.
Smoking a doobie, in the movie theater parking lot. I even was trying to be safe.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't smoking while we were driving. I tried to get to the movie theater first, and then we got to the back of the place.
Mm-hmm.
And we weren't driving.
I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, a lot of cops now don't have the discretion part of the job fully taught to them. It's always use the law to the fullest extent of the law. Like, that's not what it's intended for.
I'll never forget him. Like, I remember one day he's like, "You want to call the cops? I am the fucking cops." Or he's like, "I am the fucking," something like that. I'm like, man, that's what let me lose a lot of respect for police officers, man, because they could think they could do with a lot of like these things, or "I am the law." Let me be very clear: you are not the law. You are to uphold the law. You are to protect and serve the law and the people of the United States, and you upheld the oath just like I upheld an oath, and I followed my oath, and I did not break that freaking oath. And it's up to you as officers to follow it. So when I heard that, I was like, "Ooh, at least I got a little bit of integrity."
Integrity. Well, all right, man. I think I am about to have to go because I am definitely starting to get that sort of tipsy, drunk, sort of nappy time feeling coming on.
Well,
also, not to mention, this has been a 9-hour stream at this point.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
What's it called? I have finished installing iOS. I'll be working on my things for the rest of the night.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Well, all right, man. Well, dude, all right. Like, we're going to go ahead and end the stream here, and we'll head on out, and I'm going to go walk Buddy and possibly grab more food. And by possibly grab more food, I mean definitely grab more food. But if I plop back down here, I know I'm going to start watching. I've been watching Warehouse 15. Yeah, Warehouse 13. I think that's the show.
That's my favorite show.
Dude, I fucking love this show, man. I've seen it already once, but I'm going back through it. I've just now finished the first season. I'm about to start on the second season. I love the show. Micah and Pete are like they're some of the best crafted characters. They have a great dynamic. It's a little bit. It's one of those shows where like it truly is one of those things where like the acting is good, but the writing is very childish. However, the writing is like the overall story writing is very good and not childish, but the actual like dialogue is childish, but it fits the character so well and it builds this dynamic that's so good and so likable. I really love the show. Also, the whole show's narrative and like storyline is definitely unique. Like, I don't think there's any show out there that even comes close to telling a similar story. It's very good. I really like it.
The Legend of the Seeker.
Huh?
Legend of the Seeker. Have you seen that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I'll have to share some things in the Discord then, and we'll have to talk about some TV shows because I've got some real good TV shows.
Dude, I'm down. I need some more shit to download. Well, all right. All right. So we're going to go ahead and end the stream here. And then there's a very good chance that I will talk to you here later. If anyone is watching this or for some magical reason catches up through this entire 9-hour stream, you're more than welcome to pop into the Discord later, talk with us, and have a good time. I also, before I forget, need to go ahead and text my fucking boss that I'm not going to be coming in tomorrow, but that's a whole nother thing. All right. Thank you for talking with me, man. I hope you have a great rest of the night if I don't talk to you again.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
Dude, it's been great.
All right.
Oh,
I hope everybody